welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a land carved by the hooves of its horses, a land to which all racehorses can trace their heritage.
And welcome to Riyadh, where the eyes of the racing world will once again be trained on the kingdom for the most valuable event in the international calendar. $31.5 million spread across 8 races, all culminating in the world's richest horse race, the 2022 Saudi Cup.
And from across the world they have come. Runners from Japan, France, the UAE, South America, the USA, and 2 of the very best from right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, looking to take on last year's victor, who stands on the edge of history.
This is the 2nd edition of the world's richest horse race.
The style in which he won it is very much everything we could possibly have dreamed of.
And they're off in the Saudi Cup. Mishrif under pressure back in 3rd.
Oh, the perfect race.
Mishrif is now the challenger.
No good jockey was made without a good horse.
Mishrif is roused to the lead.
Mishrif is my good horse.
Mishrif conquers the cup, an upset winner.
Plan has always been to come back again. It looks a mighty tough field, but so it should be.
The UK-trained and Saudi-owned colt Mishrif, looking to retain his cup. If he can do so, he will surpass Australian superstar Winks as the richest thoroughbred to have ever raced.
He's back, they're back, we're back for the Saudi Cup. 20 years we've been racing here at King Abdulaziz racetrack, Michelle, just 30 miles to the outskirts of the centre of Riyadh, but it has become unrecognisable since we've been coming here.
I remember when we came here first, Nick, it was just a racetrack. Now it's an art exhibit. There's music, there's history. It is something that is a cultural experience to get to come here now.
And also something we invariably experience with the sport of thoroughbred racing, some truly wonderful unscripted theatre. And if Mishrif is to repeat in the 2022 Saudi Cup, he will have won more money than any thoroughbred in history. He's co-trained in Great Britain by father and son team John and Thady Gosden, and is a 6th-generation homebred for Saudi Prince Faisal.
Earlier this week, top U.S. contender Mandaloun was awarded the 2021 Kentucky Derby. Both his Grade 1 wins have come via disqualification. Tonight, he seeks to deliver trainer Brad Cox the richest race in the world by crossing the wire first.
Do not leave Japan out of any global horse race. T.O. Keynes is their leading dirt performer. He was brilliant at Christmas time. He's trained by young star Daisuke Takeyanagi.
French contender Sealaway was last seen a winner in the British Champion Stakes. But tonight will be a little different. A first start on dirt, and now under the tutelage of rising international force Francis Graffa.
And if there's a locally trained miracle in the race, it could come in the shape of making miracles. He was a good horse in the UK, but he's turning into a bit of a champion here in the Kingdom. No more handsome trophy in global thoroughbred racing than that designed by the House of Garrard to accompany the $20 million prize fund for the world's most valuable horse race. But today is about more than just the purse and the prize for the locals here in Riyadh. Such is the depth of thoroughbred horse racing appreciation in this kingdom. They race year-round, and this has very much become the jewel in the crown. And so wonderful to welcome back so many families, young people, to Riyadh today to enjoy what they were unable to do a year ago. And their eyes will be trained on some of the finest competitors in the sport. Not just equine, but human as well. They've come from all corners of the globe. There's British champion jockey Jim Crowley, Gerard Mosse, the elder statesman of the French jockeys room. This could be his final year in the saddle. Eclipse award-winning American base rider Joel Rosario, and Martin Dwyer, winner of the Derby at Epsom. He rides pile driver in the big supporting turf race. Christophe Soumillon, the flamboyant Belgian-born French-based rider, and no man more recognizable in global horse racing than Lanfranco Dettori, who today teams up with his old ally Saeed bin Sarur on Real World, who could just yet be the real thing in the Saudi Cup. 2022. We have the best seat in the house, so do you. We're paddock side here on a beautiful, sultry afternoon here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, alongside Michelle Yu, who's recovered from her trip to the end of the world and is now safely ensconced alongside my NBC colleague, Matt Bernier. Matt, great to welcome you to the show for the first time, your first visit to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. How are you enjoying it so far, and what part does this play in global horse racing for you?
Well, first things first, a fabulous facility here at King Abdulaziz, but as far as the global landscape is concerned, in a rather short amount of time, this Saudi Cup has put itself among the upper echelon races worldwide, including the Dubai World Cup, including the Breeders' Cup Classic, and it sounds like, and it looks like anyway on paper, tonight's race going to be much of the same.
And racing, Michelle, not just a summer sport now either. It's a multi-hemisphere sport. This sits in a really lovely little spot between the Pegasus World Cup in Florida and the Dubai World Cup in a few weeks' time.
I mean, I think that was the original intention, was to put it in a place on the calendar that really needed that whole field, so there wasn't the huge gap, and it really gives it its own older horse type of Triple Crown here with tons of money on the line, a lot of prestige, and I think it's done what it wanted to do. It's brought international horses from all over the world to compete here.
We have been at a lot of international horse racing events, and we've talked about a global aspect, but I don't think I could ever have said that with as much conviction as today, Matt. 14 horses in the Saudi Cup, 7 nations represented.
Yeah, not just the defending champion Mishrif, but we've got many of the best dirt horses from the United States. We have some of the best turf horses from Europe. We have the best horses from Japan. And don't sleep on the local contingent. This genuinely is a worldwide event.
Okay, here's what's coming up, because it's not just about the 2022 running of the Saudi Cup. There's a wonderful supporting card as well. The first portion of the day will be run on the grass track that was only installed a couple of years ago and has really bedded in well here. And then the rest of the card will be run on that main dirt track right up until the Saudi Cup itself. So this is what we've got to enjoy. And we get underway quite shortly with the Neom Turf Cup, one of the chief supporting features, 2,100 meters. Then the Turf Sprint, the 1351, the Red Sea Turf, supported by Longines. The longest race of the night. It's a handicap as well, variable weights according to the horse's ability levels. The Jockey Club local handicap is for locally bred thoroughbreds, race 4. Then the purebred Arabians, a real link to that heritage here in Saudi Arabia. The Abaya Classic at race 5. The Saudi Derby, or Derby, pointer perhaps to the Kentucky Derby, the UAE Derby, race 6, then the Riyadh Dirt Sprint, race 7 for the real speedsters, and we round off, of course, with a $20 million edition of the Saudi Cup. Some important details to bring you up to speed with before we get stuck into the action. Race 3, number 12, Step by Step, doesn't run. Race 4, 9, Jahar Al Nariz, 12, Al Rahub, and 19, Al Maksab don't run. And the important non-runner, the important scratch in race 5, the American Ginobili, does not run in race 7. Now, all 3 editions of the Saudi Cup have been beset to a greater or lesser extent by the global pandemic. No exception this time, unfortunately. Star jockeys William Buick and Jcsa have both tested positive for COVID-19 in Dubai, so they're unable to make the trip. So that explains quite a few of these jockey changes. Happy Power in race 2, now ridden by Saudi Cup winning rider David Egan. Naval Crown now ridden by James Doyle. Siskani by James Doyle in race 3. Frankie Dettori rides Noble Truth in race 6. Race 7, the defending champ Capano Kicking is also ridden by David Egan. What a day it could be for him. Switzerland now ridden by Adrie de Vries, and Secret Ambition in the Saudi Cup itself now ridden by Adrie de Vries. So there's the jockey changes, and the grandstand is beginning to fill here at King Abdulaziz. We're expecting a capacity crowd by the end of the day of north of 20,000, which would be a record for this racetrack. Sadly, many of them were unable to be here last year. You were here, we were here, and what an extraordinary day, an extraordinary Saudi Cup we witnessed.
True Self keeps on coming. True Self to the top. Space Blues short lead, short of the wire, and Space Blues gets there. And Gifts of Gold stays the course. Alba Thali bounding home. Mubasher Alpadia takes over the lead and is going to do it. Pink Kamehameha, Cowan, here's the wire. Pink Kamehameha. Here comes Capano kicking with race. Here is Sky Photo. Mishriff is roused to the lead. Charlatan tries to fight back, is doing so. Mishriff, Charlatan. Mishriff conquers the cup.
When you boil it down then, to what extent is this day all about Mishriff? You know, Saudi-owned, already something of an iconic horse, a great versatile horse. He's beginning, Matt Bernier, to chisel his way into people's hearts as well as their minds. Just how tough is his task, though, this afternoon?
Well, this field this year is much deeper than last year's race. Obviously, Charlatan and Knicks Go deserved to be the headliners, and Mishriff was fortunate enough to upset them. This race here this evening, it's a much deeper field. You can make the case for 6, 7 different horses from around the world to get the job done. And the big difference, Michelle, this year, Mishriff is the horse to beat, not the one upsetting the horses to beat.
I agree that it's a very deep field. I would say because we had superstars last year, I don't think our horses this year are superstars except for Mishriff, who's now proven that he kind of is. But really what we end up with is a super competitive field, which to me is a little different than being a superstar-laden field.
There's also something about a racehorse that will travel. There are great horses in their own countries, but they don't have the temperament and the versatility to be able to take plane journeys and produce away from their home soil. This horse, there's his co-trainer, young Thady Gosden, he seems to have a great combination, Michelle, of adaptability and that coltish aggression. You went to see him in his barn earlier this week. What did you see?
He's a very cool horse. He absolutely knows what he wants. He tells his groom, touch me here, don't touch me here, I want to do this, I want to do that. He is sure that he's the boss around there, which you like to see. But what I really appreciated is that they took him out of the stall and they hand walk him in the afternoons. And we don't do this a ton in America, but when he went outside to go hand walk, it was very breezy, which would generally make a horse act a little naughty. He came out and he was just such a pro, walking around a perfect circle. Not only that, they took him over to graze. He's literally standing this far from like 2 fillies. Chief is just like, I'm going to eat the grass. I'm good to go. Like, you could not ask for a better minded or mannered horse. And I always think that that's what helps a horse be a really good racehorse, is a strong mind. And he's just got it.
Mishriff, owned by Prince Faisal, who's been such a great supporter of racing here in the kingdom for so many decades. Mishriff, the horse, named after his great trainer and mentor. And there is His Royal Highness Prince Bandar, the chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. Really, this event, his brainchild. We'll be talking to him later in the program. Let's introduce you to the rest of our team standing by for us. John Hunt, our race commentator, alongside Tom Stanley.
Thanks, Nick. It's great to be back in Saudi Arabia. I'll be bringing you all the interviews from both on and off the track, pre and post race, on what is a thoroughly international evening's racing. Delighted to say that alongside me on this dirt track is your caller tonight, John Hunt. John, you've called many different sports at many of the biggest venues in the world. How does this shape up for you?
Well, it's absolutely terrific. When I first arrived here earlier in the week, I thought this track was the absolutely spitting image of Santa Anita racecourse without the mountains in the background. Obviously, it's just desert beyond here, but it's a really nice track. I'm very, very impressed with the state of both the turf and the dirt track. And yeah, I don't think there'll be any excuses at all come play.
And I think that's the point, isn't it? We pointed out already, it's such a beautiful viewing track for you that you get to see all around it. And from what you saw yesterday, I guess predominantly on the dirt, John, what did you learn? Anything catch you by surprise?
Well, I was surprised, really, how strongly races were run. And I think a lot of horses paid for that yesterday, and how readily the closers, the confirmed closers, were able to make an impact on their races. So I think as the big race night develops here, I'm going to be watching those who are sitting lurking, maybe in the second or even the third division, turning for home, because I think if you ride your race to suit the pace of the race, even if you're way back, I think you're going to have a chance here.
Almost sort of where we are right now, around the centre of that track. The other thing I wanted to point out, John, is there's definitely a bit more wind here than yesterday, and it is behind them. It's going to be helping them up the straight.
Yeah, I was 5 floors up yesterday. Didn't really notice this sort of breeze up there yesterday at all. But ground level, you're right. At the moment, that wind direction is going to be in their faces, back straight. So again, if you go too hard early, that's going to be costly, I think. And at your backs coming for home, if you're flying down the outside like Mishriff last year, all well and good. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. John, thank you very much indeed. I know you'll hot-foot it up to the commentary box. Time we met the final member of our team now, Rosie Tapner with Michelle.
Rosie, you got to spend the whole day here yesterday. Tell me about some of the things that you got to see.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing here. It's so lovely to see so much culture and heritage showcased alongside the racing and on such a stage as the Saudi Cup. I saw some of the Saudi Cup designers and the designs of the trophies. I was also lucky enough to go into the Horse Heritage Museum, and I thought I knew something about horses, but clearly not, because there's so much more to learn. And there's so much going on here behind the scenes.
Also, I've noticed the fashion this year is on point. There are some amazing outfits, including what you and I are wearing, Saudi designers. And what's the theme going on?
So the theme this year is traditional dress. So I have gone full on traditional dress. And honestly, last night, the amount of beautiful dresses that were coming out were just, I've never seen anything like it. So it's quite special to see something like that in a place like this. It's stunning.
And it's exciting, and we get to see more of that coming up later on tonight. Of course, we'll have Rosie all around.
Michelle Yu and Rosie Tapner tapping in to that relaxed, chilled, serene vibe here at King Abdulaziz. It gets a good deal more frenetic as the night progresses, and you'll miss nothing. So this grandstand filling up here at King Abdulaziz racetrack, expecting a crowd north of 20,000. Grandstand built in 2003. Modern day racing began here in the kingdom in 1965, just a year after the modern foundations. And there are very few nations anywhere in the world who have quite such a depth of appreciation for the thoroughbred. Runners in the paddock for our opening race then here. And let's take in some of the sights and sounds of Riyadh. Welcome back, runners in the paddock, ahead of our opening race on Saudi Cup night. And we're going to head right the way down as we take a look at Mishrif's trainer, co-trainer John Gosden, to the jockey's room, where we'll find Tom Stanley.
Okay, in the weighing room with Christophe Lemaire. Delighted to see you back. You were here a couple of years ago, yeah? Welcome back.
Yes, thank you very much. I came for the first edition of the Saudi Cup 2 years ago. It was a very good experience, and I'm glad to be here again today.
You're a busy guy riding 5 rides tonight across the turf and the dirt. You're in the colours of the horse in the open. He must have a really good chance, Authority. What do you make of his chances?
Yes, he's got a very good chance. He finished second last time in the Japan Cup. He ran a brilliant race. And today we shortened the distance, but he should be comfortable because he's quite a keen horse, and he can travel very well. So I'm not worried about the trip. He stays well. He's got some potential. His race behind Contrail was a very good form. So. He looks brilliant on the morning, so we cross the fingers.
And he wants good ground, right? This surface is what he wants, yeah?
Yeah, most of the Japanese horses like good ground, so today he should find perfect conditions.
Of all the horses you're riding later on, we won't go through them all, who are you most looking forward to in the remaining 4 rides, Christophe?
I like very much Stay Foolish. He's a tough horse, he's got a lot of stamina. He will like the 3,000 meters trip. I rode him last Wednesday and he gave me a very good feeling. He looks brilliant, so he could be a surprise.
Listen, good luck. Thanks for your time. Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
6-time champion jockey in Japan, French-born Christophe Lemaire, 42 years old, vastly experienced and a very, very talented rider. Rides authority here for Japan in our opening race. Neom Turf Cup is worth $1.5 million over 2,100 meters. And here are the runners and riders with John Hunt.
Thank you very much indeed, Nick. Yes, we start over these 2,100 meter distance. Number 1 is Arctic Sound, a local hope. Authority, just a bit tail swishy in the parade ring. Obviously with that standout form from the Japan Cup, he's number 2. For the States, Channel Cat, Joel Rosario, 2 winners yesterday. He's number 3 on the race card. 4 is Flying Visit, having his 3rd start in Saudi Arabia here this evening. And Jim Crowley rides him. Tom Markand aboard Grosser Jack, first run for William Haggas today. Ex-German racer this one, Grosser Jack. Harrovian, number 6, will test Frankie Dettori's fine skills. Really did coax him home to win earlier this year at Doncaster. Harrovian followed on the race card by Caspar, number 7, and then Godolphin's Passion and Glory with Pat Cosgrave amongst the winners on this card 12 months ago. 9 is Pile Driver, fabulous run from him, of course, in Hong Kong towards the back end of last year. He's in stall 14. Martin Dwyer rides him. They work together beautifully on Thursday morning. Solid Stone and Ryan Moore teaming up here with Sir Michael Stout. Is this to be another very fast late developer? Solid Stone, a really interesting runner. Zuran, a dark grey horse looking very relaxed, is number 11 on the race card. And then the 2 fillies from France. Ebera, number 12, Christophe Soumion's mount behind Pile Driver in Hong Kong. And Eudaimonia, number 13, Gérald Mosse rides for Edouard Montfort. Both those fillies, when they came into the parade ring, were just a little bit flighty. They've settled down now. And 14th and last on the race card for the Neom Turf Cup is La Casa Tarifa, a local hope.
Pile Driver should have a major chance in our opening race, the Neom Turf Cup, and he's one of the great thoroughbred racing stories. He was led out of the sales ring, unsold, final bid of £10,000 when he was just a yearling, but his owners decided to keep the faith. They kept him. They've turned down multi-million offers for him, and here he is in Saudi Arabia after a Group 1 win at Epsom in England and an excellent effort in Hong Kong. Michelle, any reason why Pile Driver shouldn't just win again today?
I mean, maybe his post-draw would be the only thing that someone might be saying a negative for him. I thought his Hong Kong-based effort was really good. According to his connections, he really didn't eat when he traveled. That was his first time traveling, and since coming here with that 1 travel under the belt, he has really improved. So if he ran second when he wasn't doing good, this should be better.
Matt, here's the Japanese horse authority, Christophe Lemaire rides. Do you respect this horse?
Absolutely. I mean, I guess if you have any real concern, perhaps this distance is a little bit on the sharp side for him, but look, there's no shame in running second in that most recent start in the Japan Cup to the legend that is Contrail, just the 8th horse in Japanese racing history to win the Triple Crown. So this is a very talented horse.
When this horse first came over, Nick, he'd gotten a little bit warm as well. You could see some lather between his legs, but look at him here on track. He's got his ears up. He's super focused right now. Christophe's got him under a snug hold, but he is being very responsive. I love the way he's finishing up his warm-up compared to how he was in the walking ring.
Increasingly, Japan
so the runner's going to post now.
Such an important force on the global stage. We'll see it later in the Saudi Cup with Theo Keynes and also with Marsh Loren, the Breeders' Cup Distaff winner. A strong hand for them. Strong hand here today also for French trainer Francis Graffard. He's now taken over the string of His Highness the Aga Khan, and a first significant runner is Ebaira in this race. Graffard also has Sealiway later in the Saudi Cup, and he's with Tom Stanley now.
He certainly is, Nick. Yes, Francis, how long have you had this filly, first of all?
I took over the stable in charge 1st of January this year.
And what has she shown you since she arrived?
She's a lovely filly. Obviously, she turned 5. She was just coming back from Hong Kong. She's a filly that was a little bit on her toes, a bit upset. But we said to His Highness that we will see how she trains on, and she will tell us if she wants to race again or not. And I was very pleased with her work up to this race.
Do you feel this distance might be ideal compared to the mile and a half for Hong Kong? This is good for her?
I think so. I think she will be better over this trip.
And how do you feel about fast ground for her? Is that going to be okay?
No, I don't think it will be a problem. Obviously, we have an outside draw. It's going to be a tough race. We need a lot of luck in running in this type of competition. But she's happy and she has a very good turn of foot, this filly. So hopefully she has a clear run and she can produce that in the straight.
Wish you all the best today.
Thank you very much.
Francis Graffard, upon his shoulders a nation's hopes rest. It's been lean pickings for French horses at the top level the last couple of years. He's got 2 important runners today. Matt, worth talking about Ebaira because pedigree and connections warrant the utmost respect.
Yeah, and you know, go back to that run at Châtillon. She did make a late move at Pile Driver, and she just got a little bit short at the end of the run. I think she's going to take a step forward here. I understand it's not sort of back-to-back races necessarily, knowing that that race was in the middle of December, but I think there's every reason to believe she will move forward. I'm still a little concerned about the ground, despite the fact that the conditioner believes this is going to be okay. I think she would appreciate some cut.
Do you find it hard, Matt, when you're looking at horses that are coming in from international where even their firm is not as firm as something that we'd be more familiar with, and they're coming to a place that we know it's firm?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just tough to really convince yourself that, you know what, this is going to be the instance or the opportunity for them to strut their stuff. If they've shown time and time again that they appreciate some give in the ground, they're going to get the exact opposite of that here.
Also looking at some other horses in here. Grocer Jack, I'd love to get a glimpse of him because when he was in the walking ring, he had his mind on other things not involving horse racing. And I would like to see if he has calmed down or not because I thought this horse was really interesting. He was a $700,000 horses and training sale purchase, and that seems like a really large number. You have to be aiming for something big.
And you've got to look at the ownership as well. He's owned by Prince Faisal here in Saudi Arabia. He's with now one of England's leading trainers, William Haggis. You know he's been primed, ready to run for his life for today.
He's also got a nice sort of pressing running style, and I think that's something that we need to take note of. The turf course here at King Abdulaziz, I think you want to be a little bit closer than trying to rally from way out of it. This is a turf course that it seems like if you have a little bit of tactical speed and can get involved early, you can carry that throughout the run.
I think so. Also, Nick, we've looked at horses that are coming from places like Germany and Italy, and we've maybe thought of them as not the upper crust, but I think today is proving that wrong. We have a couple of nice horses that are importing from Germany that are competitive.
Very competitive. German horses renowned for a real toughness, a breeding operation that tends to not dilute the pedigrees too much, and I think we should always respect German bloodstock. John Hunter's had a good look at them down to post. John, anything catch your eye particularly?
Just the 1 or 2 that were just getting a little bit edgy in the parade ring have seemingly calmed down on that short canter to post, Nick. Certainly the fillies from France, Eudemona and also Ebaira, much more relaxed now. Authority was one of the first to go to post. It looked as though it did him the world of good just to stretch his legs at a gentle canter down to the start as well. So Authority looking in good shape like the rest of them, all at the post, Nick.
John, thank you. There is Harrovian, ridden by Frankie Dettori for John and Thady Gosden. John and his son Thady, the joint license holders now for the last year or so. Is this horse quite good enough for this, do you think, Matt Bernier?
Well, it's entirely possible. Go back to that run at Lingfield on the all-weather back in the middle of November, made a big run at Pile Driver. I think you want to keep in mind, though, Pile Driver had bigger things ahead of him. This horse perhaps finally turning the corner, had a little bit of an equipment change. That was first time with the blinkers. Maybe second time out with the equipment is going to be the thing that gets this one over the top.
Nick, you remember I went to the yard and they brought out Harrovian, they were talking about him, and they said that since he's come to Saudi, he's really been thriving here. Some horses, like we talked about, ship well, some don't, but they said Harrovian is really enjoying his time here.
Solid Stone going forward. Solid Stone will be ridden by Ryan Moore for Sir Michael Stout, veteran trainer in the UK. Ryan will be taking the ride on the French-trained Seeley in the Saudi Cup later. Solid Stone is a solid horse. It's a question of whether he's got the tactical speed for this.
Bit of a grinder, figures to have some forward placing in the early part of the run. I guess the question will really be answered at the top of the lane. Can he hold off the likes of Pile Driver, the likes of Authority?
Look at him not wanting to go in the gate right now. You can see he's got the hood on, but he's still a little resistant to loading in. Generally, that helps horses that have gait issues going in. It kind of confuses them as to where they're going if they're nervous or don't want to walk forward. So they've walked him out a couple times. Sometimes they'll give him a turnaround to try and disorient them a bit.
All right, final thought. How does Martin Dwyer, the rider of Pile Driver, play this from the widest gate of all in 14, Matt?
I think you're going to end up seeing a trip very similar to the Japan Cup, and perhaps there was a little bit, one of those things. The most recent run at Châtillon, I think perhaps maybe a little bit of an early move. Similar position here this afternoon, get first run on anybody else trying to make a run from off the pace. I think Authority gets the job done.
US challenger Channel Cat goes in. Harovian is in under Frankie Dettori. Let's join our race commentator John Hunt for the Neom Turf Cup.
Nick, thank you very much indeed. It's going to be absolutely fascinating to see what indeed move is made by a pile driver on the wide outside early. We saw yesterday so much strong pace fall apart as Authority takes his place there in stall number 2. Christophe Lemaire, second to the wonderful Contrail in that Japan Cup and down in trip here this afternoon. There goes Ebera, third behind pile driver in that race in Hong Kong just before Christmas. And now La Casa Tarifa coming forward. And we're just about set to go here. A still hold. Explosive action from now on, though. We're underway. Saudi Cup night is off and running with the Neom Turf Cup. Pile driver holds his ground on the wide outside early, but Authority strides forward, and Solid Stone is the only one to want to go with him at the moment. Slotting in just behind them, Harovian, Frankie Dettori well placed, and Passion and Glory just in behind those, racing together with Flying Visit. And now they flash past the winning line. The bend comes right up. Pile driver has just eased himself in behind Harovian. He's still on the wide outside, but no worse than 6th place at the moment, with Eudaimonia just in behind those. Grosser Jack is in the middle of the pack. Pile driver towards his outside, and then Ebera just in behind those under Christophe Soumillon. For the States, Channel Cat is well off the pace at the moment. La Casa Tarifa also towards the rear end, and Zuran is our back marker as the runners head down the back straight with the first half mile well behind them. Authority then in front. Solid Stone to the outside is now dropping back to be a half a length off the speed. Behind those is Flying Visit, well in touch still, in company there with Passion and Glory, and Harovian still right there towards the outside, seeing plenty of daylight. Pile driver holding his position comfortably. He's got Ebira just on his inside, and now these two will come close together as they head towards the second last turn in the race. Eudaimonia's towards the inside, followed by Grosser Jack. There's a move now from La Casa Tarifa towards the outside, and Channel Cat tries to follow her through. At the back end of the field, we've got Zuran trying to make progress with Kaspar, and the back marker is Arctic Sound. Authority is the one to pass, and they're turning off the final bend into the home straight. Harovian goes in chase, followed then by Flying Visit. Not much more coming from Solid Stone. Oh, we got a faller further back in the field as now Ebira tries to make ground with Grosser Jack as well, and it was Channel Cat the one who came down. Authority for Japan though is out in front from Harovian. Ebira, then we've got Grosser Jack staying on together with Kaspar, ghosting on the scene late in the day, but Authority's just too good, and Japan start the night in wonderful style. Authority makes just about all the running to beat Kaspar, who finished well. Ebira's in behind those with Grosser Jack and Harovian, and then there was another gap back to Flying Visit. Passion and Glory and Pile Driver were both ultimately well beaten. Thoughts with Channel Cat and Joel Rosario after that tumble shortly after the turn for the home straight. But clear of all of that drama was this magnificent horse trained in Japan. Authority has popped out and made just about every yard of the running here to win the Neom Turf Cup in wonderful style in the hands of Joel Rosario. Joel, of course, warmed up with that fantastic double yesterday. Authority too good, Kaspar second, tight for third. Ebira there together with Harovian. That'll need a photo to sort that out. Grosser Jack in 5th place, then another gap to Flying Visit and Jim Crowley. Another big gap then to Arctic Sound, who was alongside Passion and Glory, and then La Casa Tarifa. Solid Stone went with them early but found nothing, and Pile Driver, I'm afraid, couldn't hack it today. He was a length further back and finishes nearly last. But Authority, all class. This could be a major night for Japan, and they have got off to a stunning start.
They certainly have. Authority with Authority, a beautiful ride from Christophe Lemaire. You can see why he's dominated in Japan for so many years. He stacked them all up, and he was still in hand when Frankie Dettori and Harovian came to have a go a couple of furlongs from home. We're thinking of Joel Rosario. We'll bring you news on him just as soon as we get it. That tumble from Channel Cat. Let's concentrate first, Michelle, on this victory.
What a great ride here from Authority. I mean, he went to the front, but he looked very in hand and very relaxed throughout the entire race. And They didn't look like they were going particularly fast. The group was a little bit bunched up, but I think that Christoph snuck away just a little bit early on, putting some distance between him and the rest of the field around that turn. And then when everyone tried to come, he still had a horse to send with. So just a beautifully timed ride there as well. And we love the celebrations from the Japanese.
Wonderful year for Japanese bloodstock. A really important success at the Breeders' Cup. We'll see Marsh and Arend a little bit later on, but you could call Authority the winner so far out because they were going no speed and Christophe Lemaire was making them dance to his tune, Matt.
Yeah, with a horse of this ability, when you allow him to waltz out there on the front end the way that he did, and we kind of mentioned it prior to the race, this turf course, it feels like you're a little bit better suited being forward than trying to rally from off of it. It felt much more like a matter of when, not if, he was going to get the job done. You saw Solid Stone take a shot. Pile Driver, unfortunately, hung very, very wide throughout. I have to be honest, I still expected a little bit more than what we saw here this afternoon, despite the fact that carried quite a bit of ground. But make no mistake about it, Authority, the best horse with the best trip, gets the job done.
Yeah, first strike to Japan, and Christophe Lemaire, here he is alongside Tom.
Yeah, he did. Thank you, Net. I'm just informing Christophe. Joel Rosario came off Channel Cat. He's concerned for him, but hey, well done. This horse was too good.
Yes, he was definitely the best horse of the race. I took my responsibility, get the front. He was very comfortable in front, looking around, taking good breath. So then I know he can stay the trip. So, you know, he used his long acceleration, and there was no contest today.
Was there ever a moment in the race, Christophe, once you'd started, that you were concerned?
Not at all. From the start, he was relaxed, and I could settle the pace very easily. And from there, I was very confident to get to the finish line in first position.
How does that ground out there feel, Christophe?
I think it's firmer than yesterday. It's very windy today, and the ground looks quicker.
Well done.
Thank you.
Christophe Lemaire, what an artistic and assured rider he's been now for so many years. And Authority it is that has won. A horse by Orfèvre. You remember his father Orfèvre had the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe all done and dusted, only to be collared in the last few strides by Solemier in that extraordinary race back in 2012. No such ignominy for this horse Authority today. Never looked in any doubt at all. As Matt said, Pile Driver, who will have been heavily favoured off the back of his form from last year, was trapped wide, very keen off that slow pace, and could never really land a blow. Fast finishers here included Grosser Jack and the runner-up Caspar, neither of whom were brilliantly positioned in the early stages. And Lemaire has just done this to a nicety.
Taking it from a really nice field overall, top to bottom. And again, when you give the best horse arguably the best trip, and in this instance it absolutely was the best trip, setting a very, very rated pace, they're going to get the job done, and they're going to do it rather impressively. I thought Harrovian showed some heart, put in a bit of a good run. This was the second time out there with blinkers, flattened out a little bit at the end of the run, but I think proved at least that next time out deserves another shot in a big event such as this.
I think, too, when you watch some of these races, like you mentioned, forwardly placed is better, Matt, but I think the key is really getting an early move. You can't wait until the top of the lane to ask your horse to go. You have to move earlier than that. It's got to be around the 3/8 pole. You have to start that go, go, go. Otherwise, you're going to run out of time.
In the United States, we call it turn time. And here, obviously, going 2 turns in some of these races, 3 turns in some instances, you need to be making up ground, rounding the turns. So at the top of the lane, you have every opportunity to go and get the job done, where you don't leave yourself with too much work left to do in deep stretch.
All right, Christophe Lemaire rides our first winner. We'll bring you news of Joel Rosario just as soon as it comes through to us. He was receiving medical attention down on the track. Channel Cat, the horse that he was riding, from whom he came adrift, is up and okay. And Joel Rosario still receiving medical attention. So bring you news as soon as we get it. Midnight Bourbon, his intended ride in the Saudi Cup later.
Did watch Channel Cat. He actually was able to gallop out down the stretch and looked very fine running down. Hopefully he was apprehended pretty soon after he passed us, but he was fine.
Peace.
So just taking it from the gate here, Ryan Moore knew the pace wasn't particularly stern. The blue and yellow colours there, Solid Stone. He pushed him forward, And look how wide those horses have gone around the bend there.
And look at all the riders as they turn for home. Christophe Lemaire hasn't moved a muscle. Everyone else is under an all-out ride. You knew at that point it's going to be very difficult to run this horse down.
It's hard to let a horse get loose on the lead, but to let a really good horse get loose on the lead, you're just asking for it right there.
I think there's been a school of thought here that you can sit off the pace and you can close both on the turf track and on the main track. But the point that you made to me last night, Matt, was that we're talking about a different caliber of animal here today. You can't let good horses loose going no pace.
It's one thing when you think it's an overmatched horse that doesn't class up or doesn't necessarily have the speed or the raw natural ability that some of the better horses do. It's another thing when we're talking about a proper grade or Group 1 animal like Authority in a spot like this.
Well, the winning trainer is with Tom.
Tetsuya Kimura is with me, yes, and Marika Seki is kindly going to translate. First of all, many congratulations. What does it mean to win this race?
本当に今日はおめでとうございます。先生、今日のこの勝利、先生にとってどんな意味があるでしょうか。
開業して初めての10年経って初めての海外遠征だったんですけど、馬も人も本当に耐えてくれて。本当によく頑張ってくれたなというふうに思ってます。日頃の積み重ねがこういうところ来て生きたんだなというふうに実感しております。
Well, this is my first overseas trip since I opened my stable area in 10 years ago. This is my 10th year of the training. So this is a very, very pleasant moment, and it was all down to the stable staffs who were doing very good job for this winning.
A huge team effort. When did you make the decision to come here? At what point did you think this race was the right race?
このレースをターゲットにした時期と、一番の理由ですね。それは何でしょうか。
去年のジャパンカップ2着の後に、今年の目標レース設定して、左回りが得意な馬だったんで、この国際レースと、ドバイと転戦できればいいなということで、選ばせていただきました。
This horse likes the left-handed course, and after the runner-up in the Japan Cup last year, we were decided to come over here and then go to Dubai afterward.
Fantastic. We look forward to that. Marika, thank you. Tetsuya, many congratulations.
おめでとうございました。
最後に一つだけ言ってもいいですか。本当にサウジアラビアの皆様に、本当にオーガナイズしていただいた皆さんに本当によくしていただいているんで、本当に皆さんに感謝を申し上げたいというふうに思います。
I would like to thank all the people in Saudi Arabia and the people from the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia for giving us the very, very nice opportunity to give me to travel here and very good hospitality as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
ありがとうございました。
Well, not a bad result for your first trip away from Japan. Authority wins the Neom Turf Cup. More reflections on that and news of Joel Rosario when you rejoin us in just a moment. So it's a beautiful afternoon here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. And just as we speak, Joel Rosario, the man who's charged with riding Midnight Bourbon later in the show, is receiving medical attention, and news of his well-being coming to you just as soon as it comes through to us from the medical teams here in Riyadh. But in the meantime, let's take a look around the city. delight for Christophe Lemaire. He's taken the first race here on Saudi Cup Day on the Japanese-trained Authority. He's been associated with some of the best horses in that country through the last decade, and this was poetry. He really gave most of his fellow riders little or no chance.
Thank you. You run second?
Congratulations, well merited. You won't see a better ride all night no matter what happens now, and we're readying ourselves for the trophy presentation, which here in the Kingdom can be a lengthy affair. We can take our time with a trophy presentation. It's suitably grand. There's plenty of gold, and we're going to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Jcsa, Al-Mandel, to present the trophy with his Neom turf handicap. Oh, it would adorn Matt Bennier's mantle, I think, wouldn't it?
Quite lovely. Hopefully I'm in a position sometime where I can have a horse in a race like this to possibly obtain some hardware like that.
I never thought you was a horse owner, Matt.
I don't either, but hey, you know, you can dream, right?
Matt says he's only going to own a horse if he can come and win a big race in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, we will bring you that trophy presentation just as soon as the presentation party get themselves ready. But it's been quite a week of events here in Riyadh because last year, you'll remember, this event was heavily affected by the global pandemic, and really people couldn't enjoy all the sights and sounds that Riyadh has to offer. But this week we've had the Water Show Boulevard, the draw, breakfast with the stars, and a wonderful night for dinner under the stars as well, which was quite special, and Matt and Michelle got to take some local robes home with them as well.
Did you not take one?
You'll look right at home in California in one of those.
It was like 35 degrees the other morning there. It's very chilly in the mornings.
And a big part of this Saudi Cup festival is the eve, the Friday, which is now the day where we run the International Jockeys Challenge, a team of the best female jockeys in the world against a team of their best male counterparts. And it pretty well delivered yesterday everything that you could imagine that it would have promised. We had an Australian legend who we thought had retired, coming out of retirement to ride, but he couldn't live with his own compatriot. Here's Tom Stanley with some of the highlights.
Two of the world's greatest jockeys, the legendary Joel Rosario from America and Japan-based French rider Christophe Lemaire, joined defending champion Shane Foley and 11 of the best male and female riders representing 10 different nations in this year's running at the STC International Jockey Challenge. In the cooling afternoon temperatures at the Prince Abdulaziz racetrack, the riders would compete in 4 races, 15 points to the winner, 10 to the runner-up, 7 to the third, 4 points for fourth, and 2 for fifth. The jockey with the highest score to win, and so to the first race.
Set, and away they go. Jumping away on towards the wide outside of the field. Al Muthir got a very good start. Al Gawayfat is out in front here from Event down the outside. Al Nashas getting there under Foley. Shane Foley driving Al Nashas to the lead here. Al Nashas goes on late in the day, breaks 2 lengths clear. There's only 100 meters left to run here. Number 3, Al Nashas drawing clear. Shane Foley, who won this event last year, gets off to a dream start this time around.
Shane Foley has picked up where he left off in the International Jockeys Challenge. Well done, take me through it.
Yeah, look, obviously Saudi's been a lucky place for me. I had a lovely run around. He's a horse that stays further, and just once I got him out of kickback, he was good. You know, he's a 9-year-old horse, but he's obviously really enjoying his work still. Not nice to come back here today anyway.
Well, Shane. A great start for the defending champion Shane Foley, with Australia's Caitlin Jones poised in second and Joel Rosario taking third. Christophe Lemaire and Jim Crowley of Great Britain fourth and fifth respectively. Next up, race 2 of the International Jockey Challenge, the only race run on the turf.
And away they go. This is the STC International Jockeys Challenge round number 2. Glenn Boss getting a finish now out of Raed in the pink colours. Watch for him go on the wide outside because this leader's not doing much. Cool Sphere. Here comes 52-year-old Glenn Boss on Raed. powering past a lot of them here. Newbolt's into second place, but it's Raed from in second place, Newbold. He's all class despite advancing years. Glenn Boss strikes, Raed wins it.
Glenn Boss receiving huge congratulations. Glenn, you came out of retirement to ride here. How was that?
Yeah, I'm glad I did now, you know. I mean, that was a real thrill, you know. This Bedden obviously gave me a horse he thought could win today. And he gave me a lovely ride. The speed was hot, you know. And he was good enough to do the job. So, yeah, I'm glad I did it, right?
So a win for Australian superstar Glenn Boss, who came out of retirement to compete in the Jockey Challenge and start his claim for overall honours. This left him tied at the top with Shane Foley with 2 races to go.
We're ready, and it's the third round of the STC International Jockeys Challenge. A couple of them made pretty harsh starts there away from the gate. Down the outside is Wisham, who's finishing off pretty strongly. Then Bawad Kier in behind them in 4th place. From the back end of the field, Abo Al Nawiz is staying on strongly, but this is Caitlin Jones putting down a big marker, chased all the time by Sam Collett. Caitlin Jones aboard Kaelan Al Kale. 3 lengths to the good. The line coming up. It's number 5, Kaelan Al Kale, who prevails, and Caitlin Jones stays right in the mix to be the international top jock.
What a ripper, says Caitlin Jones. Hey, many congratulations, all smiles, take me through it.
I am, thank you, I'm so overwhelmed. I was really confident with this horse going to the race, but the way he won, I had a little peek at the screen and he had him well beaten, it was impressive.
So that win for Caitlin Jones put her in with a chance of winning alongside Shane Foley, Glenn Boss and Jim Crowley. She would only need to finish 3rd to take the title. French rider Marie Vellon and Sam Collett from New Zealand would need a lot to go their way to tie.
Now, and they're off and they're racing. The final and decisive leg of the STC International Jockeys Challenge is underway. Foley didn't start too well on Card Alcama, but he's driven him right up to the front. Going for home, though, it's well done. Alexi Moreno, well done. Chased here by Carter in 2nd place. Here down the outside is Mostalwi and Joel Rosario with the bit firmly in his teeth. Caitlin Jones weakening, won't score any points. Up front, Rosario, Mostali joining well done and Moreno. These two go to the line together. It is Mostali who's out in front. Mostali and Joel Rosario win. This might still have gone Caitlin's way, you know.
Well, Caitlin Jones with me, having won the STC International Jockeys Challenge. And do you know what? It's lovely to see how much you're smiling after the winner as well. And now, congratulations.
It really doesn't matter where I am. I can always make a smile after I win because that's what we go out there to do, no matter where it is. So, but to do it on this world stage and to be invited here, there's nothing more rewarding.
Taking a look now at the trophy presentation for the Neom Turf Cup, going to be awarded to Authority. Christophe Lemaire stepping up there. Presenting the trophy is the CEO of Jcsa Al-Mendel here. Very nice trophies being handed out all around. Also coming up to receive a trophy, going to be Tetsuya Kimura.
First trip to Saudi Arabia.
First trip anywhere.
First trip anywhere. Outside Japan. And as has been sagely pointed out, here and across the world, you don't let a runner-up in Japan's most important horse race just merrily tootle away doing his own thing on the front end of any horse race. That's exactly what he and Christophe Lemaire did. And now we can confirm to you that Joel Rosario is up and he is fit to ride. We can show you the race in its entirety. Joel Rosario up, fit to ride Midnight Bourbon later. Right, let's have a look at the Lemaire masterclass. If one jockey has performed a masterclass, as night follows day, Michelle and Matt, then a few of the others have had shockers in behind, haven't they?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things. I think everyone understands the horses to beat, who you need to position yourself after, all those sort of things. Typically, anyway. In this instance, we saw a great rider in Lemaire say, you know what, I'm on the best horse. We're not going to waste any time. Broke alertly, went right to the front, And at this point, I really expected someone else to go. You see Solid Stone's in a pretty good position. I thought they were going to continue on with this run. Authority's able to back it down to a rather comfortable position.
They tried to go with the horse behind him with the white cheek pieces and the orange and blue sleeves. They were riding that horse, and he just didn't have the early foot to keep up with
flying
Authority.
visit. Jim Crowley, he got it. Ryan Moore got it, but they just didn't have the horse.
Exactly. Sometimes you just don't. And when this horse broke really sharp, Christoph did let him run on. It wasn't like he broke it and then he held him back. When he saw no one else was going, you could see him encourage this horse to move on. Look how easy he's going right now. So this is a great view. He's obviously in front. Look at those ears. Those ears are straight up, kind of flicking back every once in a while. A horse that is all out has their ears pinned very hard to their head. When they're like this and they're up and floating around, this horse is barely in a canter.
Yeah,
Matt could go out there and do that.
Let's get the jockey come on Christoph Lemery. Won't see another horse.
The other thing you have to keep in mind, this is a horse turning back in distance pretty significantly, has been campaigned and won at distances like 1 mile and 9/16, has run out to 2 miles, 2 miles and an eighth. So for this horse to be on the lead at 1 mile and 5/16, it's a bit stunning in the grand scheme of things. For as talented as this horse is with the significant turn back in distance, for this one to just be able to waltz on the front end, it's rather stunning.
Well, and it's something we haven't really seen from him, to be in front with Authority like this. He came from mid-pack in the Japan Cup, so, you know, I love when a horse can do something different with success like this. Here's a winning move right here. Christoph's eking this horse out. He hasn't moved, but you see the riders to the outside of him are whipping, they're riding, and Christoph still has plenty of horse. He hasn't even taken a hold of his yet.
If there's a hard luck story in this race, it's Grosser Jack. He broke a step slow, so Marquand didn't get the position that he wanted. Red colours there. He's now had to tip out 5-6 wide up the lane, and for all Marquand's urgings, he was never going to get there. That's a hell of a run, first start for his new stable, Matt.
I think in the grand scheme of things, too, when you're taking a look at some horses, maybe you want to keep an eye on going forward. Obviously, a big run from Casper. I brought up Harrovian. It looked like Harrovian was really going to threaten at the top of the lane and just flattened out a little bit. Goes back to the stamina. This horse, Authority, had the bottom on the turn back. This is the second start for this horse, Harrovian, off a bit of a layoff. But keep in mind, I'm saying second start. We haven't seen this one since the middle of November. I think you're going to get a forward move out of this horse, and perhaps all he wanted all along was a set of blinkers.
Also talking a little bit about Casper, the runner-up in here. We were talking earlier about the local horses and how they can make an impact tonight. He came out of a local race on the dirt where he was nowhere to be found, but still a locally based horse. He's also a horse that ran in Germany. And again, we're talking about these horses from Germany maybe being a little bit better now. They've really come around into a different kind of form than we used to see from them as their races and their bloodstock have improved.
Runners coming into the paddock then for our next race. Joel Rosario.
That's Joel.
A little sore, he's told Tom Stanley, but he's okay. He's tough, and he'll be riding Midnight Bourbon later on today in the Saudi Cup. There, the ice pack might be needed. Yes, and so they came to Joel Rosario, Matt Bernier, with a large bag of ice and said, do something with that.
Well, good on him. Look, if I had taken a tumble like that, I would probably still be down on the turf course. But these men and women that ride these animals are absolutely the most elite of the elite as far as athletes around the world are concerned. And look, Joel's got a big mount later on this evening. I think it's going to be a really interesting thing to keep an eye on him over the next few, races and things like that. But in the big picture, it's good to see that he's up and ready and willing to go later on.
I think the key is to get up and keep moving, right?
Sure, the last thing you want to do is stiffen up at this point.
Here's the big American contender for the next race, a 13:51 turf sprint run over a distance just shy of 7 furlongs, well 13:51 to be precise. Casa Creed, good enough here, Matt?
Yeah, I tell you what, Casa Creed's a really interesting candidate in a race like this because in the United States, we typically don't have races that run at 6 or 7 furlongs. You either have to go out to a mile or turn all the way back to 5 or 5.5 furlongs. This distance here this afternoon is really the sweet spot. 2 of his best races have come at Belmont Park at 6 furlongs and 7. I don't think he's without a chance in this race.
There's number 2, Cold Front. Trained locally, ridden by Ricardo Ferreira, British-bred horse. He's in tremendous form, and you just do wonder whether the local horses will be able to get a sniff tonight in some of the more open contests.
In almost any contest, as we just saw from the last race.
There's number 3, Enscheiden, one of a brace of runners from Japan, and given what we've just seen, ignore any of them at your peril. You'll be able to spot him with that garish red hood. Third to Space Blues, the Breeders' Cup Mile winner in the Prix de la Forêt. That sort of form would be good enough to see him right on the premises here. Welcoming you back, wherever you are in the world, to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia on Saudi Cup Day, ahead of our second live race. It's the 1351 turf sprint presented by STC. This has a total purse of $1.5 million. Let's check on the runners and riders with John.
14 of them, a thrilling start then, just half an hour or so ago, and we up the ante speed-wise here with this Group 3, 1351 turf sprint. Casa Creed's got the best colours in the race by miles, bright pink. We'll see him miles away. Casa Creed for Bill Mott and Louis Saez. Cold Front is number 2 on the race card, then the first of the greys, Entscheiden. You mentioned that fine form from Paris last year, 3rd place there. Doesn't win very often, but has very, very deep form. Happy Power represents Andrew Balding. Seems eons ago since Phoenix Reach first identified Andrew as a main player on the international stage. David Egan rides. James Doyle has had to switch. More on that in just a moment. 5 is Horoscope. 6 is Lord of Sion, often ridden by Mirko de Muro. Christian de Muro rides here this evening. And James Doyle has moved off Happy Power to ride Naval Crown. That, of course, is because William Buick is stranded, having contracted COVID. This horse, Naval Crown, has some wonderful form, including 4th in the 2000 Guineas. Then the ever-popular Pogo, an infrequent winner, number 8, but such a trier. Charlie Hills has flown in to see him here. Number 9, Rohan, for David Evans and Ryan Moore team up. Rohan, a remarkable Royal Ascot winner when he came from miles off the pace. I wonder if he'll try those tactics again today. Number 10 is Third Kingdom, Sylvester de Souza aboard Fahed Saad. Then number 11, Thunder Moon. It seems inconceivable that this horse hasn't won since the National Stakes as a 2-year-old. Christophe Soumillon, eye-catching booking for Joseph O'Brien. Tom Marquand rides Happy Romance for Richard Hannon. 13 is Masabi, and 14 for Japan is Songline. Can Christophe Lemaire strike again? This time for Tura Hayashi. Every chance. She's got some very solid form.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. I'm going to have a chat with some British connections first of all, just have a little walk around. Annalisa Balding is with me. Hello, welcome back.
It's much warmer tonight.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Last year, yeah.
Listen, what chance Happy Power?
Well, I think sort of going into the race before the draw, we said we'd had a really good chance. I mean, obviously, drawn 13, it's going to be tough.
Your chance to praise all the great work that Maddie does, because she tried to run away, but here she is. How are the horses going, Maddie?
Yeah, really well. He settled in really great. He's loved it here.
You travel all over the shop with the horses, don't you?
Yeah, I've been busy. I was in Qatar before here with 2 of them, so yeah, good.
We wish you all the best. Good luck. I am going to find Gary Woodward, who's over here, who has... I don't know, where's Lynn, Gary? Where's she gone?
She's wandered off. There she is.
She's going to come back, isn't she? I
think so.
Listen, owners of Pogo, how are you feeling about the race?
I think we're quietly confident.
Good, I like that. So's Matt Bernier, I warn you.
Oh, is he? That's good. Well, he likes being out in the sun. It's better than being out in Lambourne, obviously, at this time of year. So, yeah, we're confident.
And you went to Bahrain with the horse as well. You've come on to Saudi. It's a bit of a tour of the Middle East, Lynn.
We hope so. Hopefully on to Dubai next. But
fantastic.
We'll see how it goes today. We're enjoying the sunshine too.
And you've had a great time travelling these horses.
Yeah, we're really fortunate to have him. He's been a great horse. Yeah, really, really good.
That's what it's all about. One more set of connections I want to talk to. The McMurrays, who are owners of Happy Romance. Hi, guys. How are you? Listen, so this, seriously, the first... Ray, isn't it? Ray McMurray, the first horse you've got involved with?
The very first horse, yeah. And I didn't actually know anything about it at the time either. It was my son, Oliver, that...
Come here, Oliver. Okay, you're to blame. Well, did you choose the horse?
Yeah, I did. Dad was actually in Italy, and I registered our interest into it, and he got a phone call from Richard Hannon, and that's where it all went from there, really.
Where it all went right, as opposed to the other way.
Oh, yeah. Usually it goes quite wrong, but, you know, we've been very lucky in this sense.
And is it right that Happy Romance is named after your Happy Romance, or is that a coincidence?
It's a coincidence as well, but there's a story behind it, to be honest, with my
Go on.
Well, it's very long-winded, but there's a story with a greyhound and a wedding dress fund and a dog called Happy Romance that didn't quite win.
So this filly's made up for it?
Yes, absolutely. The luck is first.
Listen, we wish you all the very best, guys. Have a great day and very best of luck. Thanks a lot.
Cheers, thank you. Bye-bye.
Runners arriving at the post then for this 13:51 turf sprint. Matt Bernier, get us stuck into this. What's the departure point here? Where's the logical starting point in a ridiculously open race?
Naval Crown. I think this race, begins and ends with Naval Crown. If he runs his best, I think he's certainly capable of getting the job done. The outside draw, definitely a bit of an obstacle, but I think if he runs back to the most recent race at Meydan, he has a massive, massive chance. We heard Tom Stanley sort of allude to the fact that I like Pogo a little bit in here. I understand maybe a bit of a nibbler throughout his career, doesn't get the job done all the time, or frequently for that matter, but I think the slight turn back in distance with a forward running style, we just saw Authority, and I don't want to compare Authority and Pogo, but the idea is get involved in the run early and make somebody else come and catch you, and I think Pogo is one of the few in this race that can find himself close to the front. Maybe he's not outright on it, but I think he's going to be pushing it.
This distance will be just on the sharp side for him, so he's going to have to be prominent and try and make the best of his way home. Michelle, is he going to be a sitting duck for a horse with a bit more boot, a bit of a turn of foot, a bit of a kick? Who's got a kick?
I do think Casa Creed actually has a kick, and a lot of times the American horses don't have as strong of a kick as the European type horses, but I think that Casa Creed's kick is really phenomenal. In his races in the U.S., he has faced very good fields. He's not beating up on weak fields. And in a lot of his races where he's been beaten, I think it's either a circumstance of the distance is wrong. Like Matt mentioned, we don't have too many 6.5, 7 furlong type turf sprint races. And also, he's had really bad trips because he's a come from behind horse. But when you come over here, you can see the horses space out a lot more than we do in the U.S. We're very bunched together, and you either have to try and come up the rail or hope for a hole. Here, there's a lot of room. If you've got a horse that can bull its way out, he's going to bull its way out. I think Casa Creed can be coming here. Also, coming in fresh might work in his favor and maybe help him lay just a little bit closer. He looked really good in the paddock, if not a touch on the heavy side.
Okay, let's take a look at Naval Crown. There he is. James Doyle, Godolphin's second jockey, stepping in for the ride because William Buick has failed a COVID test.
Just want to talk a little bit about him being typey. We were looking at some of the horses in the paddock when they were behind us, and they don't look like an American type turf sprinter, who are generally a little bit shorter in the back. They're a little bit chunkier all over with
Great
muscle.
Big backside.
Yeah, that's what we'd like to see from a sprinter. A lot of these look more like European horses, a lot more almost feminine looking. He is a typical sprint looking horse. And also it's really interesting that they opted not to geld this horse. A lot of times when Charlie Appleby takes his 3-year-olds out to the UAE, they geld them as they turn forward. This one, still a colt.
And the trainers with Tom.
Yeah, Charlie Appleby is with me. I suppose the obvious place to start is 14. It's not the best place to start, but it's the obvious one.
Yeah, no, look, unfortunately, it's a wide draw to have to overcome. But look, he's a class horse in the race, I feel. He's won over the mile as well, so, he's going to have to leave it up to James, basically. He's going to have to jump, hit the lids and just see where the pace is. And, as I said to James, if he finds himself on the front end, I'll be happy. He might just work a little bit hard to get there, that's the thing. Or we don't want to... Probably see where the unfortunate position where Pile Driver is when they're trapped out there. It's very hard work to try and make that back up the straight.
Are there any obvious comparisons between this horse and last year's winner, Space Blues?
Yes, for sure. This is just a younger version of Space Blues as we stand at the moment, obviously. But he's very much in the same sort of process as what Space Blues was in himself, really, and I feel that hopefully if we can overcome the draw today, and look, if he runs in the first 3, we'll be delighted. But he's going to have a nice career, he'll have hopefully we're going to follow the same programme, should we say, as we went with Space Blues back in Europe.
Just Charlie, good luck.
Brilliant, thanks, Tom.
Big boots to fill, that's for sure. Space Blues winner last year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Mile. James Doyle doing the steering on Naval Crown, backing up what Matt was saying about the likely pace here and getting to the front. What are the Japanese challenge? Well, Lemaire this time is on Songline. They also have Entscheiden in the race. Do you give either of those a shot?
Well, Songline is a classy runner. I'm not totally convinced about this distance for her. I understand she's in decent enough form with that run 2 starts back, but the Fuji has not come back the strongest race we've ever seen, and she feels a little grindy to me. I don't know about you guys, but I don't see a big turn of foot, and I don't know that she's necessarily going to be one of the ones figuring prominently early.
Well, you can look back to the NHK Mile as well. That race has been very formful for producing international winners, so that could be a good leaping off point for her.
Might be down to the last couple here. Third Kingdom going forward, 13:51 sprint. Here's John.
He may well be the last, Nick. Thank you. Stall 11 he occupies here. And we're good to go. Pogo got an absolute flying start. Hung right, though, slightly out of the gate. Soon corrected. Entscheiden's driven right up there. And on the wide outside, Happy Powers away well. Cutting across now together with Naval Crown. They both bounced, really bounced from their wide draws and are now able to move to the front. He's done so well. Naval Crown's got to the lead, if a little keen. Pogo followed them by Happy Power. They remain prominent. Third Kingdom's in 4th place as they race towards the first bend. Masabi's towards the inside. Songline and Casa Creed together with Cold Front all mass up in behind them. Off the pace at the moment is Thunder Moon. So too is Happy Romance on the inside. Running rail behind Casa Creed is Entscheiden, a little bit outpaced and short of room. Laura Cyan now makes some progress. Rohan will have to come from way off the pace as they now streak into the home straight, and Naval Crown taking up a narrow advantage here from Pogo in 2nd place. They straighten inside the final 2 furlongs. Naval Crown from Pogo. After these we've got Happy Romance trying to stay on together with Happy Power. Down the outside, Songline for Japan getting involved. Casa Creed coming home strongly as well from off the pace. It's all changed late. Happy Romance joined by Songline. Casa Creed trying to join in with them as well. Songline in the middle of the 3 goes to the line. Songline for Japan again. Casa Creed, oh, another 3 strides. Would have got there, but not tonight. Happy Romance ran a fantastic race. In behind those, Lord Cyan came further back in the field. Rohan passed quite a few. So too did Horoscope from the back end of the field. But Songline is home for Christophe Lemaire, who won with authority and has won again here, much more narrowly. Songline by a neck or so. It does look from that as though Casa Creed may well have got 2nd, but of course we can't see Happy Romance's head over on the far side. What a race she ran. They were clear of Laura Cyan this side and Pogo on the far side. Then Happy Power 6, Rohan 7th, in 8th place was Cold Front. Further back Masabi, they were followed by Horoscope, and then Naval Crown, who weakened right out of it. Entscheiden, we didn't see anything at all from Entscheiden tonight. And Third Kingdom also right at the back end of the field. And you feel there could be more to come, but it's Japan again. Songline, Christophe Lemaire's night so far.
Lemaire at the double. It's an intercontinental trifecta here in the 13:51. Japan beats Great Britain and the United States of America, but no doubt those familiar silks of Sunday Racing Company Limited are in front, and Songline had the toughness, had the stamina, had the tenacity, thread the eye of a needle and got there to win on the line. Another finely judged ride.
You know they were going an honest pace early on. When you see the horses that were setting that pace, Pogo and Naval Crown, they backed up pretty readily. And Songline, while maybe she doesn't have the biggest turn of foot, I like that she was involved. She was relatively close, and that stamina did come into play. I thought it really worked out for her. Casa Creed, unfortunate for the Americans. I thought it was an incredible run down the center of the lane, and as John Hunt alluded to, maybe another jump may have gotten up in time.
I think he was just a little bit behind Songline as well. His just natural placement early wasn't as close as Songline's was, and he was waiting for a hole. If you saw, he was just buried in between horses. But watch the replay, you can see his bright pink silks. He had to wait for that when we were talking about moving early. He wasn't able to do that, whereas Songline got a little bit better trip. And Matt, at least this shows us that you can win from on the pace or off the pace.
They love racing in Japan, you know, in case you hadn't gathered.
They're doing quite well, aren't they? Talk about a run for the Japanese contingent over the past, what, let's say 3 to 4 months. I mean, they really, all the horses are firing on the biggest stages internationally. And the scary thing is they still have a number of big horses left to come tonight.
Tremendous ride again from Christophe Lemaire, doing it in different fashion this time. Casa Creed, Louis Sayers for Bill Mott in second. Bill will be responsible for Art Collector in the Saudi Cup later. And these silks of Sunday racing, you'd think they've won so many big races across the globe. Well, they'd all come alike, but not a bit of it. They loved every minute of it. I'm sure the jockey did too. He's with Tom again.
He is. I bet he absolutely loved that. 2 in 2. Well done, Christophe.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very glad. Very happy for Japanese team. Once again, it shows that Japanese horses are very strong. And I'm very glad today that she could find her form again. We had a good trip, and she used her turn of foot. At the end, she held on at the finish line. Very happy.
Were you at all worried about the distance for her, back in distance?
No, not at all, because she's won over several furlong in Japan in Chukyu Racecourse, who looks like a little bit Riyadh with a short turn and a long straight. So I knew she would be comfortable here.
And the win, 2 races on the turf. We know Japan have had great success on the dirt out here, but it just shows the versatility all the Japanese team have.
Yeah, of course, they are almighty. You know, we have races over on the dirt, on the turf, and with a lot of good horses with good pedigrees, American pedigrees. So they can fit everywhere.
Okay, good luck in the next.
Thank you.
Wow, Christophe Lemaire, what a night it's becoming for him. Already an extremely wealthy rider, has won some of Japan's biggest races, Japan Cup multiple times, been associated with their 2 great fillies, Gran Allegria and Almond Eye. And he knows what a good horse is, and he'll be in action again in a few moments' time in the longest race of the day on Stay Foolish. He wouldn't be without a chance either.
That horse definitely not without a chance, and especially the way that these Japanese horses have been running. I mean, they brought their A game today.
Michelle, what did you think about Naval Crown being sent from the far outside? Easy to say in hindsight it didn't work, but I don't think it was a wrong decision, given the outside draw.
I think it was a right decision. I think really the horse, when he got to the front there, they had to ask him a little bit. And when you get a horse in high gear, it's extremely hard if they're headstrong to try and bring them back to like a manageable pace. And I think that was where he struggled.
We will review the race in its entirety in a few moments' time. More success for the Japanese. Songline hitting all the right notes in the 1351 Cup and turning away intercontinental foes under that man, Lemaire. Right back with you. Christophe Lemaire in the silks of Sunday Racing Limited wins his 2nd race on Saudi Cup night. And the Japanese a stronger hand in the feature race itself, with Tio Keynes, their dirt champion, and also Marche Lorraine, who sprung such a huge shock when winning the Breeders' Cup Distaff at Del Mar in Southern California last November. Carry on at this rate. Those horses will be shortening all the time. Let's see a little more of Riyadh. Welcome back to King Abdulaziz Racetrack. Songline has won the 2nd race here, the 1351 Cup, and Tom Stanley is with Winning Connections.
Yes, with winning trainer Toru Hayashi. Mariko Seki back with me to provide the translation again. Toru, many congratulations. Tell me about this filly.
このソングラインについてちょっと一言先生の感想をお願いいたします。
本当に海外で勝てるなんて夢みたいですし、本当にいろいろな方からのお力添えのおかげで本当にこうやって勝つことができたので、本当に関係各位の皆様に心より感謝申し上げます。
It's been a great moment for me. I have been dreaming, for many years, and it was all down to the, all the people who gave us the great effort, so we could do this achievement. So thank you very much.
And the line on the rider, Christophe Lemaire, what a brilliant man to ride this horse.
ずっとルメールさん乗ってたと思うんですけれども、Sorry.
いや、ルメールさん2回目なんですけれども、前回も日本の1400メートルの競馬で素晴らしい競馬で勝ってくださりましたし、そういう意味で本当にルメールジョッキー今回も素晴らしい競馬を見せてくださって、本当にルメールジョッキーにはなんて御礼申し上げたらいいか分かりません。はい。
When Lemaire was riding her the last time, and he gave her the great riding as well. So this is, what we have to thank him again.
Well done. Thank you again. Well done. Thank you.
Well done to Christophe Lemaire, well done to all the connections of Songline, and in a moment we'll be able to take you right the way through the race. I mean, the tactical nuances of this race, well, the one that we spoke about beforehand and the one that Charlie Appleby confirmed, Matt, was that Naval Crown would be ridden forward by James Doyle. It didn't really work because he was just too keen, and this is a really extended sprinting distance as well.
It certainly is, and this is also a horse that came out of an ideal trip in the most recent run at Meydan. You had to deal with a little bit of adversity here, trying to clear off, and to Michelle's point, sometimes that is the danger of sending a horse like that. If they get a little bit lit up early on, you can't get them back under control. They expend too much energy early on, and they've got nothing left for the final furlong or two.
Looking right now at the trophy presentation here for the 1351 Turf Sprint. Once again, Christophe Lemaire going to be coming. Prince Bandar there to help facilitate the awards. Going to be handed out here by the chairman of the board, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed Al Fasaya. Also up here representing for the 1351 Turf Sprint, CCO Faisal Al-Sabar, the Enterprise Accounts VP Abdulaziz Al-Her, Partnerships and Relations GM Bader Al-Modi. Once again, trophies going to the Japanese for the first two races here on the card. Toru Hayashi right there taking his trophy. And that's Prince Bandar handing over the very large trophy for the Sunday Racing Company.
All right, let's take a look back at it from the gate then. The 1351 Turf Sprint. Here you go, James Doyle from the outside, drills Naval Crown. Pogo goes with him, Kieran Schumacher, the green and pink.
Yeah, and slightly in behind them, you're going to see Happy Power take up a pretty good position. It had to be an honest enough pace if you were going to try to clear over and save some sort of ground the way that James Doyle did. Unfortunately, at this point right here, you can tell that he's using a little bit too much early.
Yeah, you can see the rider right there pulling him in towards the other horse, and his mouth wide open, his head turned sideways 2 or 3 times. If you watch him, he kind of veered out and then came back down. He really wanted to go, and what he's doing when he turns his head sideways is trying to slow him down. Basically, the bits the horses wear in their mouths are broken in the middle, so if you just pulled straight back, you wouldn't really have any leverage. He has to pull to one side to give that horse something to resist and tell him, hey, slow down, buddy.
We're riding with Tom Marquand here on the jockey camera. Tom was riding Happy Romance, who was fighting it out for second.
And you saw just to the outside Songline and Christophe Lemaire, and here they are now, about 4 or 5 paths off the rail. She just changes leads, and she's going to finish here. I think it genuinely turned into a stamina test. To no one's surprise, she's involved. Casa Creed, who we talked about, 6 to 7 furlong turf sprinter, that's his game coming on at the end, and definitely an admirable effort from Happy Romance. Unfortunate not to win that bob for second.
I really think that Casa Creed was moving best of all there. We talked about him having a huge turn of foot. He delivered that. Songline got the advantage, but she also got the win.
She did. Happy romance. This just stretches her probably a little bit. She came there to win a race and just flattened in the closing stages, and an admirable run from Jcsa Creed. I have to ask you both, how far did Jcsa Creed run up to his form here?
I thought he ran fantastic. I mean, I feel like this is what he's capable of when he's allowed to run at the distance that he wants to run. And again, unfortunately, we just don't have many of those opportunities in the United States. I thought he acquitted himself very well.
I completely agree. I mean, there's just there's not ample opportunity for him to be able to do that. When you have a closing kick like that, but you need that extra long stretch or you need that extra bit of ground, it's very hard to run an abbreviated sprint distance, and that's what we tend to run stateside. So this was a great opportunity for him, and he showed up on the world stage.
Okay, 2 races down, 6 to come here on Saudi Cup night, and of course it all culminates in the world's most valuable horse race, the 2022 edition of the Saudi Cup itself, and that's coming to you at 8:35 local time. There you go. Race 3 is next. It's our chief supporting turf feature, the Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap. Let's take a check on the 14 that will head to post for our feature today.
California-based Grade 1 winner Country Grammar will return off a roughly 270-day layoff for his first international start for trainer Bob Baffert.
Aero Trem is the first ever South American runner in the Saudi Cup. He could be the finest Uruguayan export since Invasor.
Trainer Steve Asmussen has won more races than anyone else in U.S. history, and he says Midnight Bourbon might be one of the best in the world.
In the 1990s, trainer Saeed bin Surur and rider Frankie Dettori, who team up with Real World, dominated global racing. The old firm is back in business with a real talent.
Emblem Road could be the best hope for the locals with a sparkling 6-for-8 record, including his last 3. Impeccably bred, he possesses speed and is the horse for course.
Victory for Mandaloun would be a fine tribute to his late owner Khaled Abdullah, the Saudi prince, a towering figure in global racing. This horse was awarded the Kentucky Derby earlier this week.
Magny-Cours' lone dirt start was a decent third in the 2021 Dubai World Cup for 31-time champion trainer Andre Fabre. The Godolphin homebred enters off a respectable third in Bahrain in November.
Japanese racing continues on the march, and Teo Keynes is their leading horse on dirt. A physical powerhouse, he obliterated his field in the Chukyo Champions Cup in December.
9 furlongs? No problem. Bill Mott's trainee art collector is a Grade 1 winner with a sparkling 5-for-5 record at the 1800 meters and has been showing his zip here in the mornings. Well drawn, expect to see him prominent throughout.
A win for Making Miracles would live up to his name. A strong stayer in England on turf, he's reinvented himself as a quicker horse on the dirt here in Saudi.
French-based Sealaway will be making his dirt debut for his new trainer Francis Graffa. The son of Galloway is versatile on footing and should be making his way late.
Dubai-trained Secret Ambition is the old man of the party at 9, but he's no back number judged on his fluent win in the Godolphin Mile last spring. He's a contender for the early lead.
Japan's Marsha Lorraine shocked at the Breeders' Cup, delivering a devastating late foot to post a massive upset versus her own sex. Immediately pointed to the Saudi Cup for her swan song. Should she best this group of boys, she'll end her career in spectacular form.
And finally, Saudi-owned British-trained the headline act, the standard setter, the hero of a pulsating edition of this race 12 months ago. The widest gate of all is no advantage, but if anyone can, it's Mishrif. Huge challenge for Mishrif as he bids to become the highest earning thoroughbred racehorse in history. We've got a big money race coming up now. It is a long distance handicap. The Longines Red Sea Turf worth $2.5 million. And John Hunt will have the runners and riders for you.
Some very familiar names here. Thank you very much indeed, Nick. Step by step to remind you is the non-runner, but they're headed here by number 1, Sonny Boy Liston, Johnny Murtagh and Ben Cohen team up once again. Winners of the Ebor York and, of course, the Irish St. Leger. The irredoubtable Princess Zoe. The grey, trained by Tony Mullins and Joey Sheridan on board. Former winner of the Prix de Cadran, Paris, the big meeting there, the Arc de Triomphe meeting. A wonderful horse, could be a wonderful story. Scazino is from France and Mikel Barcelona rides. Baron Samedi is the mount of Ryan Moore for Joseph O'Brien. And Dubai Future, one of 3 in the race for Godolphin. Pat Cosgrave rides for Saeed bin Surur, who has got 2 in the race. Miranak is number 6 on the race card. Naef Road, a very, very popular stayer back in Britain, of course. Number 7 seems to be involved in all the big staying races there, representing Charlie and Mark Johnson. Stay Foolish. Could Christophe Lemaire win again? This horse was 5th in the Hong Kong Vase. Of course, Pile Driver and Ebeira let that form down a little bit earlier on today. Siskani's done nothing but improve. Number 9 on the race card. James Dorr rides an exciting talent, this horse. Desert Fire, number 10, will be Christophe Soumion's mount for Saïd bin Suroor. A high-class horse coming from France, trained there by Jean-Claude Rouget, is number 11, Glycon. Christian Demuro rides. Then the non-runner, Step by Step, and the final 3 on the card all have British interest in seasons gone by. Derivo, number 13, was formerly trained by Sir Michael Stout. Luganini had a similar mark to him when trained by Roger Charlton. And Fabulous, who is Sylvester de Souza's mount, was formerly in training with Rafe Beckett. All 3 of them, to varying degrees, doing well locally. This is a big, big challenge, though.
And the possibility of some fantastic stories here. None better, really, than Princess Zoe. She's trained in Ireland by Tony Mullins, whose claim to fame earlier in his career is he was one of the first people to ride the great hurdling and steeplechasing mare Dawn Run. And indeed, it was that sort of campaign that he and Princess Zoe's owner had in mind for this mare. But things turned out rather differently, as the trainer's been telling us.
A fella called Bernard Cullinan found her for me in Germany, and we had bought her with a view to going jumping, and suddenly we realized that we had a very good horse, and here we are at the biggest race meeting in the world. It's just unbelievable for us, you know. The horses we have are usually not in this caliber, so to be here back on the big stage again, it's just, you know, makes my heart flutter. Princess Zoe is very easy to train at home. Her final workout was done on very soft ground, albeit on a very good track, Leopardstown, you know, one of our best in Ireland. From what we saw on the day, we think we're spot on. All my work riders say she's better left-handed, and funny enough, she's only raced once left-handed for us and she got beaten. But her work has indicated that left-handed will suit, and we're quite relaxed about it. Now we're here, the nerves are tapping, but at the same time, this is where we've dreamed of being.
13.
Lucky 13.
1 from the outside, 13.
Being drawn 13 is well out, but she can be slow out of stalls or slow into her stride for the first furlong, so maybe to have a bit of daylight out there might just leave Joey with the opportunity to pick his place when you know, when the race settles down. We've proven in the Prix de Cadron in Longchamp that we stay 2.5 miles, so staying is not our worry. So just a good, even, clean run. We'll show them what she's made of.
And Joey Sheridan, who we saw a good bit of in that clip, is alongside me. I feel like everyone loves this mare. I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I do. I've loved her ever since the first day I sat in her. The first day I did sit in her was in a Premier Handicap in Galway. I think she was rated 79 or 80, so she's risen a good bit since then.
She really has, and I suppose the peak performance was that Group 1 success. But she's run some mighty races since.
She has, of course. Yeah, I think she probably, that day when she was second in the Gold Cup, she probably ran better that day than she did when she won in France. Ground that isn't ideal for her, but she clearly goes on, and it was that was a great race. I got a big thrill out of that day as well.
Now I suppose that's the key in a way for this race, because she has proved that she handles a quick surface, and that's what you got here, Joey.
Yeah, exactly. And the track has a credit to Tom Ryan and everyone that's involved in it. I rode her on it I think Thursday morning. She was brilliant. There's a lovely cushion there and there's no excuses, so look, she goes in it from her Ascot form, so the rest is up to her.
What do you think about the opposition?
I've been riding out Siskiny for Charlie Appleby all week. It's a great. I've been with Charlie the last 2 months in Dubai, just riding work for him. I kind of want to mind my claim in Ireland, so. You know, Charlie's a gentleman and he's a pleasure to work for, and I've been riding out Siskiny, so look,
that's a real vote of confidence with Charlie Appleby, isn't it? Letting one of the competition ride out his horse.
Yeah, even Chris Connett, his travelling head lad, was giving me a bit of slag now. He says, you don't be doing anything dodgy, but no, Siskiny's in great form as well, and look, he'll have a big part to play in the back end of the race.
I want to get Ben Cohen over it. Ben, you come on over, because we'll sort of talk to the Irish guys together. You can stay there, Joey. Ben Cohen, of course, rides Sonny Boy Liston. You're both, I suppose, representing the Irish out here. What chance do you give Sonny Boy Liston?
Yeah, look, he's in good form. He's been off since he won the Irish St. Leger, but yeah, his work at home has been good. So yeah, look, we've a bad job, but I'm happy with him coming here.
How do you feel about the amount of weight he's got to carry around here? Is that a worry for you or no?
Look, it's a lot of weight in a race like this, but he's a big, strong horse. It won't bother him, but yeah, look, it's a lot of weight to give away in a top-class race like this.
You haven't been riding him out, no?
No, I haven't been riding him, no, thank God.
Just checking. Ben, Joey, good luck. Cheers.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Tom.
Lovely, guys. Good luck.
Two young and very talented riders. Joey Sheridan will be riding Princess Zoe, and Ben Cohen there, who's already enjoyed two of his biggest days in the saddle on Sonny Boy. Listen, who's the top weight here, variable weights for horses of varying ability. There's no doubt in the ability of the American quartet that run in this year's Saudi Cup. And for most people, the leading contender in the Silks of Juddmonte Farms is Mandaloun. It's already been an extraordinary week for Mandaloun because he has been awarded last May's Kentucky Derby. That's because the horse that was first past the post, the sadly now ill-fated Medina Spirit, failed a post-race drugs test, and that has only been ruled upon by the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission in the last few days. That means that by default, the man who joins us now on my left, Florent Giroux, who rides Mandaloun, is now a Kentucky Derby winning jockey. Florent, I guess I should say congratulations, but I suspect a rather weird feeling. How does it feel to be a Kentucky Derby winner sort of by default?
It doesn't feel like anything because I just didn't win it. Like you said, I got put up, as a winner, but in my mind, I want to cross the finish line first, and I'm sure, Brad Cox and the ownership, of Juddmonte are thinking the same thing, but someone has to be put up, so we're just taking it, but hopefully we can win it one day, fair and square.
Is it kind of a letdown for you to be like, oh yes, now I'm a Kentucky Derby winning jockey, but not really?
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I mean, it's like something I would like to achieve, in my career, and it's very high on the list, and I'm just hoping, one day I can accomplish that.
Come what may, Mandaloun is a very, very talented horse. He had to be to run second as an experienced horse in the Kentucky Derby. Do you feel he's really developed since then?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think it really turned the corner, from 3 to 4. The time off, was all good for him. He was able to grow, physically, and also he's better mentally. I think he's less sharper, mentally. He knows what he's supposed to do now on the racetrack, and I'm looking forward for the race later this evening.
Flo, I want to talk a little bit about what you think about him as far as a weapon for him. Some horses, it's their speed, some horses, their closing kick. What do you think's the most dangerous thing about Mandaloun?
Well, I think he has a very high cruising speed. He can travel very easily. Even if it's a hot pace, like we've seen. In the Derby, there was I don't think that was a very fast pace, but I felt like he was the only horse really traveling on hands pretty much all the way. And he did the same thing also in NASCAR, and pretty much every race he runs, he's always right up there, not too far off the leaders. And when you ask him to go, he doesn't have too much. Not much to do, when he comes into the lane.
Do you have a good relationship with him? I know you were out here this week, right? And you came out in the morning and you not only watched him on the track, but you got up in the gate with him and talked to him a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think I think he likes me and I like him. But no, I was been lucky, to read him to all of his starts so far. Mm-hmm. I'm the only jockey who rode him, the afternoon, so I think it speaks for itself, and Brad probably thinks, I have a good relationship with the horse, and he just keeps winning races for me, so he get me off the hook for sure.
We're looking right now at Flo this week. It was Thursday, came out, and that's him behind there, him and Brad Cox. getting Mandaloun into the gate. What'd you think about him standing in the gate? Because, again, no headers here.
He's pretty good. He's always been a very good gate horse. You know, he's very quiet. You know, when he gets in, he's very easy to load. And most of the time, he always breaks very sharp and puts you in a good spot, you know, right from the beginning. So I'm excited about the race, and hopefully I have a good trip, and I'm hoping he's good enough to win the race.
I mean, this association between you and Brad Cox is taking your career to another level, hasn't it? We remember you from Gunrunner and your days riding him in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and what an amazing horse he was for you. But do you now feel like you've taken things to a whole new level?
Well, definitely. I think when you ride a horse, you know, like Gunrunner, it definitely helps, you know, opening doors, you know, who were closed, you know, in the past. And I've been lucky to ride, you know, one of the best, you know, racehorse in the past 10 years. So it definitely, you know, show people you can do it, you know, if you ride the right horse. And no, I thank him for that. You know, every day when I wake up, you know, he's a horse definitely who bring my career to another level. And I'm hoping Mandaloun can be the next one.
Flo, the horse has run well at 1 1/8 in the past. A little bit of a different configuration here this evening, going one turn. Any concern about that? And as far as the race itself is concerned, where do you think you're going to be positioned? By no means is he a slow horse out of the gate, but I don't think we expect him up among the pace setters. What's the plan for the evening?
Well, the way I look at it, you know, I think there's maybe a couple of horses, you know, a little bit quicker than me. I'm thinking, you know, Midnight Bourbon and Art Collector. I'm thinking are the two, you know, horses I know very well who could be in front of me. Country Grammar also have the #1, so I'm thinking, you know, Flabien's probably going to take some kind of position. He has to. And I'm not sure, you know, but the other horses, you know, from there's one local horses look like he led, you know, but I don't know against, you know, horses like Midnight Bourbon and Art Collector if he's going to be able to get in front of them. But I'm thinking like the usual with him, stalking trip, hopefully not very far off the pace.
You've got a very good grip on the American Quartet, particularly your own horse, but you watch racing all around the world. You know Mischief pretty well. Who do you respect the most in the race? Who do you fear the most?
Well, definitely Mischief, you know, Mischief for sure. I mean, he's the horse who won it last year, and he beat a very good horse, you know, that day, you know, Charlatan. So you have to give him respect. He's not only good on that track, you know, he's a champion horse, and he's won some big races also on the turf in Dubai, you know, Ascot, pretty much anywhere. So he's a very good horse.
Congratulations again on the Kentucky Derby victory. I know you don't think it's a victory, but the name's in the books for the moment anyway. Okay. And good luck later on.
Thank you.
Florent Giroux, who will be riding the major American hope Mandaloun in the 2022 Saudi Cup as we warm towards the longest race of the day. As the dust begins to fall here at King Abdulaziz racetrack, we'll be presenting you in association with Longines, the Red Sea Turf Handicap, coming right up. So the paddock nicely packed ahead of this important handicap. Quite an unusual race, rather modelled on the conditions of the Melbourne Cup. And I know it's been the ambition of people here in Saudi Arabia, in the race committee here, the Jockey Club Saudi Arabia, to make this part of a staying handicap series around the world. The Ebor, the £1 million Ebor at York in August in the UK, and the Melbourne Cup, of course, the most famous handicap in the world, really being the other obvious races that might tie in to this in due course. And of course, it's become much harder in the last couple of years, not only with the pandemic, but also with the much more stringent veterinary regulations to get into Australia for horses based in Europe to go down and compete in the Melbourne Cup. So many of them, including a horse like this, Sonny Boy Liston, might find this a more attractive and more accessible opportunity, and the money is serious.
Until you see how much weight you have to tote. I mean, this is a handicap, like you said, he's going to come in here as a high weight, 137 pounds. I think it's been since like the 30s in America that we've seen that.
Yeah, we don't do that very frequently back home. I will say this race right here tonight, it's the battle of established form versus the up-and-comers. You've got proper group and grade 1 company runners taking on horses, stepping up from handicap sort of races. And the question is, can they handle that height and class or not?
He's a tough horse, this Sonny Boy Liston. He's almost numb. He runs hard, and there's a marquee victory for his trainer, Johnny Murtagh, former top-class rider, of course, when he added the Iris and Ledger, the only European Classic open to all ages of horses, to his victory in the Ebor. Runners cantering to post then for this 3,000-metre test here at King Abdulaziz racetrack. Welcome back. This is the Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap 3,000 metres longest race of the day. Michelle Yu, Matt Benier alongside. Michelle, a bit of a novelty for some countries watching on, particularly plenty in the United States.
Yeah, definitely a novelty. We had to do our serious math to try and figure out how far this was when we looked at how many meters this race was. Matt and I were adding and subtracting and trying to figure out mile and 7/8. I don't even know how many turns that would have to be at home.
Oh, probably 4. Realistically, we only have one race that comes to mind over there. It's the Belmont Gold Cup, which, oddly enough, the winner of that race last year, Baron Samedi, is going to be one of the major players here this evening.
And who ties in well with compatriots Princess Zoe and Sonny Boy. Listen, here's Siskani, though, who is the sort of upwardly mobile horse.
This is the horse I'm most interested in. He's one that is going to get the acid test here this afternoon. He's a horse that visually in the most recent start looked fantastic at Meydan, took up a beautiful pocket position, drew off and won for fun. It was against considerably weaker company. The question now becomes, A, the distance. I don't think he's going to have a problem with that. But B, more importantly, the class. Can he really class up to the Sonny Boy Listons of the world and some of these others?
We do have to remember that day that he won over in Dubai, the rails were actually out that day, and speed tends to hold when the rails are out. So he could be flattered by that as well if maybe he doesn't stack up to be quite as good. I did like another horse in here, though, that's a Dubai runner, and that's the 5 Dubai feature for Saeed Ben Sarur, stretching out in distance and, drew towards the outside last time and had a ton of trouble finishing behind Siskany, but was a horse that was trying to come off the pace, and again, the rails out, flattering front runners. Prior to that, though, he was a very clear winner. The runner-up, Star Safari, actually has run well twice since then, including this weekend. There's a look at him right now. He's going to get the blanket to actually go into the starting gate. What this does is really helps a horse that gets a little wiggly in the gate or might not feel as safe. That blanket's a little bit weighted, and it goes on and protects their flanks. Horses are flight animals, and so if they think that something might attack them, it makes them very nervous. With that weighted blanket on there, it kind of makes them feel cozy and makes them stand into the gate very still.
Well, everyone who takes an interest in international racing will be familiar with the exploits of Johnny Murtagh, highly decorated rider, multiple Breeders' Cup winner, multiple Irish champion jockey. He now is a trainer. He trains Sonny Boy Liston. He's with Tom.
He does indeed. Johnny, how has Sonny Boy Liston travelled over?
He's travelled over very well. Lost a bit of weight on the flight, but he's put it all back on. Very happy with him. He's fresh and well. I think he's fit enough, but it's a big ask around here today, first run of the year.
He had a serious season last year. At what point did you think, this race in Saudi?
I thought after the Irish St. Ledger, this was a good trip. Everyone was talking about Australia, but it was after having quite a hard race in the Evo. He came back and he won the Irish Ledger, so I thought this is a nice race. I had that in my mind for a while, so he had a nice break. Came back in, he looked really well coming in, but he's in a while now. He's done plenty of work. We've had a very good winter in Ireland. The weather's been good. He hasn't missed a day, so brought him to Leopardstown there at the festival, and yeah, Ben rode him and he was very happy with him. Thankfully, it's pretty nerve-wracking. This is nerve-wracking now. Much easier to ride them.
Trainers always say that have ridden.
Yeah, listen, you just hope everything goes well. He gets to the start, he doesn't stand on a shoe, he goes in the stalls, and when the stalls open, then it's a little bit more relaxed. But just getting them here to line up in a big race like this it's pretty hard work, and as soon as he goes in and jumps off, I'll be happy.
Cheers, Johnny. Try and enjoy.
Thanks very much.
Big horse for Sonny Boy Liston. Now, we can't rule out Christophe Lemaire at the treble. Stay Foolish for the Shadow Racehorse Company, and Yohagi, the trainer. Matt, Stay Foolish, do you give this horse a chance?
Well, look, based on what we've seen from the Japanese contingent in the first 2 races of the day, I think you would have to, based on that alone, consider this horse. But this one also figures to be forwardly placed in a race that doesn't seem to have a great deal of early foot. We saw Lemaire win gate to wire in the Neom Cup. Find out. How about this one?
I'll give a couple of negatives for him. I don't think that his form is as strong as the other 2 Japanese horses. And also, you take a look, he finished behind Pile Driver last time, and Pile Driver wasn't anywhere to be found in the first race. So just because of that, I'm going to take a stand against.
Yoshito Yohagi, very experienced trainer, trained the 2020 Japanese Triple Crown winner Contrail, one of the best horses to come out of Japan the last couple of years. Let's talk Princess Zoe. Let's take a look at her, because Tony Mullins has kept her away from the training track the last couple of days. She was just getting a bit on top of herself.
Yeah, he said that when she came out, she was starting to think it was race day and got extremely nervous and was getting herself worked up, psyched out. But look at her. She is perfect. She was perfect in the walking ring, cool, calm, and collected, flipping those huge ears of hers all around, and she has maintained that composure. As long as she gets in the gate right now, I'd say this was a thumbs up on a training job from Tony to get her nice and relaxed now for the race.
Not a great draw. She's got Baron Samedi, the Belmont Gold Cup winner, to her outside, Matt.
I think he took advantage of a softer position over in the United States. He was making up a little bit of ground on Sonny Boy Liston in the Irish St. Leger. I don't know that I love that form, but just based on the fact that they're proven group and graded stakes runners, you have to give them a look.
You got the pre-Royal Oak runner-up and third Scazino, and Glycon representing France here. That's just an okay hand for them. The Argentinian-bred Mirnyake, who you saw at the Breeders' Cup. And big local hope is Derivo going forward. Now Fabulous has scraped in as the first reserve for the Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap. Looks as though Scazino will be one of the last ones forward in the colours that will be sported by Ryan Moore on Sealy in the Saudi Cup a little later on. Who wins?
I like Siscani. I know it's a class test, but that last race at Meydan, yes, Michelle alluded to the fact that the rail was out. I still thought it was an impressive effort, and this one is going to get a lovely trip.
Dubai Future for me, for Saeed Ben Surat.
Godolphin 1-2.
Good, there we go. We're going to turn the tables on Siscani from that last one, though.
Dubai Future for Pat Cosgrave and Saeed, who won this last year. Here's John Hunt.
And Sonny Boy Liston was the last one forward. Starter ready now to send them on their way. 3,000 meters. And away they go. Naef Road, the one who half-reared coming out of the stalls. But they're off and running, and Princess Zoe staying out wide, showing some reasonable speed though as well. Stay Foolish away nicely through the first 150 meters and now comes through to the lead. So under man of the moment tonight, Christophe Lemaire. Stay Foolish has got the lead. Princess Zoe right on his shoulder though in second place. Behind those is the rapidly improving Siscani. Another step forward required tonight. Fourth place, the red cap of Desert Fire, and Sonny Boy Liston and Baron Samdi are just in behind these leaders as well. Naef Road has recovered after that slightly tardy start. The white cap of Godolphin is carried by Dubai Future as they round the first bends. Scazino is further back in the field together with Murinak, who's the grey held up just ahead of Glycon. Glycon is then followed by Derivo in company with Luganini, and Fabilis sits last of all under Silvestre de Souza. So out in front, Stay Foolish. Christophe Lemaire with an untroubled lead once again. They're not taking him on early. First third of the race now behind them. Princess Zoe still in second place as Naef Road makes progress around the outside to come and join her. In fourth place is Siscani. Siscani just ahead of Desert Fire, and then Sonny Boy Liston and Baron Sandy. Scazino's in behind those, racing together with Dubai Future, and then they're a little bit more strung out after that, with Murinak still racing just ahead of Glycon. Glycon's a length and a half ahead of Derivo at the back end of the field, with Luganini, and Fabalis is still right at the back of the field. So they turn once again into the back straight, and taking them there is Stay Foolish, who still has this untroubled, unpestered lead of a length and a half. Naef Road in second place. Siscani within striking distance in third. He's just backed off slightly on Princess Zoe, but she's still right in the thick of things, the grey on the wide outside. Sonny Boy Liston with every chance from there as well in fifth place. That one tracking Siscani. Joining in with them now on the outside is Desert Fire moving closer, and also for Godolphin Dubai Future with that white cap. Baron Samdi slightly further back. Miranik is next. So then comes the French pair. We've got Scazino, who's racing ahead of Glycon, and then comes Derivo, and still Luganini at the back with Fabilis as they now begin the turn for home. They've got under half a mile left to go from this point. Lemaire looks comfortable, leading on here on Stay Foolish. Naef Road, the first of the leaders to come under pressure. On his outside, Princess Zoe. Siscani's going great guns, right in the slipstream of the leader as Sonny Boy Liston now comes under a bit of pressure. Dubai Future staying on, Baron Samdi, and also staying on is Miranak as they come for home now. Stay Foolish is out in front still, over a length clear. Siscani's asked all the questions now, can't close. Stay Foolish, the gap grows. In third place is Sonny Boy Liston, back in fourth is Dubai Future, and Stay Foolish. This is a dream night for the land of the rising sun, in the setting sun here of Saudi Arabia. Stay Foolish gives them another winner. Japan on fire, and it's Christophe Lemaire again. He made all. Sonny Boy Liston, and in behind those, Baron Samdi, Siscani not far behind them, and they were followed by the weakening Miranak, but it's all about Japan. 3 out of 3, they've won the Longines Red Sea Cup here, and a perfect front-running, untroubled ride again by Christophe Lemaire is rewarded as Stay Foolish makes every single yard of the running to win. It looked briefly as though Siscani was going to be his equal, turning off the final bend, but Lemaire just pressed that button again and went comfortably clear in absolutely fantastic style. Stay Foolish then confirmed as the wide margin winner of the Longines Red Sea Cup, and there is no stopping Japan, no stopping Christophe Lemaire. 3 out of 3. He won by 5 or 6 lengths. It was Sonny Boy Liston second, third place went to Ciscani, fourth, well that was tight. Baron Sandy's nose was down together with Dubai Future. Tight in behind those as well with Miranak in company with Scazino and the red cap of Desert Fire. Glycon never got into it. He was well beaten, held up at the back end of the field. But what a performance. Stay Foolish absolutely destroys them in the Longines Red Sea Cup.
And with all due respect to the sponsors of the Red Sea Turf Handicap, the smartest timepiece on show here today is the one inside that man's head. Christophe Lemaire, take a bow. You've ridden him to sleep again on Stay Foolish. 3 up for Japan.
I don't even know how he did it. At one point I thought maybe some other riders were going to go with him, right? He's out there and you're thinking, oh my gosh, he's going to do it again. Some other riders tried to come up and make an impact, but no one took that initiative to actually throw down. And clear winner.
He's putting on a masterclass here this evening, and we've seen it in 3 different configurations, going slightly shorter on the turf. We've seen a turf sprint and now a long distance marathon. He's able to ration out that speed of these quality Japanese horses and really leave the field with no chances. They turn for home. Ciscani had a beautiful trip, the ideal pocket trip. It was what I had hoped for. And really, when James Doyle tipped out, there was no chance. Stay Foolish just had too much left in the tank.
I want to say I'm a little disappointed with the celebration from the Japanese. When I saw Yoshuta Yahagi actually win the Breeders' Cup, they won the NTRA, the National Thoroughbred Racing Association, Moment of the Year for their celebration. They were like, oh, we expected to win now.
And from an international form perspective and a handicapping perspective, this race makes perfect sense.
Absolutely.
Sonny Boy Liston, a really tough, hard-knocking horse, has run a huge race under a big weight. Ciscani's come there cruising under James Doyle, but just didn't have what this horse Stay Foolish had in the finish. Why not?
The other thing to keep in mind, the top 3 finishers all saved every inch of ground. I say the finishers. The winner was down there on the inside setting the pace. You saw Ciscani, who was down there in that perfect pocket position, faded a little bit but still finished 3rd. And Sonny Boy Liston was tucked in just behind Ciscani as they rounded the far turn and eventually was able to grind away and get 2nd. So speed and inside has really been an advantageous position to be on the grass this season.
Can I say the horse I feel the worst for is Naif Road. Missed the break completely, wasn't standing still at all, jumped out of there. At one point ran right up alongside. He was the one that was pressing the pace here and really tried to fight on around the turn before fading, but did so much stuff.
You've seen the first 2 installments of Christophe Lemaire. Oh, this is a box set. Here's Tom Stanley.
Wow, wow, wow. 3 for Christophe Lemaire.
Unbelievable. But you know, I was very confident with that horse because last morning he looked beautiful. I had very good feeling on him. I knew he would stay the trip. So once again, we took the lead and he was very comfortable in front. And then he used his stamina. And wow, what a performance.
He just kept going. Were you confident he'd keep going?
Yes, that's right, but he was so comfortable in front, running his pace, that, you know, he was doing very well, so he didn't stop.
What an incredible night for you and for Japan. Well done.
Yeah, unbelievable. Thank you very much.
Stay Foolish completes the hat-trick, a glorious hat-trick for 42-year-old Christophe Lemaire. As John Hunt said, as the sun sets here, it is victory for the land of the rising sun again. And we'll be right back with you for more after this. Stay Foolish garlanded in the Longines rug after victory in the Red Sea Turf Handicap. And the good news for all other countries is that the next race is for local horses. So no chance of a Japanese winner. Yoshita Yahaga, one of the great trainers in the world, takes a big prize here. Welcome back. What a glorious scene that is as the sun just dips down behind the grandstand here. 30 miles outside Riyadh at King Abdulaziz racetrack, first built in 2003. We've been racing here, racing the modern thoroughbred here in the kingdom since 1965. One great innovation is this race. Longest race here on Saudi Cup nights. It's the Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap. First thing to note, Matt Benier, Naef Road, Blue and Red Silks, Andrea Azzani couldn't get him out.
Yeah, very difficult position to be in at that point when you miss the break, and then we're going to see as they go down the front side for the first time, ends up making a bit of a brush out in the clear. That's really a no-win situation where you've expended quite a bit of energy after missing the break as badly as this one did. Not an ideal situation. Meanwhile, Lemaire, who is, again, just putting on an absolute masterclass this evening, brakes alertly, goes right to the front, and I think they're going a fair pace. I don't think they're out there completely walking, but boy, I mean, when you're in the zone, you're in the zone.
What this jockey cam is showing us, Michelle, is, you know, it sounds obvious, but the turf track is relatively tight here, right to the inside of the big sweeping main track. You are turning an awful lot.
Yeah, certainly you are, and that's hard on some horses when we're talking about when to move your horse. A lot of horses can't get at full speed when they're turning, so they have to either wait for the straight or get that full speed beforehand. What we saw there from that view also is that the turf course is very firm. You can hear their feet rattle.
And just cast your eye to the grey there. That's Princess Zoe. You can see Joey Sheridan. He's desperate to try and shelve her in, get a bit of cover, get her in, cover less ground.
I actually thought when she was wide open and Christoph was loose on the lead that he maybe should have just let her go up there and see what she would do, because the whole time instead he spent trying to find cover for it. You see she took a pretty hard hit right there, and that's never good, right? Throws you off pace, throws you off balance, and you're just not going to be able to deliver your full run.
Got a bit rough on the inside for Siskani there for a second or two as well.
A little bit, but in the grand scheme of things, that's the sort of position. It was almost a replica of the race we saw from Meydan most recently. It just happened to be against better horses here this afternoon. But the thing that you want to keep an eye on, and we mentioned it right after the race, you've got your winner, Stay Foolish. You've got Siskani down on the rail. You've got Sonny Boy Liston just in behind him drafting. Those are the three horses that make up your top three finishers when all is said and done.
I also want to point something out, Nick, when we're watching jockey cam right there. You see how the horses' heads are bobbing up and down, and you could almost feel like it's a merry-go-round when you're watching the view. That's because they're not going at a top speed. So when you watch the jockey cam and the top of the lane on some of these dirt races where they're going to be going all out, you'll see that ride gets a lot smoother. You can really use it as a gauge. Even right now, he's moving, the horse's head is moving a lot less, starting to put it down and put it out as they really hit to accelerate here. It's just so much smoother than it was early on when they were just galloping along. And there's, Princess Zoe taking a little bit of a hit on the outside.
Yeah, we were riding with Andrea Azzani there, and you could see the horses converge upon him. Naef Road starts to beat a retreat. And at this point, you think, well, Siskani's riding shotgun to the outside under Doyle, but our eye was drawn to him. It should have been drawn to Lemaire, who was motionless.
Yeah, and unfortunately, anybody that liked this horse, Siskani, you looked like you were in really good position, but to your point, Nick, Lemaire was looking like a statue in the stirrups at the top of the lane. He hadn't asked it. really for any run at any point. Finally, when he cuts Stay Foolish loose, opens up to an authoritative victory. It's safe to say this is going to be one of the more impressive performances of the evening.
All right, we're going to head over to the trophy presentation now. And that was a good look at the winner of the Longines Red Sea Turf Handicap. Once again, Christophe Lemaire going to be coming up to be taking a trophy from Regional Brand Manager of Longines, Patrick Yon. He's going to have quite the collection after this night is done. I think he also gets to take home a beautiful Longines watch. That's Patrick right there. We see him at several of the big events around the world. This Longines, a longtime sponsor of horse racing. Bless you.
Bless you, Christophe.
And going to be coming up right now to get his trophy, Yoshito Yahagi. Put it right next to his Breeders' Cup trophy.
So it is all about Japan so far. Will the whole night be all about Japan? Got two fantastic chances in the Saudi Cup itself. The Breeders' Cup winner, Marsh Loren, bidding to become the first filly to win the race. They also have the Japanese dirt champion, T.O. Keynes. But standing in their way, a serious quartet of United States horses, never mind Mishriff. One of those horses from the US is Country Grammar, who is owned by Amir Zidane. Amir is best known in horse racing as the owner of Medina Spirit, the horse who was disqualified earlier in this week officially from first place in the Kentucky Derby, and who very sadly lost his life subsequently of a fatal heart attack. It's been a really tough year for Amir with this horse, and Country Grammar is hoping to give him a day to remember here at King Abdulaziz this evening. He joins me now. Amir, thanks for talking to us. You've spoken quite a bit about the Kentucky Derby and how you feel about it in the last 24 hours or so. Am I right in thinking that for you, this is a book that isn't closed? It's going to have a few more chapters written yet.
Hey Nick, thank you for having me. It's good to see you here again. Certainly, I'm really confident, as I've mentioned earlier, and at the sake of sounding very repetitive, I strongly believe in our case, and I firmly believe once our case is reviewed on the merits, on the facts, in a very objective manner, we will absolutely be reinstated as the Kentucky Derby. I have no doubt in my mind.
Okay. So what a lot will be thinking is, how can that happen? The horse has tested positive for a banned substance, a banned medication. They're the rules. He gets disqualified. On we move.
On the outside, if you just stop there, you're probably right. But it's not as simple as that. You'd need to dig deeper. We have gone through the court process, and we have obtained a ruling whereby all parties were ordered to undergo a laboratory test. And the laboratory test has determined conclusively by Dr. George Malin's lab at Industrial that it is an ointment. Now, if you look at the rules clearly stipulate that if it were to be betamethasone acetate, then we're talking about the betamethasone that would be subject to disqualification, and that's it. However, the confirmed substance that was determined to be found in Medina system was the valerate, and valerate is probably, you could consider a violation, but that violation doesn't call for a disqualification. It's an ointment, and with that, once we are reviewed properly, objectively, this narrative will prevail.
It seems to me that there are sort of two separate strands of this case. One is, has the horse had a banned substance administered? And that is what you're debating, because you're saying it's a different compound that shouldn't be considered a banned substance. The other strand of this is the view of much of America and much of global racing of the horse's trainer, Bob Baffert, one of the most hitherto celebrated trainers in the world, now under the microscope because of this and because of previous incidents. You described this yesterday as a witch hunt. You chose your words pretty carefully. You paused before you said it. Why do you think that is?
Well, look, Bob's been extremely successful, and I don't want to risk basically elaborating and just causing speculation and arguments that are just not really conducive. I trust in the integrity of the whole process, and I choose to stand by the greatest trainer that has ever seen or the sport has ever witnessed. And it's not my emotional friendship side to Bob, and I read all sort of articles. I know the man, and I know the man's emotions. When Medina passed away, it's like one of his kids passed away. The man loves horses. He will never endanger his reputation, nor endanger his horses. He has had a positive with Gamine. Gamine had a betamethasone 18 days out. The rule book calls for 14 days withdrawal. Every horse metabolizes the drug in a different manner. You cannot hold that against Bob Baffert. Now, why was he emotional? I mean, why did he have that sort of aggressive backlash? Because that's how he felt. He felt that there's absolutely no way that there could be a betamethasone presence. He banned it post-Gamine. So he really felt strongly about that. He felt insulted and he felt hurt on behalf of the horse, the owner, and himself. And he knew all this was going to break crazy.
Now I can feel your passion really coming out, and there's a deep-seated loyalty to Baffert in you that you've expressed very articulately. Are you going to take this right the way to the ultimate conclusion? Will you push this right to a Supreme Court if needs be?
Myself, my means, my resources are at Bob Baffert's disposal. We are going to see this till the end. If it takes going to the Supreme Court, I will throw every single bit of me into this. That man is a good, decent family man. And I will not stand for any more insults, any more criminal allegation to a man that has been nothing but great to this sport that we all love. This sport is barely hanging on by a thread. The last thing we need is personal biases, jealousy to kick in. All we're asking for is an opportunity to present our case objectively. These stewards, why did we go to Dr. George Malin? To prove the distinction. Why wasn't that distinction considered in the hearing? Was it just a waste of everyone's time? If you're really so adamant at avoiding the facts, why did you waste everyone's time, including mine, and prolong the agony and suffering for all these months if you knew you weren't even going to consider what was supposed to be considered? That's a question mark. But I firmly believe, again, there are calm minds. There's a lot of wisdom that will come together. If at the end of the day, for whatever reason, Medina will be disqualified, fine. If that's what the Supreme Court, or whoever the highest authority rules, fine. But we all need to come together for this sport that we all love. Bob Baffert has been nothing but great to me, has been nothing but great to the sport, and he does not deserve all this misinformation. He is compared to other people that I don't want to even mention names because it's improper, but this guy loves his job. And he is great at what he does, and he's been nothing but great to everybody around him. Do you know how many people in his barn, he doesn't like to speak about, you know how many people in his barn that he has saved loved ones and lives for? There are stories that you guys don't even know, and he doesn't even talk about. I know, I am his friend, and it hurts me so much to see a good man's reputation tarnished as such.
But are you able to separate that personal feeling, your personal warmth towards him, and are you able to take a step back and look at the whole picture objectively, do you feel? Or is that kind of impossible for you?
Look, I mean,
and that's in no way a criticism.
No, none taken. I am extremely objective in my approach. I know the facts, right? And I've clearly said that if at the end of the day, ultimately, we get disqualified by the proper objective panel, whichever that may be, I will take it on the chin and I'll be a big boy about it. But my reconciliation would be we've done it once, we can do it again.
Okay. But if process is fair, if you feel process is fair, you're happy to accept the result?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If for whatever reason we're in front of the KHRC and we feel we got a fair verdict, we'll huddle up and talk about it. But I think once this case is in the public domain, in presence of a impartial, objective judge within the court system, There is no doubt in my mind, absolute no doubt in my mind that we will win this.
If Medina Spirit was still alive, would he be here in Saudi Arabia today?
What do you think?
Absolutely. I'd say for sure.
Yeah.
So how important is this event now to you and your ownership of Country Grammar?
Look, I mean, I mean, look all around you. This is really, this is the place to be at this time of the year. It's the richest race. I'm kind of biased because I'm on the board, and Prince Bandar and my fellow board members have put on an amazing meet. For me, it's pivotal, and I've always wanted to have my horses graduated after having won the Kentucky Derby, then the Breeders' Cup, then Saudi, then obviously Dubai. So it's so important, and I'm committed to it.
Okay, Amma, I'm going to put your horse Country Grammar under the microscope now with Michelle Yu and Matt Bernier. Right, Matt, is Ami's horse now, Country Grammar, is he good enough to take a hand in this race?
I think he's the most intriguing American entrant of the four. He's a horse that on his best day, we saw in Southern California, he can run giant races. And if you're someone who uses speed figures to go through and handicap races, he's the fastest American horse in the race. Down on the inside, he has tactical speed. I think he's not without a shot.
Okay, so that's one semi-note of encouragement. Michelle?
Now you're like setting me up to say something bad.
Yeah, you're like
go for it, Michelle.
You're like the casting judge in Dancing with the Stars.
I mean, is he fast enough to beat some of these horses is my question. He's coming in off a really long layoff, right? I know he's been working really well. Bob's been working him in very stiff company with excellent horses, but this is going to be a big field of international horses. How did he sell this horse to you? How do you say, okay, this is the one we're going to pick?
Well, first of all, I'm just happy to be here. 1, with a horse, 2, and with Bob, 3, and the whole team. So that's kind of where I'm coming at. Again, it was a project for Bob and I. Immediately post Medina Spirit, we just really took a few weeks off, and we huddled up again, and we've decided to scout for horses. We had a few names. Bob wanted some time to think about it, and when looking at all the facts, all the numbers, and everything else, I thought partnering first of all with Elliott Walden and Windstar was absolutely a pleasure. And on the merits of the horse, we think that he has a chance. Now, is he going to win or not? God knows, but we're here.
I have one final question for you before you go. If you have a Kentucky Derby candidate this year and it's trained by Bob Baffert, and this process rumbles along, what do you do? Do you just skip the race, or do you...
No. Bob Baffert will be in the Kentucky Derby this year. Don't ask me how, but he will be there. And if we have a horse in the Derby, I will be with him. Now, hypothetically speaking, and I hate to answer hypotheticals, but if I were to have a horse that is trained by Bob Baffert, that theoretically would probably be in the Derby, it's either Bob and I go or we don't go. We're one team.
Ami Zidane, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ami Zidane, owner of the late Medina Spirit, and today owner of Country Grammar, also on the board here at King Abdulaziz racetrack. And from one prominent local owner to some prominent local horses, it's the race for the big locals up next. Don't go away. Okay, so runners in the paddock for our next race, and an important opportunity for some of the local horses to really shine. Oof, and for us to take a breath as passions run high here at King Abdulaziz, Michelle.
I think that passions, when they are well executed and very eloquent, are something that we always need in the sport, right? And I think every trainer would love to have an owner like Amr who's willing to stand by your side through everything.
Yeah, whatever the rights and wrongs of the case and whatever your views of the case, there's absolutely no doubt that is as strong and as considered and as clear an exhibition of one man's loyalty to another as you are going to see, and that in itself is an admirable quality. So then, runners in the paddock for this race, and a race where Michelle and I are going to need some expert assistance, and luckily we've enlisted the services of Nawaf Al-Dahash, local trainer. Good to see you, Nawaf.
Hi, good to see you again. Last year you handicapped the race pretty well. I don't think you need me.
I'm going to handicap the race again.
You're going to be handicapping this. I'm sitting this right out, Nawaf. You two can have at it. Is it a good edition of the race?
This edition is actually very different than last year. Last year, if you remember, it was easier to pick the winner. This year, with the difference in weight and kilos, I think it's wide open. Especially the last horse. If you see the lowest rated horse in this race, My Himma, he is running.
Welcome back, paddock side, to King Abdulaziz racetrack here in Riyadh. Horses in the paddock ahead of the Jockey Club local handicap presented by the Ministry of Culture. And no small purse here either, because it's worth $1 million, Michelle.
I like it. That last year we were just talking about how much easier it was to pick a winner, but this seems to be a highly competitive field, and I can't wait to hear if you like my pick or not. Now, if I like the 6 horse in here.
Okay, so for those of you who've just joined us again, introducing Nawaf Al-Dahash, leading local trainer who handicapped this race beautifully for us last year and is going to do so again. Nawaf, I'm very happy to bow to your better judgment here.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here with you guys. This race actually is very difficult to pick the winner. It's not like last year. It was easier to spot the winner. However, this race, you like the horse number 6,
yes,
which is a nice horse, but last race he did not show up. However, this race is divided between 2 types of horses. Horses that have been very solid form, they're doing very well in the last 3 races, and horses that used to do very good and then they came down in form a little bit. I like the horse number 20 actually, My Himma. He is a very good horse at this distance. He's a fighter, and I think he can handle this race and compete with the horses. You can see Al Mubir, horse number 1, with highest rated horse in this race. He's coming into this race very well. He won the last 2 races. However, he's younger horse, first time meeting with the older horses, and high 62 kilos.
Now wait, you said you like the 20 horse Mahama, but his last 2 races were not good at all.
Last 2 races, but if you look before that, he was very, very good actually. He's a solid horse. He can handle this distance. Also, the horse number 14, Bamrallah, today with the American jockey on board, Luis Saiz. I think he's wearing blinkers today. He's going to be very dangerous in this race. However, you can look for horses who can come from behind the base. You have the number 3 horse, so that he can handle any distance. He can come from behind the base. Also Kathir, who was purchased for this race actually by Prince Saud bin Salman. He has shown very good form in this distance, and he won last race very far actually. I think he's going to be the favorite today, the number 2 horse, and also number 3 horse, and the long shot here, number 20.
Okay, so let's just recap the details here. This is race 4. It is the Jockey Club local handicap worth $1 million, 1,800 meters. Good luck to John Hunt.
Yeah, thank you. I'm still trying to find a couple of them, to be honest with you, but they're all streaming off to post here. Number 1 is Al Mobir, who won 2 local Group 1s this season. A 6-time winner is number 3, Sayo Dad, interesting one. We've got the highest rated Saudi-bred filly in the race, number 4, Najbat Al Ayez. And number 6 is Oku, who has won 4 of his last 5 races. 7 is Al Abrazi, who was a 6th length winner last time out. Howland was a Group 2 winner last time out at domestic level. 9 is a non-runner here. That's Johar Al-Nariz, who doesn't run. Number 10 is Ala Sawab. And then reading down the list, interesting that Frankie Dettori rides Motakeyef, number 11 on the card. This was a horse who was 2nd last year. Interesting runner. Al Haroub is a non-runner, number 12 on the card. Then we have other interesting runners, including Nabea Al-Tib, who was 4th to Emblem Road last time out. Emblem Road runs in tonight's Saudi Cup. Then also watch for Motabasha, number 15, who ran well in Group 1 races this year. 16 on the card is Waja Al Rider, in form, but does he truly stay is a big question. Watch for 18, Aldaz, who is a big improver this year. And the list goes all the way down to number 21, Motabane, who ran poorly in Group 2 company last time out. So 2 absentees sit this one out. Big field arriving at the post.
Okay, so runners arriving at the post, big field for this 4th race. And Nawaf has given you a pretty good guide as to what's likely to happen. Nawaf, it may just be worth touching on the strength of the breeding scene here in Saudi Arabia, and sort of what your aspirations are as a kingdom, and what you're looking to achieve in the next decade or so.
We want to be like Japan.
That's the line of the night.
What they did today was amazing. What they did actually in Breeders' Cup at the beginning, okay, and then what they have done today give us, some inspiration that, with good effort, with buying good mares and having good breeding program, maybe we can achieve that level. Today I think everyone is going to witness how the Saudi breeding program has improved, especially in the Derby. Saudi Derby, you will see a Nadir, very solid horse, is the best or the finest of Saudi breeding. Also, you will see in the sprint the horse Fazza', who raced last year and came in the 3rd place, I think. Today, I think he's going to be the favorite. So our breeding has improved very much, but we still hope to achieve a level where, Japan has achieved now.
Who are the leading stallions out here?
Now maybe it's Teletext.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We have Teletext. I remember Teletext. Pascal Barry trained the horse for Judmont Farms in France.
He came to run here.
Nick knows all about Teletext.
He came to run here and then retired to stud. He's owned by Prince Faisal, and the horse we're going to see today is by him. And also, if you saw the race yesterday, the filly that Joel Rosario rode and won the first race was also by Teletext.
How much of a kick does it give you to welcome the world to King Abdulaziz?
We are very thrilled to have everyone here, and the competition is getting bigger and bigger, especially now after all the races has been, captured as Group 3, the undercard, or the main race as a Group 1. And we hope after we see those horses, we can achieve that level and compete with them with the Saudi bred horses.
Just want to update people what's going on right now. We have a horse having a saddle adjustment. So you see the rest of the field walking around, everybody being very well behaved. The one horse that's affected came into the middle and they retightened up the girth and reset the saddle. Sometimes when it gets loose, it falls back a little bit.
All right, Frankie Dettori's riding in this race. He rides Motakayef, the local trainer Mohammed Al Rashid, who is standing by with Tom.
And he is.
He is indeed, and his son Faisal is going to translate. First of all, Hamad and Faisal, you have booked the best jockeys, Joel Rosario, Frankie Dettori.
يقول أفضل شيء أول سؤال عندي أنت مختار أفضل الجوكية جويل روزاريو وفرانك ديتوري.
والله هذا من حظنا الكريم نحن الجوكية هذا الله حالفنا بهم والخيل إن شاء الله تكون أكثر من تكون من الدرجة الأولى الخيل.
He said yes, that's correct. They are the best jockey in the world, and also we have a good horses running today, and we hope inshallah the horses do great today.
Of the two horses, Al-Mubir and Motakayef, who do you think has the best chance?
يقول عندك المبير ومتكيف وش اللي شانسه أكثر عندك؟
والله إن شاء الله شانس الاثنين ممتاز. المبير يكون شانسه أقوى، لكن المبير إن شاء متكيف يجي وراه إن شاء الله يطرده بإذن الله إن شاء الله، أو يكون الأول لأنه الركبة الخيال العالمي من أمريكا المبير.
He said Al-Mubir is the good horse and grade 2 winner last 2 races, local bred. And also Mutakayef, a great horse. He ran last year in same race and he finished second with Dettori. So we hope both of them come first and second.
Ahmad Faisal, thank you very, very much indeed. It just goes to show, Nick, whatever language you ask in, you cannot get a trainer to pick which of their horses is best of them. Never happened.
But you did a valiant job, Tom. Anyway, managed to get them both sitting on the fence.
Maybe Nav can pick. Which one do you like better?
You're pretty clear on it, aren't you?
I like the number 2 horse.
No, of his two.
Oh, if it's 2, I will go with number 1 because it's a good form. The other horse, Mutakayif, who was second in this race last year, he raced only 1 race after that race and did not show up. Maybe he's not fit enough for this race. However, his other horse, Al Mubir, he's a very, very solid horse.
Joel Rosario going to be aboard there, and no stranger to picking up foreign riders. Jose Ortiz actually rode this horse as well.
I think he have a very good chance. However, I'm going with number 2 and number 3, and I think I like Nab'a Tib, but I'm not sure what number is he. Number 13.
13.
Yeah, 13. Yeah, with 57 kilos on it. I think he has a good chance.
All right, it won't be too much longer here. Biggest field of the night, full field for the local handicap, $1 million. Small wonder that all the world's major riders were queuing up to take him out in
I
this.
know. Especially for some of the riders that maybe didn't have mounts on the card or wanted to get it out. Good way to do so. And if you pick up a nice chunk of the $1 million prize money, there's no harm in that.
If you're following Nawaf, you got the 2-3-13 try here.
Okay. If you're like me, I'm on the 6-1-14.
6-1-14.
Yeah.
All right. I wonder what John Hunt's on here. Hunty, it's all yours.
A couple of paracetamol, to be honest with you, Nick. As these last few load up here, Frankie Dettori about to go in on the grey. Motokayev, number 11. Also stepping forward now is Alabrazi, who won by 6 lengths last time out. Obviously, it was a much lesser race. Newton's to come forward as well. Just taking a turn is Najabat Alaez, who's in the green and yellow colours to the right there. As I say, she's the highest rated Saudi-bred filly in this race. And Aldar's on the far side there, number 18. Very interested to see if this rate of progression can continue. Aldar's a really big improver. Obviously at a much lower level, this is very, very stiff company indeed. So the Jockey Club Cup, a local handicap, over 1,800 metres, and it looks as though we'll be set once Najbat Alaez goes forward. Big field, and we're good to go, I think. Starter has the final say, and they're off and racing, and Dettori was out like a bullet there. Mutakayef was on springs coming out of the gates, ridden along early as Aldar's to try and push on with that early advantage. Motabasha's the one with the yellow cap in behind them and rushed up as well with the black cap. That is Mayhama, who's also made ground in behind the leaders. Then we've got the runner with the red cap, that is Bama Ala, just stressing the caps, but you can see for yourself lots of them in these white and red colours. The caps, of course, the only way to distinguish between the two, or the 6 or 7 of them. Aldar's, meanwhile, has come through to lead on the rail. Motokayev out wide, just in between those two. We've got Bama Ala, who's now probably the overall leader as they race towards the end of the back straight. Al Mobir's placed fairly well, just in behind those. Waj Al Raya, number 16's in the mid division as well. Then trying to make ground is Howlan. Watch for him on the outside. White cap, blue braces. He's now drawing right alongside Al Habrazi, who's another one who's trying to improve in on this field. And further back is Motorbane in mid division now, as at the back end of the field, Sayodad's got quite a lot to do there, and having traffic problems as well, Sayodad. And likewise, Najabat Alaez will need to be very good if she's to maintain her forward momentum as well. So they come round the home turn, and now it's Oku who's coming through to dispute the lead from Motabasha on the rail. Oku, Motabasha, these two go on. Then we've got Motokayev, who weakens out of contention. Motorbane's trying to come home strongly. Dettori was badly hampered there. The leader now is Oku, now has new attentions because the blue cap arriving on the scene is An Alawan, number 17. An Alawan striding on here. An Alawan is not for catching. An Alawan goes on to score. Second place, it was Oku. Third position there for Kathir, who ran on quite strongly. Al Mobir was fourth, and they were well clear of a Nevanira Nabaya Al-Tib. And just look at the joy on the face of our rider, An Alawan, who has come from well off the pace to land this massive local handicap. An Alawan, a really, really good job done in decisive fashion there. Not sure Frankie Dettori will be desperately pleased with the amount of room he was given as he weakened there on Motokayev. Seemed to be very, very badly hampered. Interesting to know if any of the other jockeys in the race understand some pretty harsh Italian. But that might be coming their way, because that looked rough for Dettori. And of course, Al Mobir, Joel Rosario, the other high-profile rider in the race, he finished on the fringe of it on Al Mobir. But an exciting race, loads of them with strong chances. An Alawan, the winner here, number 17 on the card. This horse without a win this season, but did run well over course and distance in January. Maybe being plotted up for the big one. Cheltenham Festival back in Britain, of course, round the corner. There'll be lots of that sort of chat in the next fortnight. But An Alawan goes on to score in tremendous style. There he is, number 17. Pretty decisive win, really, wasn't it? He burst clear and really was not for catching. I thought at one stage Oku, who was the horse who had won 4 of his last 5 starts, was going to come and make a real dash for the winning line. He gave it every chance, didn't he? But here, An Alawan with Oku on the rail. Pale yellow jacket is Al Mobir, and the blue cap of Kathir. Kathir and Al Mobir were close for 4th. And you can see Nevanira, that red jacket, that was Nabia Al-Tib. That was the Emblem Road form for later on. Not really sure you can say it was particularly upheld. So let's hear from the winning rider with Faisal.
Congratulations, Camilio Svena. What a great ride, what a great horse. I don't know what I say for you, my friend.
Oh, Faisal, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just want to say I'm thankful with the Prince Mita Big Nagdullah and Talal Sharain for giving me the support and for giving me the chance to ride in Saudi Arabia. And especially today, I beat Natsubai, the trainer, because he believed for me, for this horse. He told me, Camilo, this horse is going to win. And things got very well. And I want to say thank you to my wife and my daughter, because this is my support, you know, it's all for me, you know. And about the race, thanks God, I had the number 1, you know. It's very difficult because too much traffic in that race, but thanks God, I haven't the same horse with the stable. I got a chance inside, and thanks God, in the last 400 meters, I had good way and win.
Great ride, my friend. My friend, you know, a lot of champion horses in this race. Actually, everybody not even think about An Alawan today. And we know a long time ago, this horse champion was one day he gonna do it. The star coming today. Actually, he's very shiny in our sky.
Yes, you know, I'm working on the horses in the morning. This horse and Bemerala. And I was thinking the Bemerala is more better than this. But bidding, he told me, Camilo, this is better. You're gonna win the race. Okay, no problem. You tell me I ride. And thanks God today, all well, very good.
Thank God. Good teamwork, good trainer, good everybody. Thank you, Camilio, and good luck for other race.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No, on a start, I'm finished now. On a start, and I'm finished now.
Thank God. You do the thing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, this is what Camilio Svena he's saying after the race.
Camilio Ospina there with Faisal. Nawaf still alongside me. Nawaf, that's a big moment for Camilio. He's absolutely delighted.
Unbelievable. Very, very surprising result for me, to be honest. With this horse, beating all those horses with him, especially if you look at his form lately. But what a good job for the trainer, Baden Esbei, who prepared this horse and brought him back to his good form that had shown, you know, when he was 2 years old.
Yeah. But he just got him down the handicap a bit, targeted at this race.
Yeah.
Quite clever.
I was talking to him, his trainer, and he told me he's a good horse, but he has 4 horses, and all of his horses, he said they're good. So you cannot know for sure. But I follow best performance, And I thought the other horses had better chance than
Just clever bit of training.
Yeah, unbelievable. Very good trainer.
What does this mean to the barn? Because it looks like every stable person is out right now celebrating with this horse.
It's unbelievable, you know, great event. What a day to remember. And with the Saudi Cup having this race on the same day for the Saudi horses, it's unbelievable.
A terrific day here at King Abdulaziz. An Alawan winning the local handicap. Nawaf, I wanted to talk to you about the two horses that represent the kingdom in the Saudi Cup itself. Now, on paper, on everything we know, they've got their work cut out. Making Miracles, former British horse, and Emblem Road, American bred and with a really smart pedigree. But can you see either of them landing a blow this evening?
I think they can compete today. Of course, Making Miracles his form has developed a lot since he came from Britain. He has won almost all the races he raced in, especially the King race last race. He won that very easy without a whip. So I think he has a good chance.
And you heard the reception even this horse got for winning the local race. What will this crowd do if one of the two Saudi horses produces a massive global upset and wins the Saudi Cup?
You know, I cannot describe it actually. It's going to be unbelievable.
I can describe it. I know exactly what it's going to be like in here. It's going to be insane. The people are fans of horse racing, obviously. And I think that everybody loves to root for the home team, and that's what you get sometimes.
An Alawan wins the local handicap. Nawaf, thank you very much for your insight. We quite literally couldn't have done it without you.
Thank you so much.
Camilio Ospina, a red letter day for him and for An Alawan. We'll be back with much more when you rejoin us shortly. So there is An Alawan, the winner of the local handicap. The small matter of $1 million to that horse's connections. And the atmosphere is just beginning to build as dusk falls, as twilight falls, Michelle.
I think it's steadily gotten a little bit busier in here, Nick. And now, like you said, the atmosphere is really starting to ramp up.
Let's take in some of the ambiance of Riyadh. Welcome back. You are with us here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Riyadh. We've had 4 races this evening, dusk falling, and we are now just 2.5 hours away from the world's most valuable horse race, the 2022 Saudi Cup presentation taking place after the local handicap.
Remember, this is presented by the Ministry of Culture here, and Khaled Al Sakur going to be delivering the trophy to Ubaid Al Subi, as well as King Abdullah bin Al Aziz's sons. Camilo Espina also going to be taking home a trophy. Very happy here.
And as that celebration tells you, as the wild celebrations when An Alawan came in told you, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is one that has a deep love and affection respect and bond that goes back generations with the horse.
جاء وقتك يا العليا. لا 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 وين جيت؟ ما شاء الله عليك، وش هالتراكيب؟ جاهزة يا العليا.
الله ينصركم.
No doubt, the deep bond between the people of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the horse, particularly the thoroughbred racehorse. After all, it's in this kingdom and this part of the world where it all originated. And the crowds are pouring in now. We're expecting capacity today by the time we get to Saudi Cup time, 8:35 local time, which would be a record here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack, which looks glorious in the gloaming. As I welcome the chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, His Royal Highness Prince Bandar bin Khaled Al Faisal. Prince Bandar, here we are again. Can you believe it's year 3?
I know, and a lot warmer.
Last year we were sitting here
in the rain,
absolutely freezing cold in the pouring rain. This is more Saudi weather that we know and love.
Yeah.
What have you made of the night so far?
Well, as an organizer, you only see the things that go wrong, but I think most people are having a good time. As you mentioned, record number of crowds here, both yesterday and today. People are really taking to international racing, and it's just wonderful to see people from all over the world, 14 countries represented between yesterday and today, and to see the crowds really, take to heart racing here and welcoming everybody. I think it's good. It's good for racing. It's good for everything.
How challenging has it been to overcome the pandemic? Really, all 3 of these editions have been beset by it to a greater or lesser extent.
Absolutely. Last year was a bit more challenging because of the obvious restrictions that were in place. This year is a lot smoother, and we learned from last year. But unfortunately, it's becoming a way of life now.
It is, but one that we all have to live with. As far as this event's concerned, how satisfied are you with its progress as a thoroughbred racing showpiece?
Well, you know, it's Saudi Arabia wanted to put forward an international race that would attract some of the best horses from around the world, and I think that's happening. Also, for me personally, and everybody here in the Jockey Club, what we're trying to do is really to push thoroughbred racing and purebred Arabian racing to another level. To improve the quality of horses, and we're starting to see that.
Yeah, I think this is a point worth picking up on, because I think from the outside, maybe people think, you know, got loads of money, they can just dump a race course there, put $20 million on, and get horses in. Is it a bit different to that? Is it actually a bit deeper? Is it about creating more of a kind of racing tapestry in the country?
Well, racing has been going on here for 60 years as a jockey club here in Saudi Arabia. Well, there was a previous form of it, and then it turned into the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. But so it's not strange or new to this part of the world. It's part of the DNA. But I think what we're doing recently is moving it up to a level that's you know, Part 1 country, Group 1 rated horses and races, and to be able to open it up. And now our season is open completely to international horses. There's no restrictions to owners or trainers from anywhere in the world. And what I really hope for is to see one day Saudi horses travel to the US, travel to Europe, and to run there and to run well. That's the goal.
Tell us a little bit about the breeding program that's been going on here, because I feel like that's kind of a part of it. Like you mentioned, racing's been around here for a very long time, but now you're starting to get different stallions and import some brood mares, and we've seen the Saudi horses be competitive on this big day.
Absolutely. I mean, we have the first ever Group 1 Saudi trained horse, but yes, it's improving, I think, dramatically, because people, with the changing of prize money throughout the season, you know, people only see the Saudi Cup, but this is happening throughout, you know, a 10-month season. We start in June and we end in March, so it's a long season we have here. The quality of breeding is improved, but we do have our unique challenges being in a desert environment, and it's something we're working with the breeders at the moment to bring in some expertise from around the world to see how we can help them create a better environment for the breeding and for, you know, for these horses. And we're identifying new sites within the kingdom that are best suited for breeding, and then trying to help them set up their operation in a way that will improve as greatly as possible, you know, the quality of breeding.
And am I right in thinking that it's not just about Saudi Cup and the Saudi Cup night itself, that you're actually expanding the racing program through the summer months, and people will wonder, how on earth can you race in the summer in Saudi Arabia? But you can.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we race in the western part of Saudi. It's 5,000 feet above sea level. It's this kind of weather all year there, so it's perfect for racing.
And is that where you will go? Do you race quite a bit up there?
Oh yeah, all summer we're there.
Yeah.
I mean, we're there from June until the beginning of October.
We've seen this event evolve in the 3 years that it's been run, this being the third year. How do you see the event continuing to evolve in the years to come? Do you think there'll be different races run, different distances, things like that?
The goal is for us to make this as attractive as possible for international runners from all over the world. And I think the tweaks needed are minimal, but every year we look at how to make this meet more interesting for people, maybe make it 3 days in the not too distant future. And I think one of the things I really like is that, you know, there are 14 countries represented. We're allowing Group 2, Group 3, Part 2, 3 countries to participate here. So we really want this to be an international meet for people from all over the world to be able to come here and to see just amazing horses run.
Because of that mentality, doesn't it feel validating to have horses like from South America, like we have Aerotrim this year, first one to run out here? So getting not only the main 3 countries that travel a lot, but also from some of the countries that maybe don't make a lot of international trips.
Absolutely, and you know, we're in that category. So owners and trainers from those parts of the world, it's very special for them to come here and to rub shoulders with some of the greatest, you know, in the industry, whether it's the jockeys, whether it's the trainers from the US, from across Europe and Japan, and it means a lot to them, and it's exciting. And I think it also does a tremendous amount of good for them in their own jurisdictions. I think it'll be an incentive across the world.
And just finally, Prince Bandar, I'm just going to test your diplomacy. Because your loyalties are divided as regards the Saudi Cup this year.
Yeah.
Who would you like to see win?
You know, I really would love to see the best horse win, and I truly mean that. You know, last year we were delighted for Mishrif because Saudi owned a British trained horse. Delighted for the owner because it's a crowning achievement throughout his history in running horses. But to be honest, what I enjoy most is seeing different countries win, go with special experiences, and you really want the best horse to win that prize. And I think that's what would make all of us really happy.
I won't press you any further, Prince
No, I
Bandar.
think that's as far as I'm going to go.
Thank you very much. I realise I'm on a slightly sticky wicket there. This is what is still to come. On Saudi Cup night 2022. The feature race, of course, comes up at 8:35 local. Next, an important race, the Abaya Arabian Classic. Then the Saudi Derby, whichever you like, but it could point to the UAE and to Kentucky. Then the Riyadh Dirt Sprint Race 7, Saudi Cup Race 8, all on the main track. Prince Bandar said he wanted the best horse to win the Saudi Cup. Don't we all? Last year, after a pulsating stretch drive in opposition with an American star, Charlatan, that best horse was Mishrif. He would become the winning most thoroughbred racehorse earner of all time if he wins today. He is ridden by David Egan, trained by Jonathan Thady Gosden. He's owned by Prince A.A. Faisal, and this is his story.
Mishrif is roused to the lead. Mishrif conquers the cup.
Mishrif was your trainer. What would you have learned from the man Mishrif?
He taught me the Arab way of looking at a horse. And he was a very, very good trainer and jockey. The build of a horse, what to look at, what matters, what doesn't matter. And what I did, when I went there and I found a completely different way in your country, I tried to sort of manage them and use, and I still look at a horse when I first see him like I look at an Arab horse. You know, you never know what you're getting when you breed them, but you try and hope that some of them are good, and you get to believe it if they've bred them.
When you saw him as a young horse, why did you identify him as the one with potential? What did you see?
He was horrible. The first picture I got from him, his legs were standing like that and going all over the place. I said, oh my God, what am I going to do with this? And then Coolmore, 2 weeks later, sent me another picture, and he looked like a horse. So when I went in the summer, he was about 7, 8 months old. And they took the horses out there. There were some nice horses there. He looked like a proper horse. And John thought so. He said, send me something like this, I can train it. I said, you're the best trainer in the world. You should be able to train anything.
No, when he walked in the yard, all horse was all frame, you know, he wasn't furnished out at all. But he always had a good, positive attitude about him, and he was very playful. One thing I knew is that with the frame on him, as he got older, he'd get better. And he won nicely as a 2-year-old, but his 3-year-old year was a revelation. But he won very well the Newmarket Stakes, and he went straight off and, of course, won the Prix du Jockey Club at Chantilly. Showed a great turn of foot, and then he went on to win at Deauville. So he showed himself to be at least the best 3-year-old in France. And so it was the second running of the Saudi Cup, and the plan has always been to come back again. And it looks a mighty tough field, but so it should be.
Do you still think you need a versatility that is relatively unusual in a horse?
Yeah, it is. The fact that he could do what he did that day, lay up with the American pace, win over a 1 1/8 mile a furlong, and then come back a month later and win the Sheba Classic on a flat turf oval. He's a pleasure to be around. And he's assertive. You go into his box, that's his box, you better be on the P's and Q's or he'll soon chase you out. He's one of those.
Well, here he is, the horse that, if he wins the Saudi Cup, will be the richest thoroughbred ever. And Ben, you're charged with riding him every morning. What's he like to ride?
He's amazing to ride, you know, like he's a big character and he knows he's good, and here and there he's a bit too fresh. Wow, he's just pleased to ride a horse like that, you know.
He needs a good rider though, doesn't he?
No, he can be a handful, you know, like he's big and strong, and he's not everyone's right, that's for sure.
You describe John Gosden as the best trainer in the world.
John, I've never seen anybody so good with detail. like John. It's ridiculous. I thought I was good with details, and then I sit with him and said, just do what you want. You know, I like my trainer to talk to me, whether it's bad, good, or ugly. What's the fun for me of having a horse you don't know anything about?
How important for Mishrif was that victory in the Juddmonte International?
Well, I'll tell you what, from when we came out of here, that was my and John's target.
It was the one race that his owner, breeder, Prince Faisal, wanted to win. I think it's quite a stallion-making race. It's 1.25 miles in the heat of the summer. All age, York, flat, left-handed track and a proper track with a long straight, and they start racing pretty early there, so it's a race that truly tests horses. He was very keen to make that the definitive race for Mishrif, and the style in which he won it was very much everything that we could possibly have dreamed of.
I can't believe it's been nearly a year since Mishrif won the Saudi Cup, Thady. What was that night like for you? Tell me about your memories of it.
Well, it was a wonderful evening. Obviously, it was a pretty amazing achievement to actually have the race and the meeting on all together. It was a very tricky time of year, and everything was shut down in Saudi, apart from the race, which was wonderful. And obviously, it was a pretty special night. Prince Faisal, who's obviously bred horse for a number of years and is a very special horse to him, he was there at horse to his whole family. And you know, if you don't feel the pressure a little bit, what's the point in doing it?
This Saudi Cup meeting obviously has had a huge impact on my life, being the winner of it last year. To be connected with Mishrif, I'm very lucky. Prince Faisal, who has been in the racing industry for so long and was able to win it with a horse he bred, must be very special for him, and for me to be able to deliver that was very heartwarming, because he had the faith in me to put such a young rider in the race as retained jockey, and yeah, very thankful.
You gave a young man a big chance when you took him on. Why? What did you see?
I saw a good rider. He still needs to get some experience about the pace.
Are you enjoying helping him develop as
I
a rider?
love it.
Does that give you a
Because he's
kick?
a nice man. He's a nice boy. But David rode a beautiful race that day. He rode a perfect race.
Do you see the interest growing in young people in Saudi Arabia?
Oh, Mishrif did a lot. You should have seen the internet. People were dancing. And because he was called Mishrif.
Because people remember the significance of Mishrif, the man, and what he did for you.
Nobody loves racing on horses like Arabs. I just love the horse. And I think people that don't love horses shouldn't have anything to do with racing. This is the whole thing. If you don't enjoy it, leave it.
Fantastic to hear from Prince Faisal, with Nick Luck out here a couple of weeks ago, and David Egan featured in that as well. And well, David, you're looking to retain the title as the Saudi Cup winner. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, very excited. The horse is in great shape, and yeah, looking forward to it.
How do you feel a year on with Mishrif? How different do you feel about him and the race?
Yeah, obviously we've got more of a bond, you could say, because I had an uninterrupted year the year before COVID. A couple of occasions I wasn't able to ride him when he went to France and so on. So yeah, got to know him more, and I sat on him yesterday morning. He feels great, he looks amazing, and yeah, hopefully we can repeat last year's performance.
I had the pleasure of going to see him in the barns, and you know, he's got a mind on him, hasn't he? He's got his own way of going about things, I think it's fair to say. He's not just sat there, you know, quiet as a lamb.
Absolutely, he's all sort of champion horses. When you go into their stable, they don't ask for respect, they demand it. So he's a horse, you wouldn't want to get too confident with him, but he's a real character, as are all the good ones.
Wish you all the best in trying to retain that crown, and good luck on this horse, Capono Kicking. What a ride to pick up.
Yeah, fantastic. Unfortunate for William, obviously missing a few good rides here, but what can you do? It's the life we live in nowadays. But no, very privileged to get the call up for these connections, and hopefully he can repeat last year's win again.
Cheers, David. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Tom and David. Mishrif demanded respect. on the track, and he also demands respect back at the barns. The Dubai Arabian Classic presented by Lexus. Going to be coming up next here. Horses are on track for that. And warming up to get ready for this 1.25 mile event. Welcome back here to our Saudi Cup card. We're about to be kicking off race number 5, the Dubai Arabian Classic, presented by Lexus, a 1.25 mile event. Michelle Yu joined right now by Jonathan Horowitz from the Arabian Jockey Club. Before we get to talking about this race, let's hear from John Hunt, riders and runners for this 2,000-meter event.
Michelle, thank you very much indeed. Yes, we start our list of runners with 2 trained in France. Joris Mendithabel will ride Derian, who won at Pau Racecourse down in the south of France last time out, and beat number 2, Hadi de Carrère, on that occasion. Hadi de Carrère was 5th on that occasion. Number 3 is Harab, ran in Dubai last time, finished 4th at Meydan. And then last year's runner-up, Mutawakkel Al-Khaladia, number 4 on the race card, 2nd last year. We move on to one of the oldest horses, Nada Al-Khaladia, number 5 on the card. He's a 10-year-old. 6 is Prince Amer, who has a fair bit to find, even though he won the Al Diriyah Cup here last month. 7 Rassi, aged 11, is the oldest horse in the race. Rich Like Me has been carrying all before him, dominating fields in Meydan this spring. Can he do so again here? 9 Sea Line comes from Qatar. He's never, incredibly, been out of the first 4 in 23 starts. Ronan Thomas was in fine form yesterday, winning 2 races on the card. 10 Shiris is an outsider, won in Oman back in November. 11 Zalej El Sham has been a revelation since switching to dirt from turf. Very interesting one to watch out for. 12 Shihaha Aldam, won here over 7 furlongs in December. 13 is Nabil El Khaladia, finished in the top 3 in all of his 9 starts so far, and arguably the most interesting one in the whole race is number 14, Tilal El Khaladia, a rapid improver, won a Group 1 Prince Sultan World Cup last month. He wandered a bit late there. The question with him is, does he stay the 2,000-meter trip? We'll find out very shortly.
Thanks so much, John. Horses behind the gate right now, again joined by Jonathan Horowitz. Jonathan, the Arabian Classic here, Is this a wide open affair, or is this a wide open affair?
It very much is. It's the richest Arabian horse race in the world. It's attracted the best Arabian horses from around the world. You have a strong local contingent, and you have a strong foreign contingent, like the horse that just went by on screen, RB Rich Like Me, now 2 for 2 in the UAE, a champion in the USA, and Darien, who was right behind him, 5th in this race last year, and then broke the track record in the Dubai Kahela Classic, another $1 million Arabian race.
So you're telling me that my pick of RB Rich Like Me is a good one?
It's a good one because for us, it's the American horse. He did very well in America, but he's kicked it to another gear in the UAE under trainer Fauzi Nass. And that's the case with the Arabians. They mature sometimes a little bit older. RB Rich Like Me is now 6 years old. And the one thing about him, he just cruises. And this breed, it's an endurance breed. It's very much based on the durability of the breed. It's influenced the thoroughbreds and other modern breeds as well. And the jockey Audrey DeVries, he works with this horse in the morning, and he just lets RB Rich Like Me do his thing. And when Rich does his thing, it's beautiful to watch.
Now, is he going to be doing his thing on the front end is my question tonight.
If all goes to plan, he will, and he's never gone this far, 2,000 meters, 1.25 miles. He's a graded stakes winner at 6 furlongs, 1,200 meters. So to think that he can now stretch out to 1.25 miles, 2,000 meters, that's not unheard of for the Arabians. But this track, I think, really sets up well for him to cruise. This is the one race all weekend where they utilized that long chute at the 2,000 meter start. They almost run about half the race before they go to the end of the backstretch. So it sets up two possible scenarios. On one hand, there's no rush to go to the lead because you have a lot of time to settle in, but for this Arabian breed, you can kind of push forward, and it's almost like a diesel engine. They can go and go and just see what the others can do in behind, and so I think this long backstretch could suit well if RB Rich Like Me can get into a rhythm, and if anyone's going to get him into a rhythm, it's his jockey Audrey.
What about the undefeated local horse, Tayal Al Khalidia, the 14?
He's a 4-year-old. Arabians can't start racing until they're 3, so he's taking on the big boys here. He won 2 stakes races in a span of 11 days, and if he steps up, he's the future star of the sport in this country.
John Hunt with the call.
Michelle, thank you. We're just about good to go here for the Obaya Arabian Classic. And they're very awkward out of the gates was number 6, Prince Amir. That one lost quite a few lengths out of the gates there, and rushed along as well is Rassi, number 7, towards the wide outside. On the outside, Shiris shows good speed, racing in company with Nadir Al-Khalaidia with that white cap. And now the grey, RB Rich Like Me, comes forward as well. In Meydan, he's been completely dominating his fields. Looks like he's just easing to the front at the end of the first quarter of a mile. They come onto the main track now. Just in behind these leaders races Mutawakel Al-Khalaidia, who's up on the wide outside. He's racing in company with Rassi, who's still widest of all. Buried away mid-track, the likes of Sea Lion and Tilal Al-Khalaidia, number 14, moving pretty well. He's round about 5th or 6th at the moment, with Zalej Al Cham for company. And the leader there just shied away. That was RB Rich Like Me. Just took a dart out to the right there. Don't know whether that put off Sea Lion or not, but Sea Lion's now come under pretty heavy pressure. Our new back marker is number 12, Shihana Al-Aham. Driven along now is Harab. That one's absolutely flat out. And after that tardy start, Prince Amir is still one of the back markers. So they make the turn out of the back straight. RB Rich Like Me comes to the lead here. Shiris under heavy pressure to try and go with him. Likewise, Nadir Al-Khalaidia, and also on the wide outside, Mutawakel Al-Khalaidia. They're 3 and 4. I do like the way Derian's improved for France on their heels. That's the green and red checks into 4th place. Heidi de la Carrère has also improved very nicely as well. White and blue colours, and this field now getting well and truly thinned out. Not much coming from Nabil Al-Khalaidia, but up front, RB Rich Like Me with Talal Al-Khalaidia almost upsides. We'll see if the youngster Tilal Al-Khalaidia truly gets the trip here and now. Heidi de Carrère's back in 3rd place, and then in behind those, Derian back in 4th place. It is Tilal Al-Khalaidia out in front. Heidi de Carrère coming strongly down the middle of the track. RB Rich Like Me on the rail. It's Tilal Al-Khalaidia being joined by Heidi de Carrère on the near side. Tilal Al-Khalaidia joined right on the line by Heidi de Carrère, and it is the first photo finish of the night. 2 and 14 have gone past together, with RB Rich Like Me just in behind them in 3rd place. Derian came next, and then Zalaj Al-Cham was never ever nearer. Harab has toiled home pretty disappointingly. Smile on the face from Olivier Pellier suggests he thinks he's got there, and on the near side he may well have done. Number 2, Hadi de Carrère, from that evidence, looks to have beaten Tilal Al-Khaladia, but it's close. We leave it as ever to the judge. RB Rich Like Me was third. Look at the gap to Derian, back in 4th place, the Pau winner. He's a really, really good horse from France, but it could be that another one from France has just won this prize. Hadi de Carrère has been confirmed as the winner in a rousing finish there, and Tilal Al-Khaladia just loses out by a nostril, and the wizardry of Olivier Pellier there for all to see, getting that horse home. Absolutely fantastic spectacle. Really, really good ride on the outside. Obviously things, if you're watching yesterday, didn't go well with King Shalar, but Faisal, Olivier, absolutely thrilled to bits with that.
Congratulations, Olivier Pellier. What a great ride, my friend.
Shukran, shukran. Long time. You know, it's a very important win today in Saudi, because I come here for very, very long time, like more 20 years. Like for first time, I see the old track, and today, win last time on the turf, now on the dirt, ride the best Arabian horses, a lot of success, and today is very amazing because line is good pedigree, everything is fine, the owner is wonderful, have a lot of success. So this is a very good horse.
MashaAllah. Take us through the race, Olivier.
I know him because...
I know the last 200, actually, everybody, you know the Tilal is in front, and he's going to win the race.
Yeah, but
he's a tough horse.
He's a very tough horse, but the people, you know, I'm finished second, yesterday second, and one win. Everybody forget the second, but the winner, more important, is the winning post. Today is really good. Very happy for all the team. This is great. I'm very happy. So happy.
Very great.
Okay.
Congratulations again.
Yeah.
And see you in other race. Win again, inshallah.
Yeah, now it's finished, but maybe for next year we have some more horses. I come here, the people take care of me and take care of him.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is what Olivier Pellier saying after the race, and we back to the studio.
Hadi de Carrère, already a multiple Grade 1 winner and going to be taking this big pot here, Jonathan. What an exciting finish from 2 lightly raced horses.
It could very well be the finish of the night, and a tremendous training performance by Thomas Forsey. This was the leading juvenile in France in 2020, a 2-time Group 1 winner on turf. Only 1 start in 2021, and there is Thomas Forsey and the jubilation that he has. 1 start, a prep, a 5th place finish at Pau in January, and he brought it today. And after the race, you can see Olivier Pellier, he's breathing hard. He really had to work for that to run down the local star, Tilal Al-Khaladia.
I'll tell you what I liked about it. If you watched Olivier in that slow-mo replay, he kind of threw the horse's reins away at him, and at no point did he ever pop that horse back in the mouth. Sometimes you'll see riders and they have their reins a little short, and so when they're pushing and they come back, it hits the horse in the mouth, which slows them down. He really helped that horse win.
In this type of race with such a long run down the backstretch, a sweeping turn, you want to let the horses get into a rhythm, and he set Hadi de Carrère up in the perfect spot, gave him something to run at in Tilal Al-Khaladia, who maybe moved a little bit too early, and Hadi just motored home and found the finish line in time. Smart horse, smart jockey, you can't beat that combination.
What does that mean for the upside for Tilal Al-Khaladia? Because he's only a 4-year-old, and like you mentioned, you can't race until you're 3. He's facing all these older horses, and he really was game.
I mean, imagine right now in thoroughbred racing, if you had a 3-year-old, instead of running in a Derby prep, go and say the Santa Anita handicap.
Right.
And he's taking on the older horses. And with this type of breeding as well that they emphasize in Saudi Arabia, it sometimes takes a little bit longer to mature. So you definitely don't close the door on Tilal Al-Khaladia. If anything, you get excited about what the future holds for him.
Looking back on RB Rich Like Me, tried to set the pace all the way around there. Maybe this is too far for him, or you think just unlucky tonight?
I think that he ran into the best horse from Saudi Arabia, the best horse from Europe. He was the best dirt horse coming in from the United States. So you put all three together and see how the chips fall. It's still a very valiant effort for him, and I imagine that he'll go back to Dubai where he's based and be a contender in the Kahela Classic. It's a tough race, and the third is actually a solid performance for him. I imagine his connections will still be very happy about it.
Speaking of happy connections, there's a look at Olivier Pellier giving a big, long, extended hug to the connections of Hadi Decarer. This horse never even stepped foot on dirt before. Were you expecting going into this a performance like that?
It's in the back of your mind because of how good he was. But with the Arabians, you can have horses do just as well on turf and on dirt. It doesn't matter the distance. They run often. They run later in their careers. They're special to watch.
Tom Stanley standing by.
Yeah, Thomas Fossi is with me, and Liz Price is going to help because I'm not sure what's worse, your English or probably my French, I would say. Many congratulations. What did you expect from this horse today?
Alors, félicitations. Qu'est-ce que vous pensiez qu'il allait faire aujourd'hui?
Pour moi, c'est un très bon cheval qui a fait voir à 3 ans beaucoup de dureté dans des terrains très lourds. Et aujourd'hui, c'est un cheval qui a quand même beaucoup de physique et tout. Et dans ces pistes-là, je pensais qu'il allait bien se comporter. Maintenant, il n'avait pas couru l'année dernière, donc ça pouvait être un os de venir et de courir là. Mais c'est vraiment un cheval de très grande qualité dans des terrains profonds.
I thought he was a very good horse. When he was 3 years old, he showed a lot of toughness when he was running as a 3-year-old, but he hadn't had a run. I thought he was going to win, to run well, but he did it really well today.
I have to wrap up now, but I just want to know, Kahela Classic, Dubai, yes?
Yes.
Yes, definitely. Well done.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom, and the connections there. Jonathan, you were right on this horse's next target.
And the winner of the $1 million race yesterday, first class, he's going to the Kahela Classic. So the $2 million Arabian winners this weekend will meet up in Dubai in 1 month.
I know where you get to go next.
I'm hoping to go to the Kahela Classic too. I'm just following these horses around. It's truly a pleasure.
Well, we appreciate it. It was a pleasure having you on board with us here, helping us out through the Arabian races, and we will hopefully watch for you in Dubai.
Sounds good. We'll see you there. I'll book my plane ticket.
Just put it on your card, not mine. All right, Jonathan Horowitz joining us from the Arabian Jockey Club. We're going to take a quick pause.
Jonathan Horowitz there, the Arabian racing expert, and I, for one, was very glad of his assistance, Michelle.
Yes, I mean, I thought I felt really smart for a second with RB Rich like me, and then it just all fell apart.
All right, that was the Abaya Arabian Classic, which has set us up nicely, as Tom Stanley told you, for the Kahela Classic a month from now in the United Arab Emirates. Thoroughbred's back after this.
Thank you.
You're warmly welcome back as we build towards the world's most valuable horse race. We're just under 2 hours away from the Saudi Cup, and there's a true international star, decorated French rider Olivier Pellier. He's just won the big purebred Arabian race here today, the Abaya Arabian Classic, and he's being presented with his trophy by the Vice President of Lexus, Rad Esmat Al Sadi, and the General Manager of Wholesale, Mohammed Al Angri, both up there on the presentation podium with the highly decorated Olivier Pellier. As John Hunt said in the call, it didn't work out for him yesterday. It worked out okay today. Trainer Thomas Forsi, he's been a real force, if you'll pardon the pun, not only training thoroughbreds, but particularly purebred Arabians. He's won the Amir's Sword in Qatar on a number of occasions, and now he comes to the Kingdom and strikes in the biggest race of all. So on the main track here at King Abdulaziz from now on in, but we had 3 terrific turf races to kick off the day. And if you've just joined us, wherever you are in the world, you will have an interest here because they were truly international races, but one nation emerged victorious throughout.
Authority's just too good, and Japan start the night in wonderful style. Songline in the middle of the free goes to the line. Songline for Japan again. This is a dream night for the land of the rising sun, in the setting sun here of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. Matt Banier alongside me. All those turf races going to Japanese trained horses. Authority, Songline, Stay Foolish, all ridden by Christophe Lemaire, multiple Japanese champion, winner of the Japan Cup, 42 years old. He looks absolutely at the peak of his powers today, Matt.
And one of the most intriguing things about the Japanese contingent, these upcoming 3 dirt races, they're well represented. They've got a big chance coming up in the dirt sprint. They've got a big chance. They've got 2 horses coming up in the Saudi Derby, which is our next race. And then obviously in the big one, they've got the combination of T.O. Keynes and March Lorraine, a Distaff winner and a Champions Cup winner. So the Japanese are having themselves quite an evening already.
They're having themselves quite an evening. Do you reckon Rosie Tapner's having quite an evening?
Knowing Rosie, I would think so.
All right, well, let's find out.
Well, we've had a great time so far, and I'm down here in the Al Abia enclosure. Just behind me is the fashion exhibition, and the expert here, Hatem, you're with us. Can you tell us a little bit about your role with the 100 Brands and explain what the 100 Brands is?
Well, my role is actually more with the Saudi Cup. What we're doing is we're fashionizing the Saudi Cup and bringing in 100 brands from Ministry of Culture to make sure that we create the content to promote the 100 brands. The whole idea of the 100 brands is to create this community of fashion designers and highlight all the people who have kind of made their mark fashion-wise, and also the ones that maybe we haven't really heard of. So there's many hidden gems and many shimmering gems that we can see at the MOC 100 Brand exhibition. Yeah.
There are some really stunning pieces in there. It's amazing to see what the designers have come up with. How much does it mean to the designers to have their clothes here at the Saudi Cup?
I mean, the Saudi Cup now has literally become the ultimate platform for Saudi heritage globally. I mean, it's become the platform for that. Ever since Her Royal Highness Princess Noura Al Faisal, Prince Bandar Al Faisal started bringing in lifestyle and fashion to the Saudi Cup, it created incredible buzz. Believe it or not, this is only the 3rd year, and look at the buzz and the enthusiasm that people have. It's really incredible to see our heritage celebrated in such a great way. And the day of the establishment, which was actually a few days ago, it only adds to the excitement and how people are, even kids now, are going back to celebrating their heritage. So it's very exciting, really.
Well, what a fantastic initiative. And for those brands that may not be as well known, to be able to showcase their work here at the Saudi Cup must be so special.
Rosie rocking it in the style stakes. No real surprise there. It would be marginally more of a surprise, perhaps, if Mandaloun, for all he's very well fancied, wins the Saudi Cup. He runs in the colours of Juddmonte Farms, the empire created by the late Prince Khaled Abdullah, a Saudi national himself. As you heard from Florent Giroux earlier, he is now the winner by default for how long of the Kentucky Derby. He provided a first victory in that race, albeit belatedly, for trainer Brad Cox, who's been talking to us about the task at hand.
I've had Mandaloun since the summer of his 2-year-old season. He came in, Garrett O'Rourke sent him in, and actually sent him in with a couple other colts and made the comment where, we're hoping one of these is a Derby horse. He's a pretty cool horse. He's pretty easy to manage. Now he has his times where he feels really good. He'll rear up here or there, but I think he's just, it's just out of feeling good. But overall, his attitude's really good. He's straightforward. He trains well. He likes to train. He's a good workhorse. There's nothing tough about him at all. I thought his race here in January was, going to tell us if that's something we wanted to pursue, and he actually passed the test with flying colors, even better than expected. So, Garrett runs the Juddmonte farm here in the U.S. I made the comment right after the Kentucky Derby, we would like to turn our attention toward the Saudi Cup, and here we are. It's not often that you can set a plan with a horse, say 9-10 months in advance and execute it, but we have a little ways to go. We have a few weeks out. I don't want to say too much, but everything's went extremely well since the Kentucky Derby. For me, to have a chance to train for such a prestigious operation is, it's a dream come true. When the richest race in the world on their own soil would be very special to the family. So, hopefully if everything goes well, that's something we'll experience. I've heard nothing but good things about the racetrack itself, the surface and how horses come out of it. It's a 1-turn mile and an eighth, which is a race. I like the idea of it. It gives horses I think you get around 5/8 of a mile to kind of get your placing. Our horse has tactical speed. I think he'll break, he'll be involved. So I like the idea of the 1-turn mile and an eighth with Mandaloun. I think it's something that he'll like, he'll enjoy, and we'll see. I think it's going to be a good group. Anytime you put up $20 million, you're going to get some competition, and that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to have your running shoes on, for sure.
Mandaloun, the latest in a long line of such talented horses to sport the silks of Juddmonte Farms, and the legacy will continue. The great race mare Enable, the Arc winner, the Breeders' Cup heroine, gave birth earlier this week to her first foal by the brilliant miler Kingman. Both of those aforementioned horses themselves bred by Prince Khaled's Juddmonte Farms. The purest distillation of talent from that great dynasty. And even if this horse cannot run up to his pedigree, he has a stallion's pedigree already, so he's worth a king's ransom. There's your R moment.
That's a great name
for him. It's a good R moment as well, isn't it?
Oh, he was so cute. The first picture, I think he was born February 11th, if I'm not mistaken. The first picture that came out, and he's nuzzling Enable, and they both have those little blazes. I was like, oh, he looks just like his mom, but out there it's a little bit bigger. But golly, what a good-looking little baby.
Can I just cut right through this sentiment by showing you the controversial Kentucky Derby from 2021, because perhaps this is the biggest clue as to whether the Juddmonte Farm Silks are going to be carried to victory in the Saudi Cup. This is Pink Cap Mandaloun passing the post second behind Medina Spirit. We've done the story. Now let's talk about the form and the horses, Matt.
I'll tell you what, at the top of the lane, I thought Mandaloun was about 1-5 to get the job done, and Medina Spirit just dug down deep and repelled the bid from Mandaloun. The concern for Mandaloun throughout his entire career has been just this. He gets very close, and he doesn't quite want to finish the job. Keep in mind, now, he has won 2 Grade 1 races in the United States. Neither time has he crossed the wire first. He has an opportunity tonight to sort of squash some of those fears that perhaps he doesn't want to get the job done entirely. He's a very talented horse. You hope the mind is finally catching up with the body a little bit as a newly turned 4-year-old.
I mean, there's a thing to be said about quirky horses, and sometimes it's just because they're a colt, and sometimes it's because they're just not mature yet. And, you know, the good thing is, like you heard Florent Giroux when he was here earlier said, he's developed mentally, he's developed physically, and I think that we saw in his prep race, there wasn't really necessarily a need to win that, right? It was a prep race. The fact that he actually came in and he had a horse that was in front of him and he caught him and he went by him, I think does show that he is going to go through a little bit of mental maturation.
You've seen a fair bit of him this week on the track. How do you think he's adapting to this place and this what is considered to be a slightly different dirt surface?
Well, when we saw him a couple days ago, he looked very lively, spry in the morning, looked like he was ready to go and do a little bit more work than he was allowed to. Look, we heard from Flo. The idea is he's a nice sort of handy horse. He can get into a nice position and hopefully make his run. I will say this dirt track, you had tipped it off initially. It's unlike anything I've seen in the United States.
Or here.
It sounds
you can't hear it.
It sounds like a pillow. It's incredible. The horses just skip over it and you don't hear them go by. I don't know who that plays to the favor of as far as any of the American horses are concerned, but I'm expecting Mandaloun to deliver a good performance. Whether or not it's good enough to win, we'll find out.
I will say, when he was schooling in the gate this week, we had watched a little bit of video earlier of Brad Cox putting him in the gate. Some horses, especially when they're green or a little immature, will fiddle around in the gate. They don't want to focus on what they do. He got in the gate. He bird dogged, so where the gate kind of meets itself, he put his nose right square where it's supposed to be and stared down the track like, if you open this, I'm going. I mean, that's something that, you know, a more mature horse or a big racehorse is going to do. Okay. I loved seeing that from him.
And I suppose the beauty of all these American horses, to a greater or lesser extent, is they're still about potential. Certainly Mandaloun and Midnight Bourbon. I know Midnight Bourbon hasn't won for ages, but the two are so closely matched. Their careers kind of bob and weave and intertwine with each other, and this is their respective preps. Rolling along on the front end, Midnight Bourbon, and Mandaloun chases him down.
The dynamics of this race played greatly to the favor of Midnight Bourbon, and Mandaloun was still able to overcome that and get the job done. This was his first start since the Haskell last summer at Monmouth Park. All things considered, it was a really strong effort, a nice comeback performance. My concern and my question, Michelle, is these two horses just bang heads left and right every time they show up on the racetrack. How does this compare to the horses they're going to take on here tonight?
I mean, the good news is they're way in front of every other horse that they've been there, right? The bad news for me is I think they're both very similar horses in that, and say that they don't want to go by. They like to hang out by their buddies. Sometimes we see horses that are just blow away winners and they like feel good when they pass other horses. These horses haven't seemed to let that click in their minds yet. And it's not that they have a lack of talent or a lack of guts. It's just something that I think that they have to almost learn. And a horse like Midnight Bourbon especially, I feel like, has some tactical speed. Obviously, he's been on the lead, he's been on the front end, but he doesn't have a second speed, right? He doesn't have that extra kick or the punch that you see. You know, and sometimes that's because he's on the front end. But there are horses that can go on the front end and still kick away, and he's just not that horse.
Country Grammar's an older horse. So what I want to know from you guys is, are we still buying into the idea that last year's crop of American 3-year-olds was a stellar crop? And if so, how can Country Grammar beat Mandaloun and Midnight Bourbon?
I don't know if it's stellar. Maybe in the heat of the moment during the Triple Crown season, we thought they were all going to be. It was competitive. They've all turned into very good racehorses, don't get me wrong. And any one of them can get the job done tonight. Country Grammar, though, is a quality older horse, and to sleep on him, I think, would be a major, major mistake.
Here's a look at him in the Hollywood Gold Cup, which was his last race, and it was back in May of 2021. And I thought this was an excellent race for him. He's actually coming up along the inside. On the outside is a horse by the name of Royal Ship, who actually bested him the time before that. And Royal Ship was a champion in South America, but they brought him up here. They ran him on the turf a bunch. Once they switched him to dirt, it was a different thing. This is a very hard thing to do. Royal Ship had passed Country Grammar. Country Grammar is coming back on the inside, which is the place of intimidation. He looked so game in that win.
The other thing I'll say about Country Grammar, yes, he's been gone for a long time. We haven't seen him since Memorial Day last year in the United States. If this turns into a stamina test, which we have seen with this long stretch, a one-turn mile and an eighth, if he can stay within shouting distance of the front, I have no concerns about his ability to see out the distance. There's something in the back of my head that wonders, what's the ideal distance for Mandaloun? What's the ideal distance for Midnight Bourbon? Maybe they want to go slightly shorter. Maybe they want to go slightly shorter than this distance.
See, what I like about tonight's race is we're actually going to find out a bit more about horses that people might think they know plenty about already. What about Art Collector then, Michelle? He's a horse who's come up short at a couple of Breeders' Cups. He's now with his third trainer, Bill Mott. Bill's been here a couple of times before with Tacitus. Good enough?
One thing that Art Collector doesn't come up short in is his W column when we're talking about the 1,800 meters or the 9 furlongs. I love the fact that this horse absolutely relishes the distance, and he's done it going 1 turn, he's done it going 2 turns, and he's done it going 3 turns. He won a grade 1 going the 9 furlongs. Now, the drawback is he's probably not beating the best of horses, and he didn't have a very good run in the Breeders' Cup Classic, although he did have a little foot issue. But I think that he's been training here fantastically. I think he's got speed, and we know he loves this distance. There's a lot of weapons in his arsenal. If he can step up still to be on par with some of these other horses.
Stating the obvious, the key to tonight's race is the pace. How fast and how hard are they going to go early? Because Art Collector will be part of that early pace situation. If they go too fast, it's going to take the starch out of heat. Midnight Bourbon, we'll talk about Secret Ambition in a little bit, and then perhaps set things up for Amanda Luna Mishra or somebody else. If for whatever reason it's on the more moderate side, to Michelle's point, this is a horse that's very versatile. He's shown that he can handle any racetrack in any condition. He becomes a little bit more intriguing. I'm just more concerned than anything about the pace scenario.
Now, when you say moderate, though, I think this horse can still put up a very quick tempo as long as he's doing it without too much pressure.
I would agree with that. He's a naturally talented racehorse. There's no denying that. He was one of the favorites in the Preakness last year. He was a really, really nice racehorse. The concern, or I should say 2 years ago, the concern again becomes, let's say he does use that good early speed and he can somehow clear the field. How fast is he going early on? And again, can you repel a charge from Midnight Bourbon? Can you repel a charge from Mandaloon? Then Mishra. And then if you do all that, you got to hold off the deep closers.
So our star ratings make Mandaloon the best of the Americans, just in front of Midnight Bourbon, but Mishra's got 5 stars as well, and Teo Kane's the Japanese runner. Well, hang on, the way the night's going.
I know, he should have 5 stars automatically just from what country he hails from.
We're going to talk a little bit more about Teo Kane's and the other Japanese contender, Marsh Lorraine, in a little while, but that's the Saudi Cup, due off at 8:35 local time, and that's 35 minutes past midday US Eastern time. We've talked about 4 plucky Americans. Here's 2 plucky Brits, Tapner and Tom.
Well, I've come out to find Rosie Tapner, and I've got to be honest, you're not an easy person to find, but it's busy here. How's your day been?
It's really busy here. It's been amazing. It's my first time ever here in Saudi, and I was saying to you earlier, we haven't had time to go out and experience Saudi in itself, but it's so nice that they've actually feel like we've brought Saudi into the racecourse, and I'm experiencing all the culture and the heritage, and I feel like I've learned a lot of history about it all as well, so it's been amazing.
From the race days you've experienced at Royal Ascot, for example, which would be the traditional British race day, how does this compare? Are there any comparisons you can draw?
Do you know what? My biggest comparison is the fashion. So Royal Ascot, we all take months to get our outfits together, and I've been chatting to a lot of the women in particular who said it's taken them months and months to get their outfits together. They've really thought about it. It's sort of their big Royal Ascot. It's their royal. So it's really lovely to experience that, and I've been dressed in traditional dress all day, and so many people have loved it, and it's been great.
Has this been the regular sort of thing that's been going? I've never been back here, but has this been what the locals have been enjoying here? Lots of performances on the stage?
Yeah, you've missed out, I have to say. This has gone on after every single race. So in between every race, we've had a new act, singers, dancers, and this is going to carry on well into the night. So after racing finishes, we need to get a bit of a boogie going on.
We are. With that, Rosie, you can dance us into the break.
Tom, I think you should join us too.
Take a pause.
Tom and Rosie having far too much fun out there here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. And night has now definitively fallen. And we've got 3 terrific races to enjoy. And it'll be the big race for the classic generation. Up next, the Saudi Derby. Let's head out and about in Riyadh. Welcome back. Grandstand filling up here at King Abdulaziz racetrack, just outside Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are less than 2 hours away from the feature race, the Saudi Cup. We've got a wonderful prelude for you in the shape of the Saudi Derby if you prefer, depending on where you think this is leading you. It's worth $1.5 million. There's only one way of slicing that. And John Hunt, the man who's going to call him home, has the runners and riders for you.
Really interesting race, thank you very much indeed, Nick. Number 1 here is Kaifa, who was second in the UAE Guineas. 2 is Perfect Love, and 3 is Al Muthana, who won a qualifier for this, giving the locals a little bit of hope. Number 4, Al Nada, carries the Mishrif colours. Prince Faisal owns this. The maroon will see it shortly. 4 from 4, Al Nada, the highest rated Saudi-bred horse running here at this meeting. 5, the first of the 2 Japanese runners in the race, Consigliere, with Christophe Lemaire bidding for an incredible 4th winner on the night. 6 is I Am Magic, this horse formerly trained in Ireland, won on his debut here. 7 is Island Falcon, with Christophe Soumillon riding, a Meydan winner last time out. 8 is Noble Truth. Very interesting that Frankie Dettori has gone to post very quietly on him. He's looking more like a dressage horse, Noble Truth. Quite a few flying changes on the way to post, but he looks okay. Bob Baffert's runner, number 9, Pinehurst. Flavien Prat rides. Another for Japan is next, number 10. That is Sekifu. 11 is Sovereign Prince, a dirt debut tonight. He won a listed race in Meydan. 12 is the Wizard of Eye. Full owners and trainer Stan Moore here representing Great Britain, and this horse was 5th in the prestigious Jean-Luc Lagardère in Paris last October. 13 is Jacinda. That's ridden by Florent Giroux for Jérôme Régnier, who's had a stellar year in France. And number 14 is Oscula, who had a tremendous level of form last year, was 3rd in the prestigious Prix Marcel Boussac in Paris last back end. But not every one of the team here impressed with the way she worked the other day. She looked pretty tired come the end of her work. Let's see if she can bounce back. A fascinating Saudi Derby up next.
It is. You set that up intriguingly, John. It's another multi-continental challenge, and not a massive surprise given the way the racing's gone tonight that the first 2 editions of this race have gone to, yeah, you guessed it, Japan. But just keep your eye out for quite a well-known horse finishing 2nd in the first of them.
Fall Flat, who leads by 2 lengths. Misdrift continues to stay on stoutly for a place. It's Fall Flat for Hideki Mori and Japan with Yutake Take in the saddle.
Pink Kamehameha, 50 meters to go. Cowan is finishing fast. Pink Kamehameha, Cowan, here's the wire. Pink Kamehameha.
It's an interesting race. As I said, John Hunt set this up beautifully, really, Matt. But what he did was serve to underline how hard it is to try and figure out what's going to win and how it's even going to be run. Horses with vastly differing form lines from all sorts of different places.
I think you have to start with the American horse in this race, in Pinehurst, because we know American speed typically is king and queen on dirt. My concern, and Michelle can speak to this, based in Southern California, I'm not convinced that Pinehurst is really going to appreciate this mile distance. He's gotten short in some of his other races in the past. I think he's a nice horse. I just think he wants to go shorter, and if he takes any kind of pressure early, I think he's in trouble, Michelle.
I have to ditto every sentiment you just laid out right there. I mean, I think it's good. He's trying the 1-turn mile here, obviously, but I think this long stretch might just get to them. Bob Baffert, we know, has his horses ready, and they generally don't get tired, but sometimes they have distance limitations, and, you know, he might be one of those horses that has this. I actually wouldn't mind to see him on turf at some point, too. He's by Twirlin' Candy out of a Giants Causeway mare. Really, that's a grassy pedigree. That could be a whole new thing for him if he was able to get a surface change. Nick, talking about earlier Oscula, when John was tired this week, it wasn't the fact that she got tired. We talked to George Bowie after. She's just lazy. She doesn't like to do work unless she's with someone else.
I get that. I understand that. I can identify with that. All power to Oscula. There's Consigliere looking for a Japanese and Christophe Lemaire 4-peat.
has a big chance in here, comes out of a really impressive win at Tokyo back at the end of November. You take a look and see the form of that race. The second and third place finishers have come back to run second and third in their subsequent starts, so it seems like it's holding up a bit. And look, with the way the Japanese have rolled for the first 3 races, don't discount them in any of these races from here on out.
What I like about this filly, Oscula, who you've been talking about, is the fact that George Bowie, ambitious, young, hungry, really good trainer in Great Britain, has gone for Luis Saez. Go on, get me out there. American dirt rider, send her. Busy 2-year-old, tough as nails.
Not just an American dirt rider, I would say arguably the best gate rider that we have.
Exactly.
Really?
I believe so.
That's a bold statement, Matt.
There's Oscula, who's been blindfolded for Stall's entry.
I bet you he's never been on a horse with a blinder like that, though.
Hey, let's hear from the trainer. He's with Tom.
Yeah, I was putting it to George that it's not all just thrown together, is it? You gate schooled her earlier on in the week. You've booked an American jockey. You've thought long and hard about this.
We've tried to, yeah. Louis rode for us at the Breeders' Cup and did a great job on Jcsa in the juvenile turf, and look, hopefully he can do equally well tonight.
What did you make of the run at breakfast at the track? It was more of a run, I thought, than most of the horses we saw had.
Yeah, she's quite lazy. She obviously took a lot of racing last year, and you know, I say lazy in her training. She needs enough work to keep her back down, and but yeah, look, she's come over here and ready to go. So fingers crossed.
Cheers, George. Good luck.
Thanks.
George Bowie there. Let's have a look at 11. Charlie Appleby's Sovereign Prince for Godolphin.
Coming in with 3 straight victories here, and could be a nice dirt pedigree by Dubowie, who I feel like is very versatile. And on the bottom side, you have Bernardini. This horse, who's run well on synthetic before, could be the horse to play.
I got to throw one other horse out there.
No, you're not allowed.
Kiefer from the UAE. Couple of losses in the past 2 races, but dynamics have worked against this one. I think if you can get out into the clear, no bargain because you're down to the inside from the break, I think this horse has a big chance in here.
Oh, you know, Tom hated the draw. I told him I would say that if you talked about this horse. He didn't like the draw. And this horse is a Southern Hemisphere horse, so he's technically 4 years old. Sometimes that could be a big deal, but looking at him from a physical standpoint, he is not a big, imposing specimen at all. He's actually rather feminine looking, so I don't think he has as big of advantage as you would think from a physical standpoint.
So the top 2 horses bred in Brazil and Argentina respectively. Southern Hemisphere means the breeding season is therefore 6 months later. As such, 6 months older, so they have to concede a weight allowance to the Northern Hemisphere horses, and it's a lot as well.
10 pounds.
Yeah, that's a lot.
We talk a little bit about the pace situation. Noble Truth is a free-running type early. Perhaps he's involved also.
Saudi Derby of 2022. Here's John.
Set now, 1,600 meters here for the Saudi Derby, and away they go. Oscula jumped fair enough. Slowest away was Kiefer, and also a bit slow to get going was Island Falcon up on the wide outside of the field. But 3 early pacemakers. They include the black jacket of I Am Magic, who is now being joined by Consigliere, and that man Lemaire trying to get close to the front as well. But Pinehurst for the States has just come through at the end of the first quarter of a mile to lead the field. Jacinda eases back into 4th place. Then the red cap of Godolphin, carried by Sovereign Prince, just moving a little bit closer now. Noble Truth in mid-division. The pace looks hot here. Oscula already hard under the pump, getting plenty of kickback there. The Wizard of Eye racing towards the inside. Mishriff's colours carried here by Al Nada on the wide outside, and is breezing nicely into contention as well, and has moved ahead of Al Mutana, who heads the rest. Sekifu's got an awful lot of work to do, and they look like 2 separate races here with these pacemakers led by Pinehurst bursting clear. So Pinehurst, I Am Magic, Consigliere and Sovereign Prince up on the outside. Al Nada's into 5th place, and then comes the Wizard of Eye, who is still staying on. Kiefer comes next. We'll watch for those closes. If they've gone too hard, they may play a part. Closing stages then, straining for home. Pinehurst on the inside rail here, has all sorts of challenges. Consigliere in the middle, on the outside Sovereign Prince. Then we've got Al Nada still staying on. Sekifu staying on strongly as well. Pinehurst so gutsy, just out in front. 100 meters left to last home. Sekifu is the one finishing very hard on the outside. Pinehurst with Sekifu a neck away. Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States and Bob Baffert. Sekifu was 2nd. In 3rd place there was Consigliere. So a 2-3 there for the Japanese horses this time around, and they were followed home. A terrific run by Al Nada on the wide outside of them. They were followed further back by Sovereign Prince. The Wizard of Eye ran an absolute stormer just in behind them. He got loads of kickback on his way round. Also well beaten in behind them was Island Falcon. Noble Truth never really really show. They're the front five. Pinehurst in front there from Sekifu, Consigliere, Al Nada, and then Sovereign Prince. A gap then to Kiefer, who was 5 lengths further back. The Wizard of Eye has just held Island Falcon for the next positions, and the rest coming home at wide intervals. Pinehurst then for Bob Baffert, and Flavien Prat has really proved to be so courageous and gutsy. Interesting future ahead. Sekifu's rider not quite getting there this time, Christian Demuro, but he finished very hard up on the outside, and Consigliere was there throughout. There he is, our winner, Pinehurst. What a fantastically brave display that was by him. A really super win. So we've had 3 wins tonight so far for Japan. We've had 1 for France, and now the United States, they strike here with Pinehurst.
Tough as old boots, this young racehorse. Limited on experience, but certainly unlimited in toughness. Wow, that was some performance from Flavien Prat's Mount Pinehurst. For Bob Baffert, we wondered, didn't we, just how good he was, just whether he had enough in his armory to win a race like this, and I think the answer was pretty conclusive.
I think what it really came down to was just Bob Baffert and his conditioning. He gets horses so ready to go. You could see that horse wasn't extending anymore. He wasn't kicking into another gear and the other horses were catching him, but he had built up an early advantage. He went very easy early on, and Baffert had him ready to go to finish.
Yeah, a lot of the credit out here, the preparation of this horse, goes to Baffert's longtime assistant Jimmy Barnes, who's been looking after this horse, and Country Grammar seen being congratulated there by Prince Bandar.
And look, this is the best horse, or the best race this horse has ever run before. And you had some stiff competition in here. We saw the Japanese come run 2-3 in this spot. Looked like they were almost going to get the job done from well off the pace on the far outside with Sekifu, but Pinehurst kept finding. Look, I was dubious about his ability to get the distance. I still don't know that I think he's going to be a classic type, but he can be very useful. Also worth noting, he was out there on the pace. And I think that is the biggest thing for this horse at this point in his career. You just got to be involved from jump.
I mean, it would be sensible, given all the circumstances we've discussed, to make hay while the sun shines. I wonder if the UAE Derby might be next on the agenda. Flavien Prat, who has been riding Grade 1 winner after Grade 1 winner, has another valuable prize here, and he's alongside Tom.
Yeah, another valuable prize for you, Flavien. Well done. That went exactly to plan, I take it.
Thank you. Yeah, the horse broke well, and he got me into the race. I was cruising all the way around. And yeah, when it was time to make a move, he responded really well.
How worried were you about getting the lead or not?
It was not really about getting the lead, but just to get a clean break and be in a race, and that was the case today, so it was good.
And he was tough late, right? He just kept finding.
Yeah, absolutely. He was actually kind of waiting on horses, and every time a horse came with him, he digged in.
Well done, Flavien.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat. Michelle?
I mean, Flavien Prat is our leading rider in Southern California. He wins 3, 4, 5 races a day. He has a long-time relationship with Bob Baffert, and he rides his horses with a lot of trust and a lot of faith, and I think he delivers. He's a very strong rider. He's a very smart and sensible rider, and he's an unbelievable finisher, and I think you saw that here. He switched sticks 2 or 3 times down the lane. He does it so effortlessly and so convincingly. I think he really gets a lot out of his mount, and I think this horse probably needed it today, but epic ride, great job, congratulations to our good friend B Squared.
Be very curious to see where they go next with this horse. You had mentioned the UAE Derby,
to the
Nick.
turf?
Well, I know Michelle wants to see that, and it's entirely possible it'll happen at some point. I can't help but think he's 3 for 4 going 1 turn, and his only loss was a 2nd place finish. Maybe you look at a race like the Pat Day Mile on the Kentucky Derby undercard, so maybe he is pointing to the first Saturday in May, but I could see a 1-turn mile working to his advantage.
Pinehurst it is, victory for the United States, and I think worth just considering the fairly lamentable showing of the European contenders there, and whether because Mishriff has performed so creditably on this surface, we've rather been lulled into a false sense of security that, you know, the dirt plays slightly differently and is just fine for horses who would normally do well on turf, whether in fact it's still dirt, and Americans are always going to have an inbuilt advantage.
I mean, maybe not always an inbuilt advantage. You just think that they do because the surface is familiar, but it doesn't mean there's not horses that can't translate their form. I mean, obviously Mishrif is one. We've seen Thunder Snow run really well on the main track. There have been a significant amount of horses that have been able to successfully make the transition. We just don't know.
Right, let's hear from the man who's been supervising the preparation of this horse. Jimmy Barnes is with Tom.
He is indeed, yeah. Jimmy's alongside me. He's just debriefing with Liz Price. Now, Liz was very helpful to us earlier, so I'm not going to be mean to her at all. Liz, you're very kind. Thank you. Hey, Jimmy, well done. What was your expectation with this horse coming here today?
This was our expectations, you know. We came over here with a serious horse, and, you know, he just needed to handle everything well, and he did. He handled the ship over, the paddock, the vanning over for the race, and the gate well, and left the gate running, so couldn't be happier.
Did you know once he hit the front and was in the front in the straight, he'd stay there?
Well, you know, here you never know. You know, it's a closer's track, and luckily he had enough heart and stamina to withhold off the Japanese.
As far as you're concerned, as the assistant trainer, UAE Derby a real possibility?
You know, they're all thinking about it, and the plans were to probably go forward that way, as long as everything comes out of the race well.
Jimmy, hey, well done. Good luck later on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jimmy Barnes, who's been trusty lieutenant to Bob Baffert for so long. Flavien Prat now seems to have developed this partnership, and these big race mounts seem his for the taking at the moment.
Flavien Prat has had an excellent last couple of years, including a Kentucky Derby win, a Queen's Plate win. I mean, everything just kind of goes his way. I think part of it is because he is unarguably the best rider in Southern California, and when you are that position, you are allowed to have your pick of mounts, and you know, success begets success for him.
There you are. Are you swelling with pride?
Is it like the Olympics? Are they going to sing the national anthem?
Not yet. Maybe later.
Okay.
You'll have to wait. Come on, Mishrif. Right. We'll be right back for two more crackers, including the Riyadh Dirt Sprint right after this. So Pinehurst it is that has won the Saudi Derby. And who knows what the future will hold for him. The track is now being extensively prepared ahead of the final two races. The Riyadh Dirt Sprint next, presented by Saudia, the national airline of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, then the Saudi Cup itself. And here's a little more about the kingdom. Welcome back. Track being prepared ahead of the next race. We've just witnessed a stirring running of the Saudi Derby, presented by Saudia, which was won by a smart horse in Pinehurst, the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity winner last September. And we're going to take it from the outset. Yellow and Blue Silks rousted in the early stages by Prat, fourth from the left of screen. Matt, he was determined. these Baffert horses tend to run one way, generally speaking, and they're very effective at doing it.
Just naturally so fast, and again, especially in the United States, we get to see it time and time again. Speed is your greatest asset on dirt, and this horse has an abundance of it. I like the fact that he kind of came to hand here at this point, though, Michelle. It's not as though he's a runoff speed. Flavien Prat got him out of there, established position, and he's moving very comfortably at this point.
Yeah, he was a little bit off the rail, but you want to be able to save ground eventually. And like you said, Flavien had a little bit of a loose rein on him, so he wasn't asking him along. The horse right to his inside too, Consigliere, he had a nice, easy way of going for himself as well.
It's pretty difficult to put a kind of marker on this form, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, it's simply because we have so many horses from so many jurisdictions. They're very lightly raced. It's difficult to kind of make comps. I will say, let's give a shout to the local horse, Al Nader, who loomed up on the outside, put in a very, very admirable performance, all things considered, stepping up considerably in class.
We're riding with Christophe Lemaire here, the hero of the day. He rode Consigliere, and it looked at this point as though Lemaire might be in for the four-timer.
Yeah, but here you see Flavien Prat sense that horse coming on him, and actually Christophe got the jump on him, but Flavien is just so strong right there, and this horse was already moving with such good momentum. He was able to keep him going, and I think it was, remember I told you he switched crops a couple of different times? That horse was on his wrong lead. He had to switch leads back over, and Flavien got him to do that, and I think that really helped him. And looking at the Japanese horse, he's still on the wrong lead.
And while the Japanese didn't win this race, running second and third on top of 3 victories earlier, they're rolling along right now.
It's massive, absolutely massive.
If this was a cumulative points race, they would be.
This is interesting. This is past the wire. Look at Pinehurst gallop out here, past the wire.
I mean,
perhaps you give him a chance going longer. He's only gone long one time.
The race is over past the wire, so everybody else stood up. I mean, that horse is galloping out, yeah, but I don't know if that necessarily meant that he just wanted to keep going and going and going. Did it?
You don't like that theory. Some people love it.
If I watch the pan view again, how about that? Trophy presentation going on right now for the Saudi Derby. Flavien Prat accepting his trophy from the head of marketing and customer experience group, Turkey Mohammed Al Dufafian and Walid Abdullah Al Mukbil. That's Jimmy Barnes, assistant to trainer Bob Baffert. Longtime assistant, has made many trips to the Middle East with the Baffert contingents.
And Bob Baffert will be represented in the Saudi Cup of 2022 by the Amir Zidane-owned Country Grammar. One of 14 that go to post.
Also want to mention Umberto getting a trophy right here, taking over for the owners and subbing in. This is the regular exercise rider of Pinehurst and several other Bob Baffert horses.
So let's take a look at the lineup for this year's Saudi Cup.
California-based Grade 1 winner Country Grammar will return off a roughly 270-day layoff for his first international start for trainer Bob Baffert.
Aero Trem is the first ever South American runner in the Saudi Cup. He could be the finest Uruguayan export since Invasor.
Trainer Steve Asmussen has won more races than anyone else in U.S. history, and he says Midnight Bourbon might be one of the best in the world.
In the 1990s, trainer Saeed bin Sarur and rider Frankie Dettori, who team up with Real World, dominated global racing. The old firm is back in business with a real talent.
Emblem Road could be the best hope for the locals with a sparkling 6-for-8 record, including his last 3. Impeccably bred, he possesses speed and is the horse for course.
Victory for Mandaloun would be a fine tribute to his late owner Khaled Abdullah, the Saudi prince, a towering figure in global racing. This horse was awarded the Kentucky Derby earlier this week.
Magna Corps' lone dirt start was a decent third in the 2021 Dubai World Cup for 31-time champion trainer Andre Fabre. The Godolphin homebred enters off a respectable third in Bahrain in November.
Japanese racing continues on the march, and Teo Keynes is their leading horse on dirt. A physical powerhouse, he obliterated his field in the Chukyo Champions Cup in December.
9 furlongs? No problem. Bill Mott's trainee Art Collector is a Grade 1 winner with a sparkling 5-for-5 record at the 1,800 meters and has been showing his zip here in the mornings. Well drawn, expect to see him prominent throughout.
A win for Making Miracles would live up to his name. A strong stayer in England on turf, he's reinvented himself as a quicker horse on the dirt here in Saudi.
French-based Sealaway will be making his dirt debut for his new trainer Francis Graffa. The son of Galloway is versatile on footing and should be making his way late.
Dubai-trained Secret Ambition is the old man of the party at 9, but he's no back number judged on his fluent win in the Godolphin Mile last spring. He's a contender for the early lead.
Japan's Marcia Lorraine shocked at the Breeders' Cup, delivering a devastating late foot to post a massive upset versus her own sex. Immediately pointed to the Saudi Cup for her swan song. Should she best this group of boys, she'll end her career in spectacular form.
And finally, Saudi-owned British-trained the headline act, the standard setter, the hero of a pulsating edition of this race 12 months ago. The widest gate of all is no advantage, but if anyone can, it's Mishrif.
The Japanese have had great luck on this Saudi Cup undercard, and tonight, especially with already 3 wins under the belt. If they're going to take the big race, though, they're going to have to do it with the best dirt horse in Japan, Teo Keynes.
Teo Keynes is the JR Race Dirt Champion in Japan in 2021. He won a Champions Cup in December at Chukyo Racecourse. This is a qualifying race for Saudi Cup. He won Champions Cup by 6 legs. And the second finisher was a Chua Wizard, second finisher of Dubai World Cup last year. So Teo Keynes was 6 lengths ahead of the Chua Wizard. I think he is one of the best dart horse I've ever seen in Japan. Teo Keynes, gained international rating 120. This is, second highest rate, the best dart horse, bred in Japan and trained in Japan I've ever seen. So since then, the horse has been trained for Saudi Cup. His, final workout before leaving Japan at Rito Training Center was fantastic. And he was, lightly bruised on Tuesday here at King Abdulaziz, which is a fantastic. He's full of energy, looks like a very keen. This is, usual habit in the morning. I think, he's in top form.
The point is the way things are going. You're going to say, well, I think Teo Keynes can do it, rather than is Teo Keynes for real off the back of that win in the Chukyo Champions Cup. Michelle and Matt alongside, your confidence has got to grow now. It's just a question, I think, given what Nahiro Goda was saying there, Michelle, of whether the horse can keep a lid on it.
Yeah, we have heard from his connections that he's a little bit of a rambunctious doer. We saw him earlier this week, and he did get a little hot and bothered, but he calmed down, and he was excellent in the gate. And I really think that a key to a lot of these races is breaking out of the gate well, because it's very hard to overcome if you don't do that. So I want to pay close attention to him, especially behind the gate going into it, and see what he looks like.
This is the single most important piece of tape you'll watch as far as the Saudi Cup is concerned. If he runs this race, I have no doubt he's going to be there at the wire. Maybe he doesn't win, but he's going to have a say. This is a tremendous, tremendous effort, and the form continues to be flattered. You've had a number of horses come back out and win next out, not just in races alone, in group and grade 1, 2, 3 races.
He's quite an unusual mover for a dirt horse, isn't he? Normally,
Skippy.
I associate American dirt horses with that kind of grindy action. He kind of floats across, almost like a good fast ground turf horse.
He does. He moves just like a turf horse, actually. It's great that you said that. When you look at that video and you look at the horses behind him, they're hitting the ground like you described, like this. And he hits the ground like he's just skipping over it with that daisy cutter action. Very, graceful and light, which is funny.
A bit like Matt Bernier.
Oh, yes.
I don't think anybody's ever called
I don't know. I saw you last night at dinner, Matt.
Yeah.
Marcia Lorraine was a global sensation, really, in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, because not only did she shock all of us, she shocked her own countrymen and women by winning that race. But was it a fluke?
Well, it was certainly the best race of her career. There's no two ways around that. She had a lot of things go her way. We're taking a look as they go into the far turn of the distaff. The pace signed on this day was off the charts fast. Everything worked to her advantage. But to be fair,
she's in the blinkers, by the way, on the outside, the red and white.
She's got the red cap with the green body. She's not that far off of it. She's making the first run into the hottest part of the pace. And for her to dig down deep and prevail, I think speaks volumes about her overall ability. My concern about her from this race that we're watching right now to tonight, she's dealing with a different class of animal in this race this evening here, in my opinion.
Well, first of all, it's going to be boys. And second of all, I felt like the quote-unquote good horses in the distaff ended up not finishing like we thought they would, and possibly part of that was because of the pace scenario. Maybe it was some of the situation like with Latruska with the training leading up to it. So maybe the best horses didn't show up that she was able to beat, but the thing is, she put her head in front and she kept it there. Other horses came at her and they were not able to pass her. I have to really give credit to a horse like this who shows some gumption late.
She's quite unfeminine for a filly, isn't she? She's a big,
Raw-boned.
deep-chested, raw-boned, powerhouse of a mare.
And if they go hard early, she would be arguably the one who would appreciate it the most, given her running style. They're going to take her back, make one run, similar to what we saw there out at Del Mar. The question is she going to get the fast pace that I think she might, but I know others think it may be a little bit more on the moderate side. If it is more moderate, it compromises her chances.
I do think it's curious the fact that she was a surprise to her connections to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff. And immediately they said, let's send her to the Saudi Cup. It wasn't like a, where should we send her, what should we do? It was like, we're going to go to the richest race in the world.
I mean, I guess in her favor is the fact that if the early pace is frenetic, you know she'll cope with it. She's not going to recoil from it. She's not going to be frightened of a frenetic pace, whereas some of the Europeans, it will be unlike anything they've ever experienced before.
Well, as we talked about earlier, at the end of the day, you still need to be able to handle the surface. We know that she is a proper dirt horse as opposed to some of these classy European turf runners that are going to be trying a different surface for the first time. She's an interesting candidate, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm completely cold watering her, but she has her work cut out for her tonight.
Number 2 in shot there is a defending champion. Capano Kicking won the Saudi Dirt Sprint this time last year. Can he do so again? Well, he's trained by Sachiaki Kobayashi, so there's every chance he can. See you in a moment. So runners in the paddock ahead of this Riyadh Dirt Sprint presented by Saudia. And in shot there, Yellow Silks of David Egan, who's picked up a plum spare ride here on Capano Kicking because William Buick was unable to make the journey. We'll find out whether they can do it after we find out more about Riyadh. Welcome back, runners in the parade ring for our penultimate race on Saudi Cup night. This is the Riyadh Dirt Sprint, $1.5 million, going to be called by John Hunt.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, the runners just in the parade ring now, jockeys coming out. So this is the prequel to the big one tonight, the Riyadh Dirt Sprint, the Riyadh Cup for grabs here. Number 1 Beehive was beaten by another of today's runners, Roxanne, in the qualifiers for this. Last year's winner, Capano Kicking. David Egan out bright and early, looking forward to this challenge. 3 is Dancing Prince, like Capano Kicking, also trained in Japan. This horse won a tough Group 3 race last time out. Number 4 is Faz Zay, 4 out of 4 this season. Watch for the late closing. That's how he likes to race. He'll be hoping for loads of early speed here. Ginobili is an important non-runner. Number 6 is Gladiator King. Mikel Barcelona riding, the horse who was 3rd in this in 2020. 7, Good Effort. Former champion jockey in Great Britain, Jim Crowley, rides. This horse won at listed level in the UK in November. Mortage is number 8, prolific winner and a strong traveller as well. Certainly one to watch out for. Rock Sound locks horns with Beehive once again. There was only a nose between them in that qualifier. Number 10, Switzerland, was 4th in this last year. New jockey to contend with now. Adre de Vries is on board for the luckless Tag O'Shea. 11, Rudy Trigger, an excellent piece of Arabian form brought to the table here, but disappointed in Dubai last time out. Number 12 is Chain of Love, also for Japan. This horse finished 6th in the Japanese Oaks 2 years ago. Frontrunner Dolma will be doing well to set the pace here. This horse has been running in handicaps the last twice, and a very consistent but probably outclassed mare, Sunset Flash, number 14, completes the lineup for the Riyadh Dirt Sprint.
So, they're the runners and riders for the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. Let's take a look at them in a bit more depth. Number 10 there is Switzerland. Michelle?
You know, Switzerland was really interesting to me. He's been around for a long time, and I think he's found his best form here at age 8, winning a race last time out by 9, although it was in the slot. When I looked at him last year, he was a very big and heavy horse. He's still kind of heavy, but he actually looks a lot fitter this year than I thought he looked last year.
He was fantastic in that most recent run at Meydan. Granted, it was over a bit of a wet track, but he won for fun, nearly 10 lengths. And in the grand scheme of things, if he can replicate that performance here tonight, I think he's in with a big chance.
There's Beehive, one of the local hopes.
Looking at Beehive right here, and coming in off a runner-up effort in the qualifier. I feel like the local horses haven't run that bad tonight.
They haven't.
If you take out the Japanese horses, they've been, you know, kind of like the surprise horses here.
Oh, it's a great bull of a horse, Beehive. There's Capano Kicking, the defending champ. Sprung a bit of a surprise last year. Wouldn't be a surprise this time.
No, wouldn't be a terrible surprise. At the same time, the form following this event last year sort of went sideways. You would need this one to get back to that effort in this very race last year, I think, to truly be able to get the job done.
All right. Number 3 is next. This is Dancing Prince. Christophe Lemaire's had quite a good night.
Now, before the day started, Matt and I both ended up on Dancing Prince as our top pick in this race. With the way the Japanese have been winning races, I feel like if you were, I don't know, I think have they extended their luck, or is it a good thing?
I also don't, I could be wrong, I believe Tom Stanley also likes this horse.
Does he?
Right.
Oh, I'm off of it then.
Absolutely no chance
I'm off
then.
of it.
4 is Fazé.
Bazet actually looked really good walking around the paddock here. He's a glimmering gray, looks white under the lights, and I didn't make a huge case for him. He is coming in here off of a break, but he runs well fresh.
Yeah, 6 is Gladiator King. Mikel Barcelona riding for Bupat Simar from Dubai.
On his best day, he's actually in here and rather competitive. The problem is his recent form leaves a little bit to be desired. If he can be forwardly placed and get a good position early, I think maybe he can make a run at this thing.
Yeah, Dirt Sprint isn't exactly where you'd normally find a British trained winner, but Ismail Mohammed's based in Newmarket. He's got Jim Crowley to ride. Good Effort, who's a hard horse. He's good enough class-wise.
All right, so class-wise, I'm glad you told me that because I wasn't sure what to do with him, but he stood out to me in the paddock as the best looker. He looks like your typical horse that you would want to have in this type of a race as a dirt sprinter. He's a very stout, round individual.
There's another local horse, Mortage.
Getting the blinkers on today and cutting back in distance after a win last time out, going 7. He's actually been a little bit better going the longer distances, but he is 2 for 2 going 6, but it's been a long time since he's done it.
Attractive dappled grey, Mortage. 9 is Rock Sound, 2 handlers. Good looking horse, very calm in the paddock.
Yeah, all around, not much that you can say negative. As far as class is concerned, certainly going to get a bit of an acid test here, but an honest type, one of the local horses.
It's a winnable race, this, of its type. It's not the strongest edition of it. That's 9, Rock Sound. 11 is Rudy Trigger.
I want to go back to Roxanne real quick, just because I like to give a negative to all your positives, Matt.
Please,
You're too
go on.
positive.
I'm sorry.
He runs on patterns, right? Win, lose, win, lose, win, lose. He
Yep.
won his last race, so he's supposed to lose today.
He's an in and outer.
There you go. Rudy Trigger on your screen right now, and ran 4th last time out, off of the break. Could improve. I don't know if he's still good enough.
Well, that's just it. It may have been nothing more than a means to an end to get to this
Yeah.
race. The problem is he still needs to improve dramatically to be a threat here.
All right, that's 11. Chain of Love. Runners on their way out of the paddock then.
For a group of sprinters, Nick, generally when you see them, I feel like I want to see them a little bit more keyed up, like you're seeing that one horse right there in the yellow silks. And this group plotted around here like a bunch of pony horses.
Switzerland is the horse to beat. Let's make that clear. I think if he replicates that UAE effort last time out, he's probably going to get the job done. But Nick, to your point, this feels like of the 6 races tonight, one of the most wide open, if not the most wide open.
That was the 2 Capano kicking, by the way, that was on his toes in the paddock.
It is the aperitif to the Saudi Cup itself. This is the Riyadh Dirt Sprint in front of a bumper crowd here at King Abdulaziz. And we will be right back with you. Wherever you are in the world, do stay tuned. The best is yet to come. All right, then, running right on time here in Riyadh. If you're still with us, runners are just on the way to post. And Switzerland is the horse that Matt Bernier told you was the one to beat here. What makes him have such a clear edge, Matt?
Well, I mean, he's a horse that has a great deal of back class. He's all the way out on the outside.
He is like rubbing on the outside, actually.
Right on the hair rail.
So this horse, actually, I remember last year, he got so worked up in the post parade and in the paddock. He was literally covered in lather. He had sweat dripping between his legs. So I don't think this is necessarily out of character for him, but he was definitely rubbing against the outside rail.
You need to decide what you want to do with him, because that last race at Meydan was fantastic visually. It also came over a wet track, and he is one who quite enjoys a wet track. He doesn't have that here this evening. On his best, he's probably the best horse in the race. That's a big if, though. Is he on it?
Okay, so he's not the sort of horse you'd be...
You're not overly bullish about.
Yeah.
You think he can certainly get the job done, and he's probably the most likely. If they ran it 100 times, he probably wins 40 of them.
But instinctively, as a handicapper, you're looking to oppose?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and who would be at the top of your shortlist?
Well, that's the problem. If it's not
a long
him,
shortlist.
then who? Yeah, so Capano kicking makes plenty of sense. Again, the form is a little bit suspect since the victory in this race last year. He also needs a little bit of pace in order to really be a true threat. Gladiator King, I keep coming back to him. He's interesting.
Darkness has fallen here in Riyadh, and this is the penultimate race on Saudi Cup night, and there is Capano kicking, the first of 2 defending champions that will be ridden by David Egan. Egan, of course, had his finest hour in his career to date when riding Mishrif to victory in the Saudi Cup 12 months ago. Again, he rides that horse at 8:35, but he's picked up the ride on Capano kicking in this Riyadh sprint because the intended rider, William Buick, did not pass a COVID test to leave Dubai, so he couldn't get here. Now, this could just put Egan right in the zone on the defending champion.
I'll tell you what, watching Capano kicking in the paddock, he was on his toes, really excited to get going, and once the handler unleashed him onto the track, he got settled into a really nice rhythm. He's been nothing but good since coming back behind the gate.
When we start loading, now okay.
Very, very curious maneuver from the rider of Switzerland on the way down to post. I don't know if our commentator John Hunter had a good view of that. John, Switzerland was right on the hair rail, as we'd say.
Indeed, yeah, that's probably where he's thinking he might end up here. Of course, he's drawn 14, isn't he, Switzerland? But yeah, very anxious, wasn't he, Andre de Vries, to keep him in check. I often think when they sit on the rail like that on the way to post, they're just trying to keep a lid on things here. These, of course, explosive animals over a really sharp trip. Just noticing how short a run it is to that first bend. It's only 200 meters, and then they're starting the turn, really, left-handed. So Switzerland, well, he's got himself down in the post, probably more relaxed than some of the others. He went down twice as slowly.
Yeah, interesting that, Matt. I just pick up on John's point. Adrie de Vries just trying to keep a lid on this horse, but he is parked right out wide. So how does de Vries play this?
Well, that's the thing. You're going to be caught wide if you don't use a little bit early on to establish some position. But at the same time, if you're trying to save something for that stretch run, you don't want to use too much too early to try to get over and make sure that you're not hung too wide. I'll be very curious. I brought up Gladiator King. His form recently doesn't look all that great, but keep in mind, he's only started once in the better part of a year. And no match for Switzerland in that most recent run. He's a speed type, and on his best day, I think he's got a puncher's chance. I really do.
For Bhupat Seema, who's taken over the license in the United Arab Emirates from his brother Satish, who is suspended from having a license at the moment. Bhupat's got an intriguing runner who could lend some shape, some pace shape to the Saudi Cup later on.
I'll tell you what, Nick, I'm just watching these horses right here. You're talking about pace. I don't exactly know where the pace is going to come from. I don't think Switzerland can be sent. I would check him. I would hold him up and move him back and make one run.
I think Gladiator King is going to go. I think Rudy Trigger is going to be forwardly placed. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Rock Sound forwardly placed as well. At that point, if Switzerland can slot over and sit in behind maybe those three, try not to lose too much ground, maybe 4 or 5 paths off the rail, I think that would be an ideal scenario if you're a fan of Switzerland.
It's a lovely spot for David Egan in the 3-gate, isn't it? On Capano kicking?
Certainly, you break, you let everybody go out there. Hopefully the pace is honest enough where you can eventually swing out into the clear. We've seen that time and time again throughout this entire meeting and over these 2 days on the main track here. Wide sweeping moves do very well from off the pace, so there's a reason a horse like Capano kicking has a legitimate chance to repeat as champion of this race.
And you know, even though his form isn't very good coming into this, he has only hit the board once since his win in the dirt sprint last year. His form was really similar coming into this race last year as well. But then again, he also had Matera Sky out there setting pretty wicked fractions for him.
And perhaps it doesn't end up materializing quite in the same way. Maybe they don't go quite so hard, but you'd like to think it's a dirt sprint. They got to go.
Yeah, Matera Sky is the horse who's been an agonizing nose runner-up in this race the last 2 years. He's not here this time, and he really broke the race open.
He certainly did, and again, it helps set up a late kick from a horse like Capano kicking. And to Michelle's point, maybe he won't go that fast. We'll find out. I think he's going to come with a run.
An hour from now, we'll know the result of the 2022 Saudi Cup. Frankie Dettori, the most recognizable jockey in international racing. Florent Geroux, this week awarded a Kentucky Derby winner. Now he's hoping that Mandaloun can do it all on his own. Dettori, for his part, teams up with his old ally Saeed bin Sarur, for whom he rode so many Group and Grade 1 winners in the 90s and the early noughties. They've got real world. This is 13 Dolma, proving a little reluctant to go into the stalls.
It's a filly here, or a mare, coming in with back-to-back victories, and she does get a significant weight break from what she's been posting in her last couple.
All right, jockey up, she's gone in, no problem. And the loading process has begun for the Riyadh Dirt Sprint. Distance here of 1,200 meters, 6 furlongs, 3/4 of a mile. Around this sweeping main track. Now Switzerland, the horse you would naturally favor for this race, parked right widest of all in 14. How does Adrie de Vries play it? We'll find out very shortly. He's in the black and orange silks. Last year's winner Capano kicking the yellow with the red hoop, drawn one from the inside. Final thoughts, Michelle and Matt?
I'm still going to go with the 3 Dancing Prince. I like that horse in here. I think that the Japanese have had a really great night, and this horse likes the wet, likes the fast, loves the distance. There's a lot to like about him. Oh yeah, and Christophe Lemaire's riding.
I was going to say, I'm not going to change. I think Dancing Prince is going to work out a lovely trip in this spot, and to your point, Lemaire has the hot hand this evening.
He might be the $10 million man tonight, Nick. I mean, if he is, I wouldn't doubt it. Christophe Lemaire is capable of winning all these races. The thing is, some jockeys aren't, right? Some jockeys, you're like, oh, if you win 2, then you might probably not going to win another one. Christophe Lemaire could easily win 5 races a day, and you wouldn't think twice about it.
The law of averages. The other nice thing about Dancing Prince, a horse that has nice early tactical speed, isn't one that's likely to be coming from too far out of it. And in a way, you would almost rather have a legitimate pace signed on if you're a fan of Dancing Prince, because he can still stay within shouting distance of the front and get the jump on the deep closers. If it becomes a bit of a more bunched up field, that can kind of lend itself to some of these, let's just say, more random results.
They're definitely taking their time to load here, and Switzerland actually getting a pony assistance. We saw him be very bad when he was leaving the paddock, but he walked right in there, and he's been pretty calm behind the gate, but I like the fact they went to the pony just to make sure he wasn't going to cause any more shenanigans.
All right, just 4 back now. Ahead of this Riyadh Dirt Sprint, prize money of $1.5 million. You can see the familiar face of David Egan there, the yellow silks. What a big night for him, as he'll partner Mishrif in just 3/4 of an hour in the feature race. It's a tardy load here, but make no mistake, they'll come home quick enough and they'll be called by John Hunt.
Nick, thank you. Gladiator King is one of those outlined. There are just 3 more to load up. For Japan, Chain of Love is also waiting to go, and Rudy Trigger out the back as well. Hopefully this will be explosive. I think the delay in loading largely contributing to that was Dolma, who played up, and Switzerland was in, out, shake it all about. But Switzerland now settled, happy in that wide draw, stall 14. So we wait now, Chain of Love to come in. Chain of Love, just a little hesitant. Been a good horse for some time now. On the fringe of things in the Japanese Oaks a couple of years ago. Now sprinting in safely. Out the back still, Rudy Trigger, and now guided forward is Gladiator King. A couple of years ago, ran so well in this, finishing 3rd. Gladiator King inching forward. Same colours, of course, as Switzerland. Switzerland with the light cap. Meanwhile, Rudy Trigger, as patient as you like, waiting for calm ahead before loading, and will be the last one by the looks of things. They'll go hard here. 1,200 meters. No time at all, they'll be into that first bend. And some of these have been in the stalls quite some time now. So they'll be relieved to see Rudy Trigger come forward as last of all for the Riyadh Cup. Fast and Furious Dirt Sprint coming up. Race 7 this evening. Set to go. Anxious looks at the starter, who sends them on their way. And away nicely was Faz on the wide outside, and Rudy Trigger begins very brightly as well. But to the front here in the stripes, Dancing Prince showing the best overall speed to lead from Beehive, and then good effort towards the inside of them. And then Rudy Trigger, who's trying to go with them as well. Just in behind these leaders and not far off the pace is Dolma, often a front runner. Can't get to the front tonight though. Rock Sound is just going past Dolma, who's struggling. Capano Kicking will be ridden for a little bit of luck. In behind them, staying to the inside. Gladiator King out wide. Widest of all is Switzerland, who's just gone past Chain of Love, and then further back is Sunset Flash as they head then back towards the home straight. And up front, Dancing Prince in charge here. In second place, good effort, trying desperately hard to close. These two have opened right up. Capano Kicking surely can't repeat last year's win down the outside. Chain of Love, but it's still Dancing Prince who's rolling on from good effort. The others are not getting any closer. Dancing Prince for the first time brought under pressure, but can now coast home to give Christophe Lemaire an unforgettable 4-timer on the night. They've all won so brilliantly, and Japan continue to fly. Second place, good effort. That was a really good, solid run, but was well beaten at the line. Capano Kicking and Chain of Love were the next ones home, and the stragglers include Beehive and Rock Sound, who couldn't mount a challenge. Rudy Trigger also struggling home, nearer last than first. Gladiator King and Switzerland never really made an impact on the race. 4 winners on such a prestigious night, unheard of. Christophe Lemaire rewriting the Saudi Cup night record books here with Dancing Prince, and not another horse in sight as he flashes past the line to win with great authority by 6 or 7 lengths. Good effort, was 4 clear of the rest of them. Chain of Love just third there, Capano kicking fourth, and then a little gap back to Sunset Flash, who was followed by Switzerland, Gladiator King, and Faz Zay next in the field. And they, in turn, were clear of Mortage, who beat the rest fair and square. But there was only one in that. Dancing Prince. I doubt whether Christophe Lemaire has ever had a night quite like this. 4 winners on the night, of course. An extraordinary display from him in the saddle.
Well, Japanese thoroughbreds are romping in the desert with reckless abandon. That's 4 up for Christophe Lemaire, and the extraordinary aspect of this for 4 different Japanese-based trainers. Now, Kizuto Miyata gets in on the action courtesy of Dancing Prince. It was far from unforeseen, but could you have foreseen the manner of the victory, which was just imperious over 6 furlongs?
It was incredible. Right to the front, sets the pace again. Lemaire right now is reading the room as well as he possibly can. He breaks, goes right to the front and says, look, nobody wants to challenge me. I'm going to take it to you. And look, this is 2 consecutive races for him where he wins by open lengths, setting the pace, and a rather tepid pace at that.
That's the key, right? This horse, he's getting out there with these horses. They're not being asked at all. And then when other horses are trying to make up ground, he still has so much left. He just ekes them out. And they're in full flight. Beautifully, beautifully handled by Christophe tonight.
We're sitting around the campfire last night saying, well, this track favors closers, doesn't it? Horses who are going to benefit from them going too fast on a deepish, quite attritional track up front.
Apparently nobody wants to go early tonight on the
Except
dirt.
winners.
Except the winners. Yeah. I mean, it's been a really incredible run right here. And again, credit to Lemaire, who he's just so in tune right now with the way everything is going. And not to gloss over the fact that, yes, another Japanese winner. You had a Japanese horse run third as well. All the Japanese horses are running tonight.
I do want to bring up a point. When we look at the Japanese surfaces, they tend to be very, very sandy and very demanding. And some people have expressed concern that the horses aren't going to be able to transfer the form to a faster track that's a little bit wetter like this. What we've seen now is that Japanese horses are extremely fit from this deep, sloggy sand to come over here. They are blazing over this.
But isn't this result of decades of good breeding, good training, and really efficient administration of a sparkling and upwardly mobile racing jurisdiction? Christophe Lemaire is also a prize asset for every Japanese trainer, as he's proved again. Here he is with Tom.
4 wins, $4.2 million prize fund you've won tonight. Christophe, unbelievable.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. I can't realize right now, but what a thrill.
Tell me about this horse. How good was he?
Yeah, he's a bit high tension into the gate. I was worried because we took time to take the start, but fortunately, he could jump well, break well. I could take the lead, reduce the pace, and then let him go.
Well done.
The only surprising thing about the evening is that Christophe Lemaire doesn't have a ride in the Saudi Cup, and there are 2 Japanese runners.
Just wait, there might be a rider change.
Yeah,
I'm beginning to wonder whether Yoshito Yahagi got the wrong Christophe when he booked Sumi on for the ride on Marche Lorraine. He's had some great days, but very few of them can match this.
I want to go back to what you're saying too about the Japanese training program. They have these great training centers where horses are allowed to do so many different things. Typically you go to the racetrack and you jog to the right, gallop to the left, and you work to the left. You know, obviously in the UK you have the yards and you're able to go do some different things. But a lot of the training centers in Japan not only have both directions you can train in, but they have multiple surfaces. They have uphill wood chips. They have the sand track. They've got the regular dirt track. They've got synthetic tracks. And I think that horses are able to do different things in different directions. It really helps improve them mentally as well as physically.
You just look at some of the horses that have come out of Japan in the last couple of years. Contrail, the Triple Crown winner, the brilliant fillies, Gran Allegria, Almond Eye, who won in Dubai in a hat canter hard held, Euphoria, the latest star off the block. If Euphoria comes anywhere this year, Europe, America, wherever you like, will take an enormous amount of beating. 4 for Lemaire, brilliant rider, riding really fit, hard, well-conditioned horses. Not all the top rated in their divisions tonight either.
I just love the ride. Again, this is a horse that typically is one that likes to sit just off of a target, take over as they turn for home and draw off. Instead, if no one wants to go and you break alertly, the last thing you want to do is take a horse out of their element. That's a major advantage that you have. And again, we talked about it leading into the race. It's not as though there was a headliner, a true headliner in this spot. We didn't have, a proper Group 1 or Grade 1 dirt sprinter. So it felt like it was a little bit up for the taking. And again, credit to Lemaire. I know we keep saying it sounds like broken records, but he's just put together a fantastic evening.
Thank you, guys.
You think he's disappointed that he doesn't have him out in the Saudi Cup now, the way he's riding? You think he's going to go ask any other riders, hey, anyone want to sit out?
Authority with authority in the opener. It was a good night. Then it was a very good night when Songline sprung a minor surprise in the 13.51. She had to do it slightly differently, beat a US horse and a top Brit as well. And then this was just poetry. Stay Foolish on the front end over nearly 2 miles, stacked them up, kicked away, really impressive. And then that, well, I mean, imperious, frankly. And he can count as well, which is great. A man of many talents. Indeed, it's his ability to pace a race that's really shown.
I think it's not only his ability to pace a race, but his ability to take advantage of a situation going on in a race, because they were all won on the front end. The majority of them were, but he also came from off the pace today. He's just doing what other people aren't doing. And we see a lot of riders do that at their home jurisdictions, because you know the other riders in the room and you know the horses you're going against. And if there's a paceless race or a race with too much pace, you're able to kind of use that to your advantage. It's rare, I think, that we see a rider go out of their area and dominate with the way that he's planning these out and fulfilling things that all of a sudden come to him.
And I love that they've all come in different styles of races. Marathons on grass, middle distance grass races, turf sprints, and a dirt sprint. I mean, it genuinely takes a world-class rider to be able to successfully navigate things. And granted, you've been on the lead for all of these almost. It still takes quite a bit of an internal clock to be able to ration out the fractions accordingly.
It's always said if it looks good, it probably is good. That's what they said about Frankie Dettori for so many years. Just perfect harmony and rhythm with the horse. And you could say the same about Lemaire. He's a great stylist. He looks good on a horse as well as being tactically effective.
He looks great on a horse. He's been around for a long time. He's a huge celebrity in Japan, and this is one of the reasons why. Right now, all of a sudden, the Japanese have these great horses that are competitive on the world stage, and other people are getting familiar with Christoph, but we've known for a long time how good he is.
Saudi, the national airline of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, sponsoring this race and presenting the trophies. The head of marketing and customer experience group, Turki Mohammed Al Dafayan, and the chief executive, Walid Abdullah Al Mukbil. Trainer Kazuto Miyata, owner Chizu Yoshida, rider Christophe Lemaire.
I hope he brought an extra carry-on.
But for all that Japan have had so much success so far, will it be that they go home with the biggest prize of all and the most valuable prize in world horse racing? The Saudi Cup is coming next.
Welcome to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a land carved by the hooves of its horses, a land to which all racehorses can trace their heritage.
And welcome to Riyadh, where the eyes of the racing world will once again be trained on the kingdom for the most valuable event in the international calendar. $31.5 million spread across 8 races, all culminating in the world's richest horse race, the 2022 Saudi Cup.
And from across the world they have come. Runners from Japan, France, the UAE, South America, the USA, and 2 of the very best from right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, looking to take on last year's victor, who stands on the edge of history.
This is the 2nd edition of the world's richest horse race.
The style in which he won it is very much everything we could possibly have dreamed of.
And they're off in the Saudi Cup. Mishrif under pressure back in 3rd.
Oh, the perfect race.
Mishrif is now the challenger.
No good jockey was made without a good horse.
Mishrif is roused to the lead.
Mishrif is my good horse.
Mishrif conquers the cup, an upset winner.
Plan has always been to come back again. It looks a mighty tough field, but so it should be.
The UK-trained and Saudi-owned colt Mishrif, looking to retain his cup. If he can do so, he will surpass Australian superstar Winks as the richest thoroughbred to have ever raced.
They first raced in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in 1965. They've now come of age to the point where they host the world's most valuable horse race. It's coming right up. Nick Luck alongside Matt Bernier and Michelle Yu, paddock side at King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Riyadh. We've got 14 runners, Matt. We've got 7 nationalities represented. Have we finally reached the point where we can talk about a horse race as truly a global affair?
Yeah, without question. This event, in a rather short amount of time, has established itself among the elite races in the entire world, along the lines of the Breeders' Cup Classic, the Dubai World Cup. You take a look, you've got the defending champion Mishrif in here. We've got fantastic European turf form, trying dirt. We've got the American contingent. And based on the way this evening has gone, look out for the Japanese.
The Japanese have won 4 races, Michelle, already, and they've got T.O. Keynes, their dirt champion, and Breeders' Cup winner Marshall Loren in the race.
They definitely do, and I think people were already taking a look at T.O. Keynes, and some people are going to be interested in Marshall Loren as well. But the way that the Japanese horses have been running tonight, you have to give 2 or 3 looks to them.
Here's a horse who sensationally earlier this week was awarded finally the Kentucky Derby of 2021. His name is Mandaloon, and he seeks, Matt, to become the first winner for Juddmonte Farms in this race. That's an enterprise that was founded by the late Khaled Abdullah, one of the sort of founding fathers of post-war thoroughbreds, if you like, and he wants to win a big race in his own right.
I was going to say, the big thing about this horse to this point in his career, his 2 Grade 1 wins in the United States have both come via disqualification. He has always shown that he is a supremely talented animal. Hopefully, the mind now as a newly turned 4-year-old has caught up to the body.
I think also we have to remember that Brad Cox came here last year bringing Nick's Go, one of his stable stars. The horse ended up actually being Horse of the Year for 2021 in America, but he wasn't able to win. So I think there's some redemption on the line for Brad Cox as well.
He'll be ridden by Frenchman Florent Giroux, but firmly established as one of the United States of America's leading riders, who are going to be the key other American horses in today's race. Midnight Bourbon has had a rivalry with Mandaloon that goes back over a year. His trainer Steve Asmussen was 2nd in the first edition of this race with another Midnight Bizou, and he's hugely confident that Midnight Bourbon can run a big race. Matt and Michelle alongside me during the course of the next hour.
I just want to mention real quick, Nick, the horse before that we were looking at was T.O. Keynes, and that horse can get himself really worked up. We saw him in the mornings here earlier on this week, and he was very hot. I love how he's coming over right now.
Let's head to the jockeys room where we'll find Tom Stanley.
And here, Nick, is a serious jockeys room as well. The guys in here just riding in the Saudi Cup alone have amassed between them 5 Japan Cups, 52 wins at the Breeders' Cup, 73 European Classics, and I think he'll like this. Over 800 wins at the very top level, Group or Grade 1 wins. You've got a third of them, Frankie Dettori. How are you?
I'm good.
What are you expecting from the big ride here? A horse who, what is he going to handle the surface?
Well, that's the question mark. The horse is a great Nick. He's 5 from 5 his last runs. He's matured a lot. Look, if he takes to the dirt and he handles the kick back, I think that he's not without a shot. You know, the Americans, they're going to jump and fly along the back. And they've got to put some distance to us, and then that's where you get most of the kickback. And hopefully, if we can cope with that, then we'll have a strategy in the straight, and hopefully it'll come on well.
How concerned would you be, Frankie, that he's had 4 goes on the dirt at Meydan and hasn't won, and now he's trying the dirt again? How different is this surface, do you think?
It is different. It's kinda. You know, there is a concern, but the horse was still young last year, and he's matured really well. He's full of confidence, and he's ready to take on the big boys. You know, I just got to go out there and think. Then he does like the surface, and be positive.
It's just like old times. Godolphin Blue, Saïd Bin Suroor, Frankie Dettori.
Yes.
Good luck.
Rolling back the years.
Yeah, Frankie Dettori, as he said there, he's ridden over 100 Group and Grade 1s in those silks. He normally rides for that man there, John Gosden, but the ride on Mishriff, the defending champion, is with David Egan, because young David Egan is the retained rider to Mishriff's owner, Prince Faisal, who has been a regular fixture in racing over the last couple of decades, and it was a very proud moment for him last year when this horse was a winner in his home country. How much more difficult, Matt Bernier, is the task for Mishriff today?
Well, last year there were 2 co-headliners in Knicks Go and Charlatan, and Mishriff was the one playing upsetter in that spot, able to sit just off the pace stool, take advantage, draw off, get the job done. In this spot this evening, yes, the outside draw is a big deal. In my opinion, it's not the end of the world. There's a fair bit of pace signed on. The concern is, if they don't go that fast, perhaps he does get stacked up a little bit, and he's going to have to overcome a little bit of adversity. If they go an honest clip early on, I think he's going to pull a very similar trip to the one last year he did.
So he is one of 14 runners going to post for this year's Saudi Cup.
California-based Grade 1 winner Country Grammar will return off a roughly 270-day layoff for his first international start for trainer Bob Baffert.
Aero Trem is the first ever South American runner in the Saudi Cup. He could be the finest Uruguayan export since Invasor.
Trainer Steve Asmussen has won more races than anyone else in U.S. history, and he says Midnight Bourbon might be one of the best in the world.
In the 1990s, trainer Saïd Bin Suroor and rider Frankie Dettori, who team up with Real World, dominated global racing. The old firm is back in business with a real talent.
Emblem Road could be the best hope for the locals with a sparkling 6-for-8 record, including his last 3. Impeccably bred, he possesses speed and is the horse for course.
Victory for Mandaloun would be a fine tribute to his late owner Khaled Abdullah, the Saudi prince, a towering figure in global racing. This horse was awarded the Kentucky Derby earlier this week.
Magny-Cours' lone dirt start was a decent third in the 2021 Dubai World Cup for 31-time champion trainer Andre Fabre. The Godolphin homebred enters off a respectable third in Bahrain in November.
Japanese racing continues on the march, and Teo Keynes is their leading horse on dirt. A physical powerhouse, he obliterated his field in the Chukyo Champions Cup in December.
9 furlongs? No problem. Bill Mott's trainee art collector is a Grade 1 winner with a sparkling 5-for-5 record at the 1800 meters and has been showing his zip here in the mornings. Well drawn, expect to see him prominent throughout.
A win for Making Miracles would live up to his name. A strong stayer in England on turf, he's reinvented himself as a quicker horse on the dirt here in Saudi.
French-based Sealaway will be making his dirt debut for his new trainer Francis Graffa. The son of Galloway is versatile on footing and should be making his way late.
Dubai-trained Secret Ambition is the old man of the party at 9, but he's no back number judged on his fluent win in the Godolphin Mile last spring. He's a contender for the early lead.
Japan's Marsha Lorraine shocked at the Breeders' Cup, delivering a devastating late foot to post a massive upset versus her own sex. Immediately pointed to the Saudi Cup for her swan song. Should she best this group of boys, she'll end her career in spectacular form.
And finally, Saudi-owned British-trained the headline act, the standard setter, the hero of a pulsating edition of this race 12 months ago. The widest gate of all is no advantage, but if anyone can, it's Mishriff. It was a pulsating tussle between Mishriff and Charlatan last year. He has to face a barrage of international contenders this time. He has to do it from the widest gate. It won't be straightforward, but let's just hope that he and the other 13 can serve us up a thriller. You won't miss anything wherever you are. Stay tuned. The Saudi Cup is not far away. So a little further away down in the pre-parade ring, the pre-paddock area where the horses are just taking a walk before they're saddled by their connections, and these moments absolutely crucial, Michelle.
Absolutely. You want to see these horses being well behaved in here. A horse can definitely run their race before the race, and we have a couple in here to keep an eye on like that might want to do that. Notably, Teo Keynes. He has been told, or we have been told by numerous parts of his connections, that this is a horse that can lose his cool before the race, and that could be detrimental.
Okay, you could just see Midnight Bourbon, the far side there. His trainer, Steve Asmussen, record-breaking US trainer. Amazing his confidence, his bullishness coming into this race with Midnight Bourbon.
He's a very talented racehorse, but is similar to Mandaloun, oftentimes found wanting. He, can't quite get the job done. Maybe there's one or two better. He's going to be an important part of tonight's race, regardless, win or lose, because he projects to be among, if not outright, on the lead.
Look at what a good boy he's being, by the way. He is standing there picture perfect for Stephen Scott.
John Gosden, who with his son Thady trains Mishriff. You felt this horse came quietly on them, really, but he wasn't sort of the apple of their eye when they first had him, and he's had to sort of chisel his way into their affections. Don't forget, he came into a stable that housed some of Europeans' most celebrated champions at the time, Enable and Stradivarius and Cracksman and so many more. Mishriff has turned into a model pro. John's son Thady doing the saddling duties is now officially on the license. Welcome back. We are just over 20 minutes to post time for the Saudi Cup, the most valuable horse race in the world. And if Mishriff is to win the Saudi Cup, he will create a piece of history, not just by becoming the first to win it twice, but also by becoming the highest earning racehorse in history. Let's have a look at those who dominate that table at present. Australian star Winks, American Arrogate, some of the legendary names of the turf. Down at 9th at present is Mishriff. He would to win today's $10 million first prize. You don't have to be a genius mathematician to work out that he leapfrogs all of those great names. Winks, Arrogate, Almond Eye for Japan, Thundersnow, dual winner of the Dubai World Cup, Gentle Donna Orfevre, 2 stars from Japan, and Gunrunner, who ran in the colours sported today by Midnight Bourbon. Colours of Arrogate and Enable on that list will be sported by Florent Giroux aboard Mandaloun, who is trained by Brad Cox. As I said earlier, Mandaloun was awarded the Kentucky Derby earlier this week. This is how he's been preparing for the Saudi Cup, in the words of his trainer, Brad Cox.
I've had Mandaloun since the summer of his 2-year-old season. He came in, Garrett O'Rourke sent him in, and actually sent him in with a couple other colts, and made the comment where, we're hoping one of these is a Derby horse. He's a pretty cool horse. He's pretty easy to manage. Now, he has his times where he feels really good. He'll rear up here or there, but I think he's just, it's just out of feeling good. But overall, he's, his attitude's really good. He's straightforward. He trains well. He likes to train. He's a good workhorse. There's nothing tough about him at all. I thought his race here in January was, going to tell us if that's something we wanted to pursue, and he actually passed the test with flying colors, even better than expected. So, Garrett runs the Juddmonte farm here in the U.S. I made the comment right after the Kentucky Derby, we would like to turn our attention toward the Saudi Cup, and here we are. It's not often that you can set a plan with a horse, say 9-10 months in advance and execute it, but we have a little ways to go. We have a few weeks out. I don't want to say too much, but everything's went extremely well since the Kentucky Derby. For me, to have a chance to train for such a prestigious operation is, it's a dream come true. win the richest race in the world on their own soil would be very special to the family. So, you know, hopefully if everything goes well, that's something we'll experience. I've heard nothing but good things about the racetrack itself, the surface and how horses come out of it. It's a 1-turn mile and an eighth, which is a race. I like the idea of it. It gives horses you know, I think you get around 5/8 of a mile to kind of get your placing. You know, our horse has tactical speed. I think he'll break, he'll be involved. So I like the idea of the 1-turn mile and an eighth with Mandaloun. I think it's something that he'll like, he'll enjoy, and you know, we'll see. You know, I think it's going to be a good group. Anytime you put up $20 million, you're going to get some competition, and that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to have your running shoes on, for sure.
Mandaloun, has he arrived at his date with destiny? Looks in good shape for Brad Cox and Florent Joux. One of a 4-strong contingent from the United States. And Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, has arrived. They're heading up to the royal box to cast his eye over what's become one of the most important sporting events in the kingdom, as you heard from His Royal Highness Prince Bandar if you were with us earlier on. This isn't just about a single day, a single event, a single big purse. This is about establishing horse racing on a firmer footing in the kingdom. Been racing here since 1965. This racetrack opened in 2003, so horse racing is nothing new here, and the love of the horse is clearly exhibited by so many here in this part of the world. But it's really about competing with the other established horse racing nations in Europe and United States of America, and of course Japan. I asked Prince Bandar what he aspired to earlier. He said to be like the Japanese this evening, and that's a reasonable aspiration, if a fair way off.
But you have to remember that he wants to build something too, like Japan has done. They've taken horses and they've come to America and they've picked out stallions and they've picked out brood mares and they've imported and they've tried to just better their breed steadily over time by breeding better and better horses. I think we've seen over the last couple of years that we've been here, Nick, the product of the racehorses that are coming out of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are definitely on the improve.
The Crown Prince receiving the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and now the 2022 Saudi Cup is officially upon us. Not only that lion's share of $20 million, but also a pretty magnificent and enormous trophy commissioned by the House of Garrard. We will be taking a deep dive into the world's most valuable horse race when you rejoin us in just a moment's time. The hopes not only of Great Britain on his shoulders, but also his own home country of Ireland, and also everybody here, or an awful lot of people here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Saudi-owned, British-trained, Irish-ridden Mishrif, and he's alongside Thady Gosden, young co-trainer, son of John, who's been such an important part of international horse racing through the last 3 decades. Mishrif, a 6th-generation homebred for owner Prince Faisal. Ryan Moore, multiple British champion jockey, riding for France here, riding Sealy for the first time. And what do the Japanese have to say about this race? T.O. Keynes, their senior representative, the Japanese dirt champion. 2 Godolphin riders. William Buick can't be here today because he is not passed a COVID test. White Cap Mikel Barcelona will ride Magny Cour for Andre Fabre, and Frankie Dettori on Real World for Saeed bin Sarur. There's Florent Joux in the Juddmonte Farm silks. A few thoughtful moments.
That was good, that was good.
Riding Mandaloun for Brad Cox. He's got ultimate faith in the horse, but he knows in the animal that this man rides, Mishrif, he has a really tough nut to crack. And as Matt Benier and Michelle Yu have said during the course of this telecast, has Mandaloun got the heart to match his class? What do we think?
I think it's going to be a fantastic race. Stating the obvious, it's a very deep field. Obviously, Mishrif is the horse to beat, but this is shaping up. I wouldn't be surprised if any one of 6 or 7 horses were to win.
Welcome back, horses in the paddock ahead of the 2022 Saudi Cup. If you can hear a horse whinnying loudly behind me, I can tell you that horse is Seelyway, getting quite above himself. He is one of 14 that go to post for the $20 million Saudi Cup, which will be called by John Hunt.
Well, thank you, Nick, and what a race this is, of international standing, one to really sit back and savour. Number 1 on the race card is Aero Trem from Uruguay originally. Number 2, Art Collector, one of the big guns from the United States, won the Woodward Stakes in October. 3 is Country Grammar, absent since May when winning the Hollywood Gold Cup, and he is trained by Bob Baffert, already amongst the winners tonight. 4, Emblem Road, one of the main local hopes. He won the King Faisal Cup last time. Manicourt, number 5, trained by the great André Fabre, one of 2 carrying the Godolphin blue colours this evening, and Michael Barcelona rides. Number 6, Making Miracles, was a very good horse in Great Britain a couple of years ago and has really improved, found a new lease of life since coming to Saudi Arabia. Big hope for the locals. 7, Mandaloun, Florent Giroux and Brad Cox team up. The horse awarded the Kentucky Derby in the week. 8, Midnight Bourbon, his great rival. Steve Asmussen says he's a champion. He hasn't proved it yet, but Mishrif has. Mishrif, number 9, bidding to go back-to-back in Saudi Cups, came with that irresistible run on the wide outside 12 months ago. Real World, number 10, has done nothing but improve since winning at Royal Ascot last year. Frankie Dettori is on board for Saïd bin Suroor. The French horse, Seelyway, is number 11 on the race card. Has a fantastic array of turf form. Can he prove it on dirt this evening? We'll find out shortly. 12, Secret Ambition, absolutely loves Meydan. Can he repeat it here? 13 is T.O. Keynes. My word, that was such an impressive win when storming home in the Champions Cup by 6 lengths. And the Breeders' Cup winner, Marche Lorraine, she completes the lineup, maybe well heading off to the paddocks after this. Can she cause a mild surprise, just like she did at Del Mar last fall? A fabulous lineup for a fabulous race, the Saudi Cup, minutes away.
So runners on the way to post then for the Saudi Cup of 2022. Mishrif is clearly the best place to start, Michelle. You've been to see this horse, you got up close and personal with him. What are his attributes? Why has he become the horse he has?
I don't know why he's become the horse he has, but he definitely knows that he is the horse that everyone's talking about. When you come around him in the stable, he is confident, he is assured, he knows he's the boss, and he tells you very clearly what he wants to do or doesn't want to do. That being said, he's also professional, he's a gentleman, and I think that he just looks fantastic. He's carrying really great flesh, his coat looks amazing, and he looks really fit. Also, he was being very naughty in the walking ring here. When the rider got up, he tried to buck him off. When they got on the track, he wanted to go and David did not. And David was trying to keep him bent over and he didn't, and was really trying to buck him off.
All right, let's join Tom Stanley.
Nick, thanks. I've got Brad Cox with me, trainer of a horse who, look, he must have a really good chance here, Mandaloun, off the back of the season that he's had, and congratulations for getting that Kentucky Derby earlier on in the week. What does he want to set up in front of him here, Brad?
Yeah, my jock said the track seems to be a touch deep, so we'll let him just kind of bounce out of there and find his way up the backside. Hopefully it's somewhat forwardly placed. He's comfortable down on the inside. That's not a worry. If he's covered up, he'll run once he gets clear. And he's a pretty tactical horse. I think he can run various different positions, and excited about this opportunity.
Obviously, Nixco is a completely different type of horse who you brought to this race last year. But did you learn anything bringing a horse to this race?
Well, you know, it's not as if we have many options. Listen, when you're in America, this is when you come over to designated time, you settle in. We got a nice little work earlier this week with this horse, very similar to what we did with Nick's Go last week, or last year, I should say. But you know, we're excited about this opportunity, and you know, yeah, I think that you learn something every time you do something.
Cheers, Brad. Good luck.
Thank you.
Did you think, Matt, that Brad sounded a bit worried about the surface there?
No, I think he's just being honest about it and saying this is a little bit different than what we are typically used to back at home. The most interesting thing to me tactically is there's a real scenario that the two most likely winners of this race, Mandaloun and Mishriff, are going to start their runs at the same time. Mishriff to the outside, in a way, he holds the keys for Mandaloun if he's in behind the speeds because he could potentially box him in a little bit of race riding. I think it's going to be a really intriguing race to see unfold.
Talk about Midnight Bourbon, whose career has been so closely intertwined with this horse.
Yeah, the two of them have knocked heads on several different occasions. Like you mentioned earlier, Steve Asmussen has been extremely bullish about Midnight Bourbon. They faced each other last time in the Louisiana, and I felt like Midnight Bourbon had everything his own way. It was really his race to lose, and lose he did. It does concern me. I think that Midnight Bourbon doesn't have an additional kick, and I think down this long stretch especially, you need a horse that has that extra gear to give.
All right, back there, white cap, maroon colours, Midnight Bourbon, colours made famous by Gunrunner, colours of Ron Winchell, who's here today. Steve Asmussen, trained more than any other person in the United States. But both will have to perform right up to their best to get the better of the defending champ Mishriff. His co-trainers with Tom.
Yeah, he is. Thady Gosden has been out with his horse since Monday this week. You were out with him throughout last year. You've travelled around the world with him. How is he?
Yeah, he's done well. You know, he really enjoys being out here. He's obviously been out here 3 years on the bounce now, and he really settles into the rhythm a bit and relaxes into his routine, and hopefully thrives this year as he has done the last 2.
What surface do you think he's at his very best on, Thady?
Well, it's an interesting question. The dirt here is sort of rides much better than most dirt tracks. It's probably one of the finest, if not the finest, dirt surface in the world. And it rides much kinder. It's much a lighter surface, and the turf horse seem to handle it better. So it's a slight advantage to him. But you know, he's run some good races on both.
If he wins this again, he's definitely a dirt horse. Hey, very best of luck. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Mishriff, big hope for Britain and for Saudi Arabia. Let's have a look at the key Japanese runners here. We'll start with T.O. Keynes. How impressed were you by his victory at Christmas time, Matt?
To me, it's the single most important and impressive piece of tape leading into this race. I liked him coming into it prior to the Japanese success. Now, it's hard not to give the Japanese contingent a second look if you were questioning them heading into it based on their performances tonight.
I love the way he's acting right now, Nick. We saw him in the pre-parade ring getting a little bit worked up, and that's what he's tended to do. But they said just watch him on here. Now, there is still an opportunity for him to be bad, and that's when he gets into the stalls. But watching him school earlier this week, he actually was very good once he got in, but he doesn't like to be bossed around. Everyone back here is going to have to be patient. The connections have met with the gate team to tell them exactly how to treat this horse. If he doesn't want to go in, he's not to be forced in.
Right, they're the key contenders from the UK, from the United States, from Japan, and there's more that we will show you very shortly. They are racing for this magnificent trophy and for the lion's share of $20 million. Saudi Cup is coming your way. It's moments away. So runners assembling at the post then for the Saudi Cup. Seelyway there, the chestnut, the mount of Ryan Moore for France. Perfectly relaxed now. He's got a bit about him, hasn't he? He's a real character.
Very talented racehorse. You know, you take a look back at that Champion Stakes last fall, you can't help but think part of the result was in large part because of the surface and the circumstances. He really got over that bog. I'm not doubting his ability here tonight. I just don't know how he's going to handle the main track.
Watching him over here in the pre-parade ring, he was definitely making his presence known. He was whinnying and shouting and looking all around. There's a very large crowd here, in fact, a record-breaking crowd on hand, Nick, and fans can line up pretty much right where the horses are. You're 4 feet away from them, if that, and he was extremely interested in everything that was going on.
There's barely a race that's not there on Frankie Dettori's glittering resume. This is one of them. He'd fancy a Saudi Cup before his career ends. He's on Real World.
Real World's a wild card in here. His turf form is exceptional. You could even argue he's one of the best turf horses in the world. The problem is his dirt form is horrendous, and you need to hope, if you like him tonight, that for whatever reason he just despises Meydan and he's going to really appreciate it here.
Well, there is something to be said about different surfaces, and there's a look at him right now. His sire, Dark Angel, tends to throw runners that go extremely hot, so white lather all over them and just on their toes a lot. Watching him school this week, he was extremely worked up, and I talked to the connections, and they said that the longer he's here, the more he'll settle down. He looks picture perfect right now. Saeed also said this is the best draw he's ever had in a major race.
Yeah, he said he normally picks wrong, but he was happy with this, and he's certainly going to be happy to be reunited with his old friend Frankie Dettori, who rode so many of his Group and Grade 1 winners. Indeed, Dettori's ridden, as he was keen to remind me, over 100 winners at Group or Grade 1 level in those Royal Blue Silks, and today he rides against his main stable of the Gosdens. Four minutes to post time. The world's elite thoroughbreds.
And the best jockeys.
In the world's richest race.
The $20 million
Saudi Cup.
Mishriff is roused to the lead. Mishriff conquers the cup.
4 minutes to post time. Jockeys came out a few moments ago ahead of the $20 million Saudi Cup. 7 nations represented. There's David Egan on the defending champion, Mishriff. A really cool, experienced head on young shoulders. A slightly less young-shouldered Frankie Dettori, who's riding for old friend Saeed Bin Suroor, who's with Tom Stanley.
He is. He bought Ben Battle here a couple of years ago. He ran really well. You're bringing Real World this year. Why this race, Saeed?
It's a good race. Everybody in the world now, they watch this race. The prize money is big, 20 million, but also you see the best quality of horses they run tonight.
What's your gut feeling about the dirt, this dirt surface?
Well, I mean, this, like what you see him, he's in the past, like he won last 5 races between England and France and Dubai. But they're going to be for him this year, first time he ran in the dirt. We ran him in Dubai in the TF just to make him ready and fit. The good things that happened a week before, as till last Thursday, before he traveled to Saudi, he was working really good, the best ever. That's a good sign from him. Then I hope he handled the dirt well.
And you've got a good draw thanks to Michelle Yu. Saeed, thank you very much.
Thank you, Saeed.
Real World, upwardly mobile. Will he handle this?
You know what? There's a good chance that he does. There's not a horse that's in better form than him. He brings in 5 straight wins. And because all of his dirt defeats are at the same spot, there is the chance that he is just not handling the surface there for whatever reason it may be.
I suppose because he's not considered one of the favorites or one of the more likely winners, like you could make an argument. It's just very difficult for me to believe that all of a sudden it's going to work against the best of the best internationally on dirt.
Remember 2006-07 and the storm that was Invasor, winner of the Breeders' Cup Classic Dubai World Cup. This is the best Uruguayan since. He's called Aero Trem.
You know,
That's all
I thought he looked really good in the parade ring. He has completely lost his cool since then. He is absolutely dripping in sweat right now. He gets a cut back in distance, and he won the most prestigious race in South America in his last out.
Sealy Way is already in. He's another big European. He's trained in France. First start for his new trainer, Francis Graffard. He's got ex-British champion jockey Ryan Moore booked for the ride.
Extremely talented racehorse. No idea whether or not he'll handle the main track, and also factor in from a pace standpoint, he's probably within the first furlong of the race going to look up and go, how am I 10 back already?
And what about a shock for the locals? They run Emblem Road and Making Miracles. It would be a miracle, or would it?
Last year we had Great Scott actually hit the trifecta in here. Emblem Road beat Great Scott last time out, and he has a lovely pedigree by quality bred out of a Bernardini mare. He's bred to be this good.
Joel Rosario, Eclipse Award-winning United States-based rider. He took a fall in the first race here today, but he got up, he was stretchered off, and here he is running Midnight Bourbon, a big fancy.
Needs to be involved from the jump, if not outright on the lead. He's a really talented racehorse. He just needs to put it all together one of these days.
And you can't keep Bob Baffert out of the news. What about Country Grammar in the Medina Spirit Silks?
I mean, you know, this horse was bought to be able to run in this race. There He was on the outside looking in. Bob rolled the dice and didn't run him in a prep race in California, hoping that he could get in. He makes the field in here. Flavien Prat already with a winner on the card for Bob Baffert. They won the Saudi Derby earlier on today. He gets a great draw for the speed that he has. We know he's a stayer. The question is he ready to go off the layoff? If there's anyone that can do it, it's Bob Baffert off this 270-day plus break.
Just 2 more to load then. 14 runners, 7 countries represented, one $20 million prize fund. John Hunt is going to call the Saudi Cup of 2022.
Thank you, Nick, as Theo Keynes, very relaxed, makes his way in with Mishrif and then Secret Ambition. They've just put up a sign saying the temperature here is 23 degrees. The reality for race fans is it's about to reach boiling point. As the Saudi Cup lineup is complete, 1,800 meters. We're set. And away they go. Jumping away, Emblem Road was the one who was slowest away, and Frankie Dettori did not get a good start on Real World. Mishrif stays out wide for the time being. The pacemakers now include Secret Ambition, Art Collector moving forward as well. Also onto the inside, that is Country Grammar, who's away well. Theo Keynes nice and prominent, and Midnight Bourbon, who so often gets to the front, is nowhere near it at the moment as Real World improves now on his inside. Seelyway and Mishrif are right up on the outside, and Mandaloon strides forward. Pace strong enough as they head then down the far side of the track here. The first 3 furlongs completed. Out very wide on the track is Making Miracles. Tucked in behind the leaders early is Marsh Lorraine, the Breeders' Cup winner. She's riding behind Seelyway. And look at Theo Keynes under pressure. The great Japanese horse looks as though he's already spent as they make their way towards the turn out of the back straight. Seelyway struggling as well at the back of the field. Magnicor is last. Aero Trem, one of the back markers as well. The pace here unrelenting. The Saudi Cup leader is Secret Ambition with Art Collector now on his shoulder. Behind him, Country Grammar. They're followed by Mandaloon. Splitting those two is Midnight Bourbon, who will still turn in with a chance. What a big run from Making Miracles on the outside. The local horse followed round by Emblem Road as well. Looks as though Mandaloon is now absolutely cooked as they come down the home straight here in the Saudi Cup, and it's anybody's race. Midnight Bourbon trying to take it up here. Country Grammar goes with him. In behind the local horses, Making Miracles finishing off well, and so too Emblem Road for what would be a massive turn up. Emblem Road is being roared home by the locals. Country Grammar and Midnight Bourbon next. Emblem Road to the front. A huge shock, but they love it here in Saudi Arabia. Emblem Road has toppled the lot of them. Beats Country Grammar, Midnight Bourbon. Aero Trend ran really well in behind them as well. Followed by Making Miracles, and looking way back, Mishrif has come home last of all. No show from last year's winner. They were followed home by Seelyway as well. But this is all about Emblem Road. Astonishing local win.
Is lifting off the grandstand here at the King Abdulaziz racetrack. The local horse Emblem Road has shocked the rest of the world in the Saudi Cup. Even they can't believe it. Wiggy Ramos, who's been riding in the kingdom for many moons, has enjoyed his finest hour. The place is going wild.
Wow.
Emblem Road wins the Saudi Cup. 6 out of 8 coming into this race here in Riyadh. 7 from 9 now. That's academic. He's taken the world's most valuable race in his own backyard, and he has beaten 2 high-class, top-class American dirt horses. Country Grammar, you cannot keep Bob Baffert or Medina Spirit's owner Amir Zidane out of the news, but today Zidane has been beaten by his compatriots in sensational fashion, with Midnight Bourbon running an honourable 3rd. Wow, wow.
But we knew Midnight Bourbon was going to hit the board, right? That's something that was almost given the way he always runs. What a sensational run from Emblem Road, though.
A stunning performance, and you can hear the fans here are going wild, understandably and rightfully so. Just an incredible performance. John Hunt called it that the pace was lively. They were going very, very stiff early, despite the fact that there were many of them lined up. And Emblem Road, we talk about those wide sweeping moves, just continued to come. He was relentless. And to get up in the shadow of the wire, just an unbelievable result.
Not only that, Emblem Road's stable companion, the equally unconsidered Making Miracles, has rounded out the superfecta here by running an outstanding fourth, with the Uruguayan Aerotrem in fifth. You can hear the sound of bubbles bursting across the kingdom. No sign of Mishrif, no sign of Mandaloon.
No sign of T.O. Keynes. He was done early. He was backing up in a heartbeat. Marshall Lorraine looked like she was in for a moment, and she faded. Midnight Bourbon did strike the front, Michelle, and to your point, we knew he would give a good account of himself. This was just a stunning result.
This horse is a local legend. This man on board's been a local legend for many decades. Wiggy Ramos, high in the irons. He's alongside Tom Stanley.
I've got to get near him first, Nick. I've got to get near him. Let me get his attention. Wiggy Ramos, hey, well done. How do you feel?
I feel so happy. I just got the biggest race in the world. So I less worse now.
Do you have any idea how big this is? How big this is for this country?
Always before the race, I don't think about it. I just trying to be cool, to not be excited.
Enjoy it. The roof's going to come off.
Well, they can scarcely believe it. Wiggy Ramos, for 5 minutes at any rate, will usurp the great Lafitte Pincay as the most celebrated Panamanian board jockey.
Look at him standing up here with thrill. We talked a little bit about Emblem Road being the best hope for the locals, Nick. This horse loves this racetrack here. He's brought in 3 straight victories, and we mentioned the pedigree by Quality Road out of a Bernardini mare. This is a sensational American pedigree meant to go this far.
And the jockey rode in America for a long time as well, but they talk about this as a new race, a shiny new thing in the desert. Wiggy Ramos, 23 years he's been riding in Saudi Arabia.
Wow. It feels good to watch someone that's dedicated their lives to this country, to be able to ride in its biggest race and win. I mean, the fans are thrilled. I feel emotional over it.
This may only be the 3rd running of this race. This will be one that will be remembered forever.
Emblem Road. Well, what does the chairman of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, the man whose brainchild this was, think of that? Prince Bandar's with Tom.
Prince Bandar, I will repeat the question. What do you think of that?
Well, wow. I mean, to have a locally trained horse perform that way is, it's just very emotional. It's really emotional. I'm really happy for the connections. I'm happy for Saudi Arabia. I wish the best of luck for all the other, wonderful, wonderful horses and their connections who came here. And there's always next year.
What will it mean to the people here, the people who love horse racing?
I think this is just going to, Mishrif was a Saudi-owned horse. It did amazing things for the spread of the love of horses. I mean, you can hear the people, and to have now a locally trained horse win it is extremely, extremely special. And I'm really excited about what this means for the future of horse racing in Saudi Arabia.
Huge congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Wiggy. Oh, Wiggy, what have you done? What have you done? You've shocked the world. Aboard Emblem Road for trainer Mitab Al-Mulala, who has produced his 2 horses to run the races of their lives. Well, well, well. We've seen a few turn-ups for the books down the years, Matt Bernier, but I don't think I've seen one like this.
I'll tell you what, in recent memory, and maybe even in history, this is one of the biggest upsets, one of the biggest surprises in a race of this magnitude that I can think of. Turf, dirt, synthetic, doesn't matter. It's just an incredible result from, and again, for it to be in front of the home crowd, to get the reaction, to see everyone. This place went nuts. Just a really incredible result.
Yeah, the last time there was a shock of this magnitude in a race of this magnitude was maybe Kong in the 93 Breeders' Cup Classic at Santa Anita, but unlike when that horse won and you could hear a pin drop, this is completely different.
You couldn't hear yourself think here.
Emblem Road, as you said, Michelle, bred to be a good horse.
Definitely bred to be a good horse. What a fantastic pedigree here. Picked up for only $80,000 at the OBS 2-year-old in training sale, and really has just been developing into a very nice animal. This is his first time going beyond a mile too, Nick. This horse has been winning sprinting, and he didn't flash any speed today. He came from way off of it. I mean, sky's the limit when you have a running style like that.
Well, and Michelle, to your point, this is the first time going a little bit longer. Who knows? Maybe this is a horse that'll appreciate even more distance when it's all said and done.
So victory for Emblem Road, owned by Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz, trained by Mitab Al-Mulawa, and ridden by Wiggy Ramos. Country Grammar ran a huge race in second, the substitute for the late Medina Spirit, Flavian Pratt for Bob Baffert. Midnight Bourbon rounded out the try for Rosario and Steve Esmerson. Welcome back to Riyadh. Everywhere in the world, you are picking yourselves up from the floor. You're replacing your lower jaw at the shock of Emblem Road, stunning the world in the world's most valuable thoroughbred horse race. He has won the Saudi Cup, and there is the Saudi Cup. House of Garrard Design Trophy, which is about to be presented by Khalid Abdelgada. We'll be joining the presentation party as we await the arrival of the Crown Prince.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the training presentation for the 2022 Saudi Cup World Cricket Race with $20 million off, and it's been a home of a victory.
So Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman presenting the trophy to the winning owner, Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz, the trainer Mitab Al-Mulawa, and jockey Wiggy Ramos. If ever there was a way to mark over 2 decades of sterling service here in the kingdom, it's this.
I think if they would be allowed to, Nick, they would lift this horse up on their shoulders right now and celebrate him.
Emblem Road wins the Saudi Cup. American horses second and third. There will be plenty of you wondering what of last year's winner Mishriff. Surely he doesn't run races as bad as that, especially not here. What of Mandaloon, the horse who was awarded the Kentucky Derby earlier this week? He wasn't awarded anything today.
Nick, I think this horse really is all about being modest as well from the get-go. Foaled out at a very small mom-and-pop operation at 3 Main Farm in Lexington, bought for a modest purchase price, and a KSA local.
Right. Early observations, Matt.
Well, you see that they're going an honest pace, it would appear anyway. You've got a number of horses that are vying for the early lead. You see Art Collector in the pink and black silks. Down toward the inside, we've got the green body with the yellow sort of pieces along there that's also pushing the pace. And you see T.O. Keynes, who's in a relatively decent position. He never seemed to be handling the track. Mandaloon's pulling himself up right now to get involved in things. This pace, I think, materialized. We talked about it a little bit. There was a chance that it was going to be a little bit swifter. For Midnight Bourbon to be where he was positioned, I think speaks volumes about how fast they actually did go.
Yeah, he's the white cap, 3 off the fence. He would normally be right on the front end, and he was no better than 6. And you can see him, top left-hand corner of the picture there, alongside Country Grammar. They matched strides. You fancy they were in the right place.
Country Grammar was definitely moving very well. If Flavian kept him tucked in here, I think that he didn't get the best trip because he was ready to run at this point, and there was nowhere for him to go. You can see he's tucked in. There's no room to run for Country Grammar. There's a horse in front of him, there's a horse outside of him, and he's aching to have some space right now.
You knew Country Grammar was going well. Pratt pulled his goggles down on the bend. He got the seam here, though, but looked right deep out wide and not really going that well, the eventual winner.
We've talked about it all week. Wide, sweeping moves have been very, very effective here at King Abdulaziz. And in their crowning race, to no one's surprise, that's the running style that gets the job done. He just outstays Country Grammar. Again, give credit where credit's due. Country Grammar ran a giant race. Midnight Bourbon ran very well as well. But the local team get the job done. Incredible.
It's a massive run in fourth from the stablemate making miracles. And Aerotrem has acquitted himself well, the Uruguayan son of Shanghai Bobby.
Look at that. We're talking about Country Grammar and how much he wants to go further and further. This horse off a 270-day layoff just galloped out like he wanted to go 1.25 miles.
I would think
Dubai World
long
Cup.
and hard about the Dubai World Cup.
Yep.
For the Country Grammar camp.
I'm sure that is where they will go. It's a race that trainer Bob Baffert has done extremely well in down the years. Who can forget Arrogate's famous victory in it, but before then with Captain Steve in 2001.
We had mentioned it leading into it as well. Purely on a numbers standpoint of the American contingent, Country Grammar was the fastest horse coming into this race, and he ran to it.
Now the assistant trainer of the winner, Emblem Road, is now with Tom Stanley.
Well, Hisham Abdulwahad is the assistant trainer of Emblem Road, and this place has gone crazy. How do you feel?
All the kingdom going crazy today. We have to party here. Everyone have to party. We win today. We win. We have to party everywhere. It's a pleasure to run with Bob Baffert and all the good trainers on the earth, and we put our names on the cup. That's an amazing thing for the kingdom, for us. We start from the beginning of the season, we work hard to this point, and alhamdulillah, today we won.
What does this mean to you and your father?
Oh, so much to us, so much to the prince. Prince tell us only get this cup, and then you will get whatever you want. Alhamdulillah.
Next stop, Dubai World Cup?
Why not? We can do it, like today.
Hisham, well done.
Thank you so much.
They will dance, they will dance, they will dance some more in Riyadh this evening. I think these celebrations are going to, well, they're not just going to last into tomorrow, they'll last till next week.
I think so. I mean, he said everyone needs to party, and I think they're starting right now.
I mean, this is genuinely going to be one of the largest surprises, upsets, however you want to phrase it, in horse racing over the past 25, 30 years, maybe even longer.
You've got to be left scratching your head if you're Mandaloon's connections, if you're Mishriff's connections, owner there with the trophy. What a proud moment for them.
It's funny, all week the trophy sits behind glass, Nick, and if you want to come near, you have to be gloved, and there's all kinds of protocols, and now I think it's like the Stanley Cup, and they're just going to pass it all around.
Nick, to your point, going back and watching the replay, Mandaloon was in a beautiful position. He just didn't kick at the end, and Mishriff never looked like he was traveling. Michelle, you mentioned that he was a little bit on edge, maybe a little naughty early on before they got to the gate. A truly disappointing performance from him. And again, Mandaloon, I don't see any real excuse.
Watching Mishriff going down the backside, he never looked as comfortable as he generally does, and I don't think he switched leads coming down the lane either, just briefly catching some of the replay. He was trying to stay wide, which I don't blame him for necessarily, especially with his draw. I don't think that got him beat today. I just don't think he fired today.
Agreed. Same for Mandaloon. I don't think either of them brought their A game today. No.
And that happens sometimes, right?
Correct.
It's horse racing.
Correct.
And Midnight Bourbon did a Midnight Bourbon.
Midnight Bourbon did Midnight Bourbon.
I will tell you what, though, watching this race, this is his first time in quite a while going one turn. It was 1 1/8 miles. I'd like to see them turn him back. There's a race at Belmont Park on Belmont Stakes Day, the Metropolitan Handicap. That, to me, circle that race for this horse.
Met Mile, Cigar Mile, both big stallion makers, too, which could be huge for Winchell.
But if he goes to the Metropolitan Handicap, the Met Mile on Belmont Stakes Day, the likelihood is he runs into Flightline, and Life is Good. The two most celebrated horses in the US at the moment.
I don't think Life is Good is cutting back to that. I think he's going to go Dubai World Cup and then onward.
It's unfortunate, obviously, for everybody involved with Steve Asmussen's camp and this horse specifically, because he probably still doesn't get the credit he deserves. I mean, how can you not feel good about that result right there?
Ramos.
Unbelievable.
Panamanian born, successful there, successful in the US, came here 23 years in Saudi Arabia. And if this is something of a swan song, it's a pretty glorious one, but who's to say he won't be back to try it all over again next year on Emblem Road.
What I love to see too is when he was pulling up, a couple of the riders came out to tell him congratulations, and you saw Joel waiting for him when he got off the scales to give him a huge hug. You know, even if you don't win, our riders are a family. In racing, we're a family, and I think everyone's just thrilled for, like Nick said, someone that's dedicated their life to the sport and has been out here for so long to win the richest race. And you know, when you're locally based KSA and there's Europeans coming and there's Americans coming, you are the underdog. It feels good to win.
There will be some of you watching who remember 1993, the Florida Derby. Can you remember the name of the winner?
1993?
No, I was too young.
Bull in the Heather.
Oh, I remember Bull in the Heather.
Bull in the Heather, Florida Derby, 1993, ridden by W. Ramos.
Wow, so 93 was Arkong and Bull in the Heather?
Yep, and now we've got a huge shock and Wiggy Ramos combining.
Rockamundo might have been 93 too.
With Emblem Road. You know, we're getting so many American connections in, you can nearly claim this as one of your own.
I don't know, I think the party wouldn't be as big.
I can't get over this performance. Just a truly incredible effort for, again, Michelle, to your point, despite this being home turf, they're the underdogs in races like this when you've got all the best of the best, and genuinely the best of the best. This is one of the deepest fields you're going to find all year internationally. Just an incredible story.
I want to say, too, I think that it did showcase the versatility of the racetrack, because Country Grammar was close to the pace, as was Midnight Bourbon, and they held on the inside of the track. The winner comes from way outside on the track and from behind. So to me, that means both part of the tracks were playing fair, and I think that we saw that tonight. We saw horses coming from everywhere on the track. It's just whatever is the best trip for your horse, do it. Don't overthink what people are doing in front of you.
What was the bigger surprise, the fact that Emblem Road won, or the Japanese contingent didn't really show up?
Marshall Lorraine and Tio Keynes.
Yeah.
Neither of them turned up.
Well, Marshall Lorraine was going to be a long shot, right? And I think Tio Keynes was he was either going to win or run last. That's what we kind of thought going into it.
We had heard earlier in the week that there was slight concern about how he would handle this racetrack compared to the tracks that he's run over in Japan. You knew very early that he was not traveling. As far as Marshall Lorraine is concerned, she was in a pretty good position. I got to be honest, from a trip standpoint, really not dissimilar to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. I just think she took on better horses.
Can we watch the start back? Is Emblem Road the one that missed the break?
Well, it may have been the best thing that could have happened to him.
Someone wasn't standing good in the gate, and in my head I'm thinking it was a blue bridle.
It's entirely possible.
I wonder if it was him. If we show the start again, we'll look. There's so much going on, you know. We were both looking at Tio Keynes as well, because they pulled the hood off and it looked like he had reared back in the stall.
They missed the brake entirely. No, just a little piece of equipment.
Yep.
Wiggy Ramos in raptures, ecstatic. I'd suggest he can barely believe it, but he's done it. After 3 decades in the saddle, spanning 3 continents, he's won the most valuable prize of all. They came from 7 nations in a bid to win the most valuable horse race in the world. But in the end, in a huge shock, the locals turned them away. What an extraordinary night.
The authority's just too good, and Japan start the night in wonderful style. Sunline in the middle of the 3 goes to the line. Sunline for Japan again. This is a dream night for the land of the rising sun. Stay Foolish gives them another winner. It's Tilal Al-Khaladia being joined by Hadi de Carrere on the near side. Tilal Al-Khaladia joined right on the line. Hadi de Carrere has been confirmed as the winner. On the outside, Pinehurst with Sekifu a neck away. Pinehurst lasted home. Dancing Prince for the first time, born under pressure, but can now coast home to give Christophe Lemaire an unforgettable 4-timer on the night. And away they go. As they come down the home straight here in the Saudi Cup, and it's